527. Two Taoists, one old and one young, were walking along the banks of the great lake of the Central Plains. The autumn wind was bleak. The old Taoist told his disciple that he was going to meet an old friend. The young disciple did not ask who it was or whether his cultivation level was high because there was no need to. Back then he was rejected by a scholar on that lonely island in the sea. The young Taoist was a little emotional about his master's cultivation level. Especially when he knew that his master said that the scholar was not a land immortal, nor was he in the unpolished jade realm, immortal realm, or ascendant realm. The young Taoist wanted to comfort his master, but when he saw that his master did not care, the young Taoist gave up. This was even better. His master's ability to slay demons and devils was not good. As a disciple, his Tao was lousy. His master brought him to the Central Plains and went to the Central Plains Mount Longhu. In the end, Zhou Xian was left at the foot of the mountain by his master. The young Taoist was a little regretful, but he felt that his master's reputation was not big enough to bring people up the mountain, so he did not say anything. His master only said that he wanted to ask a favor from those noble people. If it was successful, Zhou Xian could go up the mountain. Zhou Xian asked his master to be more attentive and talk to those noble people nicely. He did not want to mess around like he did on his own mountain. After all, whether he could visit the celestial master's residence depended on his master. The old Taoist said that there was nothing to worry about when his master was doing things. The young Taoist's eyes were full of sorrow. He had been cultivating on Earth Flat Peak for so many years. Master, what did you do? Occasionally there would be some Taoists from other sects who came to talk to you. They were either sleeping soundly or asked him and a few of his senior brothers to help them. Over time, the Taoists from the Tai Xia, Bai Yun and Xian Finger sects did not talk about anything. When they saw him, they would immediately sigh and leave without hesitation. Although it was natural for a disciple to help his master solve his problems, it was not right for the disciple to help his master every time. Not long after the old Taoist climbed up the mountain, he came down and said that the matter was not successful. It should be because he could not go to the celestial master's residence to broaden his horizons. The young Taoist said that it was fine. He turned around and comforted the old Taoist. The old Taoist was moved to tears and was extremely emotional. He said, "Feng Shan, a disciple like you is truly your master's little jacket." The young Taoist looked up at Mount Longhu in the distance. It was shrouded in immortal qi, the cries of red-crowned cranes and the brilliance of treasures. He was a little disappointed, but this disappointment was not for his master but for himself. Back then he had followed his master's instructions to leave the mountain and not wander around his own mountain. He had gone to a faraway place to enjoy the scenery. Therefore Zhou Xian had taken a ferry to a faraway place. After traveling for a while, he had lost his soul and was unwilling to return to his sect. He gritted his teeth, took out almost all of his immortal coins, and took a ferry to the Aquarius continent. Later he met a friend and then another. The three of them parted, met again and parted again. After the experience, there were some things that the young Taoist was very clear about. Therefore Zhou Xian felt more and more grateful to his master. The old Taoist stopped somewhere by the great swamp and asked him to wait for a moment. Zhou Xian stood at the side with a bamboo box on his back. He asked softly, "Master, you didn't bring any gifts when you visited?" The old Taoist with two fire dragons embroidered on his Taoist robe frowned and said, "I was in a hurry and forgot." Zhou Xian sighed, "Even if it's just a few snowflakes, it's still a gift that counts. Master, are we too careless? The next time you visit a good friend you can tell me in advance. I'll prepare a gift." The old Taoist thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He held back and did not tell his disciple the truth. "If we brought gifts, I'm afraid that the great swamp water god would misunderstand that we're trying to be polite before resorting to force. His knees would most likely go soft." Although this great swamp water god was the first in the water god temple of the third dynasty in the world, he really did not know how to be a human back then. As a god, his temper was not very good, so he began to use his divine ability to burn the great swamp. After the entire great swamp's water level dropped by more than 10 feet, that fellow finally began to kneel and kowtow, begging for mercy. At this moment the old Taoist who had used a camouflage technique revealed a little of his aura. Very quickly, an old man in a golden robe came out of the water. After he came ashore he did not speak. He did not dare to. His heart was beating like a drum and his face was tense. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and kneel down, crying and acting pitiful. He was afraid that if he said some mushy words and made the old Taoist unhappy, wouldn't that be a disaster? If it was said that in this dynasty on the mountain and under the mountain, this water god who was not considered low in terms of rank in cultivation was known to be a tough nut to crack. He had once fought with a few great cultivators who crossed the border. The only exception was when he faced the Jinren of Fire Dragon. A normal great cultivator would at most use spells and magic treasures to break his golden body and hurt his vitality. He could then rely on incense and water to repair his golden body and recover. However, this Jinren of Fire Dragon in front of him could break his golden body into powder and he could not even retaliate. As for why the Jinren of Fire Dragon could casually attack a water god and why the Middle-earth Academy had very few restrictions on this old Taoist, it was a little strange. The young Taoist looked at this person who seemed to be an otherworldly cultivator and then looked at this person who was expressionless and cold. He was a little angry at his master. Look, is there even a little bit of the joyous atmosphere of an old friend reuniting? Could it be that his master felt that he had lost face at Mount Longhu and wanted to come to the Mirage Marsh to find a friend he was not close to and show off that he had many friends in the Middle-earth Divine Continent? Actually, master, you don't have to do this. The young Taoist felt a little sorry for his master. Zhang Shanfeng coughed. Master? The Jinren of Fire Dragon, who was in a daze, acknowledged and smiled. Long time no see. The old man in the golden robe swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. Yes, it has been a long time. The Jinren of Fire Dragon could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this water god. I want a bottle of water pills from you. The old man in the golden robe almost cried on the spot. It was just a bottle of water pills from the Mirage Marsh Water God Palace. It was just a small matter for him to pass a message. Why would he need to come personally? If he took a few more steps on this rural road, wouldn't it delay the old immortal's cultivation? Old immortal, do you know that your appearance is going to scare me, this little immortal, out of my guts, okay? The old man in the golden robe only felt that he had survived a disaster and was going to hold a banquet in the Mirage Marsh Water God Palace. After all, he had been worried for more than 1,000 years. He was always worried that the next time he saw the Jinren of Fire Dragon, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. He did not expect that a bottle of water pills could settle him. Of course, the so-called bottle of water pills was only for an old immortal who was at the peak of the ascendant realm like the Jinren of Fire Magic. Ordinary immortals who were proficient in fire magic would not dare to ask for such a thing. Anyway, if the other party bullied him and caused a big commotion, the dynasty and the academy would not stand by and do nothing. Hence, the old man in the golden robe immediately took out a porcelain bottle and asked carefully, "One bottle is enough?" The Jinren of Fire Dragon smiled. "What do you think?" The old man in the golden robe immediately took out another bottle of water pills condensed from the essence of the Mirage Marsh Water God. In fact, the Jinren of Fire Dragon only needed one bottle. However, he suddenly thought of the Baiyun lineage on his mountain. Someone might need this item to help them break through the realm. Hence he did not intend to reject it. Zhang Shanfeng gently pulled his master's sleeve. The Jinren of Fire Dragon smiled. "Your friend gave you such a big gift and treated you sincerely. Although I did give him a gift in the past, in fact according to my seniority it was not enough. Hence I intend to give him another bottle of water pills. I am helping you to return the favor and also to cut off some karma. As for the other bottle, it is for your senior brother from the Baiyun lineage." Zhang Shanfeng did not quite understand what he meant by gift and karma. However, when he thought that Qin Pingon could get another bottle of water pills, it was still a great thing. The Jinren of Fire Dragon did not mind that his disciple and the young man would be together forever. However, there were still some small karma that needed to be sorted out. The Jinren of Fire Dragon took over the 2 bottles of water pills. At the same time, he secretly left a thin fire dragon in the palm of the water god of the Mirage Marsh Water God to help him refine his golden body. After receiving benefits from others, he had to return the favor. Furthermore, regarding Qin Pingon, the Jinren of Fire Dragon did not want to spoil him through excessive enthusiasm. In actual fact, his disciple Zhang Shanfeng, or rather himself, owed him 2 favors. Firstly, it was the seal personally carved by the previous Master of Heaven. It was not expensive, but to Zhang Shanfeng it meant a lot. This was the fate of Tao. To a Taoist, fate of Tao was the most important thing in the world. Magic treasures and celestial weapons were secondary. Secondly, it was the sword. However, this was the other fate of Dao. This was also the reason why the Jinren of Fire Dragon was not willing to vent his anger in the mansion of the Celestial Master after his request failed. According to the agreement, the Jinren of Fire Dragon hoped that his disciple Zhang Shanfeng could receive the approval of the Celestial Master of the mansion of the Celestial Master to inherit the position of a Celestial Master with a different surname. However, the mansion of the Celestial Master acknowledged that Zhang Shanfeng had a bright future. However, they felt that the world was going to be chaotic and that distant water could not quench the present thirst. They asserted that Zhang Shanfeng would not be able to become the mainstay of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the next 100 years. In addition, the mansion of the Celestial Master had found another 2 candidates for the position of Celestial Master with a different surname. Hence, they did not accept the Jinren of Fire Dragon's suggestion. Hence, as long as the Jinren of Fire Dragon ascended in the North Continent, the Dragon Tiger Mountain of Middle-earth would promote a Celestial Master with a different surname. Although he would be inferior to the Jinren of Fire Dragon, he would still be a far cry from Zhang Shanfeng. At that time, in the Grand Master Hall of the mansion of the Celestial Master, except for the Celestial Master who looked calm, the rest of the nobles were panicking. They were afraid that the Jinren of Fire Dragon would attack them. Luckily, the Jinren of Fire Dragon only went down the mountain silently and brought his disciple Zhang Shanfeng out of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the shore of the Great Lake, the golden-robed old man was in a frenzy. Just as he was about to kowtow to express his gratitude, the Jinren of Fire Dragon signaled him not to do so. The golden-robed old man quickly calmed himself down. Zhang Shanfeng took the 2 bottles of water pills from the Jinren of Fire Dragon and kept them in his sleeves. He could finally do something for Qin Pingon, right? Not only did he freeload on Qin Pingon, he also owed a lot of debts. At the haunted house in the Tsai country, he bought the dew armor on credit. At the ferry in the Shu Shui country, he bought the sword on credit. Later on, when he and Su Yuanxia were trapped in the Qingwan country, it was Qin Pingon who saved him. The Jinren of Fire Dragon glanced at the golden-robed old man. The latter immediately understood and gritted his teeth. He took out the last bottle of water pills and gave it to the young Taoist. Just a cultivator of the lower 5 realms? Is he really the disciple of the Jinren of Fire Dragon? Although the Jinren of Fire Dragon had a weird temper and he never took in disciples based on their potential, since the old immortal was willing to travel the central divine continent with a disciple, how could this disciple be simple? The young Taoist was a little embarrassed. He wanted the bottle of water pills but felt that it was not very generous. Hence, he rejected it verbally. The golden-robed old man said shamelessly that the water pills were the most worthless thing in his family. Since it was the first time both of them met and he was a few years older, he should give a gift. He did not dare to say that he was a senior who was a few years older. If he was the senior of the young Taoist, wouldn't he be of the same generation as the Jinren of Fire Dragon? Zhang Shanfeng had actually decided not to accept it. However, the Jinren of Fire Dragon persuaded him to accept it. He said that if he had the chance to travel the central divine continent alone in the future, he could return the gift. Regarding the word return the gift, the golden-robed water deity's scalp went numb and he was terrified. He guessed that the Jinren of Fire Dragon was related to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. This was because in the 1,000 years after the Jinren of Fire Dragon burned the Great Swamp and returned to the North Continent, there would often be nobles from the Celestial Master's residence who would come down the mountain to visit the battlefield. Only then did Zhang Shanfeng accept the 3rd bottle of water pills and thank him. The golden-robed old man did not dare to stay any longer and left. He had to make use of the fire dragon given by the old deity to cultivate his golden body. Before that, of course, he had to pass down the order for all the lake spirits in his territory to return to their lair immediately. If anyone dared to not control their legs, he, the water deity of the Mirage Marsh, would not be able to carry his own head. The Jinren of Fire Dragon brought Zhang Shanfeng along and continued to travel on foot. The Jinren of Fire Dragon's words were harsh and he did not say much to his disciple Zhang Shanfeng. The karma between Qin Pingon and the North Continent was very deep and it would be easy for his disciple to get involved. He believed that with the young man's temperament, even if he was in a desperate situation, he would not take the initiative to get Zhang Shanfeng involved. However, the world was a mess. Since Qin Pingon had done so, his disciple would have his own ideas and would definitely join in without hesitation. When that time came, would he, as the master, Allow the sword immortals of the North Continent to go out to sea and fight against the celestial masters' residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or would he break the rules and go down the mountain to help his disciple and the young man? He had to admit that many of the fundamentals of Tao that Zhou Xian advocated were actually very disgraceful at first glance. It sounded very harsh at first, but after 100 or 1,000 years, it would become the truth. When one cultivates on the mountain, everyone cultivates themselves. When one travels through the void, one can either ascend or reincarnate. Naturally, the mountain would be peaceful and the world would be peaceful. Once the cultivators on the mountain decided the fate of the people below the mountain based on their personal preferences, coupled with the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, everything would become even messier. Everyone was reasonable and everyone was unreasonable. The fiery dragon Zhenren had once been to the Qingming Tian in his early years due to fate. He saw the good and bad of the Taoist school of the world that was not sloppy, and he also saw the good and bad of the Confucian school of the world that was condensed into a web of human relationships. Indeed, the Qingming Tian school of Taoism used the Baek-o-Keikyung building to fight against the illusory otherworldly demons and used the Great Wall of Sword Aura and the Inverted Mountain to fight against the barren world. The young Taoist suddenly laughed. Master, now that I have traversed the Middle Plains divine continent, I am like Qin Pingon, someone who has traversed the 3 continents. The fiery dragon Zhenren laughed and nodded. Both of you are very impressive. Zhang Shanfeng asked, are the Qi cultivators of the younger generation of the Aquarius continent slightly inferior to us? The fiery dragon Zhenren said, the difference in age between the 2 continents is only 60 years. Perhaps in the future, everyone will realize that the youths of the Aquarius continent are becoming more and more outstanding. But then again, the fate of a continent is fixed, but the amount of spiritual energy is not. Whichever continent is bigger, the number of youths in their age will be even more exaggerated. Hence, for the Aquarius continent to impress the other 8 continents, they still need some luck. From the looks of it, Master's old friend Li Lu will definitely be outstanding. This is something that no one can stop. Ma Kushuan is also a person who is blessed by the heavens, and the lady that he is assisting is not an exception. These 3 in comparison are the least unexpected. That is why Master will pick them out to talk about. But just because they are less unexpected does not mean that there are no surprises. Zhang Shanfeng laughed. Qin Pingon will definitely be outstanding, right? The fiery dragon Zhenren nodded. He should be one. But the final height, it is still hard to say, because there are too many variables. Zhang Shanfeng said, Master, my foresight is not bad, right? The first friend that I made in the Aquarius continent was Qin Pingon. The fiery dragon Zhenren said, I feel that Qin Pingon's foresight is not bad too. Zhang Shanfeng thought for a while. Qin Pingon's foresight in making friends is not bad. But Master, your foresight in taking in disciples is neither good nor bad. After all, some of the senior brothers and sisters that came from the ground-bending peak are still very powerful. The fiery dragon Zhenren was silent for a while, then smiled. Shanfeng, remember one thing. Zhang Shanfeng asked curiously, Master, please tell me. The old Zhenren sighed. In the future you will also take in disciples and teach them Taoist techniques. Remember, don't fall in love with these disciples just because you think that they will definitely become the person at the top of the mountain. Rather, these disciples have a lot of, well, maybe even their masters are not as good as them. That's why they are destined to have more chances to reach the top of the mountain. Don't get the order of things wrong. Aptitude was never absolute. Everything is beautiful and there is nothing unique about the scenery. Many of the ancestors of the immortal sects cultivated till their brains became rusty, and could not understand such a small matter. That is why the peak of a mountain did not have the slightest bit of human feeling. The old man turned his head and saw his disciple holding back his laughter and asked, What's wrong? Zhang Shanfeng laughed. Master, with my current skills, how can I take in disciples? Wouldn't I be leading them astray? The old man laughed. Take it slow, there is no rush. The so-called Tao technique inheritance was passed down from generation to generation. It might not be a big deal, but it was nothing more than someone lighting up a light. Although the light was thin, it could help the person behind to light up a light in the dark. Otherwise, the world would be forever dark. Tao begets one. One begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Shanfeng, do you want to take a ride on the Qiangyao sect's celestial ferry? Cross the continent and travel to the south, the scenery along the way is quite good. Master, let's not puff ourselves up at our own cost, shall we? But there is a good friend over there who invited you over as a guest. It is hard to refuse. Then I feel that this friend of yours is most likely not on good terms with you. Otherwise, how could he not know that you are short of money? Oh Xianxia, if you really can't do it, then I'll have to make you suffer a little. Master's ability to slay demons and devils is indeed a little lacking. However, Master's earth shrinking technique is still passable. You've experienced it yourself. Then let's take the cross-continent ferry. Money is just a worldly possession. Before I board the ferry, I will prepare some dry food and pickles. Why did I accept such a clever disciple like you? Master has good taste. Makes sense. Master, this time we are guests, we should prepare a gift, right? After all, we are not cultivating on our own mountain, we still have to pay attention to etiquette. He is a scholar, let's just buy a few books from a roadside stall, he is easy to deal with. A scholar again? Don't be rejected again. Xianfeng, I have to tell you the truth. In fact, my Dao technique and name still have some face outside of my own mountain. Then why is that senior not willing to invite us to his residence? He should have treated us to a cup of tea. I always felt that the senior was actually very polite. Even though he clearly didn't want to see us, he was still very courteous. I'm not unfamiliar with this kind of situation. Back then, when I left Earth-lying Peak to travel around the foot of the mountain, I saw quite a few rich families with evil spirits lingering around them. I wanted to help them, so after I knocked on their door and explained the situation, they didn't chase me away. They just threw me a handful of copper coins or a few pieces of silver. I see. Master, don't always sleep on the mountain. Walk down the mountain more often. I have also learned these superficial ways of the world from my experiences at the foot of the mountain. Xianfeng, when you were descending the mountain, did you meet an old man? I heard that you had a good chat. Yes, that senior said that he is an old friend of yours, so he came up the mountain to ask. I gave him directions and chatted for a while. After that, he seemed to be very happy. Venerable Fiery Dragon nodded and did not say much. After a 12th realm sword immortal left ground flat peak, he spread the news like a gossipy woman. How could he not be happy? When he returned to the North Continent, he would make a trip to that fellow's sect and make him happy again. He would be full in one go. However, Venerable Fiery Dragon was a little sad. No matter how high his cultivation was, he still felt the sadness of parting. He might not be able to return. A broken sword could be returned, but he might not. Outside the inverted mountain at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Sword Aura rushed to the sky. In the vast world, chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. Smoke was rising from the chimneys. There were 3 continents that could lose everything in the blink of an eye. In the end, Zhang Shanfeng said for no reason, Master, although your Dao technique is not high, I feel that you are the best master in the world. The old perfected person smiled and said, That's right. The way you choose your disciples and the way I choose my master is not bad. Zhang Shanfeng said casually, Master, when I have a Dao technique like yours, will I be considered a small success in cultivation? The old perfected person smiled and said, Yes. All the Dao techniques in the world came from one person? After a moment of silence, the old perfected person smiled and said softly, The immeasurable heavenly venerable for blessings. It was summer. At the Dragon Rider Alley shop, only Shiro was left to look after the shop. Pei Qian had already left the school. Zhu Lian nodded and agreed, so Shiro did not say anything. Once Pei Qian left, Zhou Mili followed him to Luopa Mountain. From a bustling place to a deserted place, Shiro was not used to it. Wei Pai often came to Luopa Mountain secretly. Zheng Dafeng also often left the mansion that he built at the foot of the mountain and came to Zhu Lian's place. The lotus flower blessed land was divided into 4, and Luopa Mountain occupied one of them. Of course it was a good thing, but it was also troublesome. That was, if any blessed land wanted to maintain the stability of the world, it needed to eat money, a lot of immortal money. Especially if one wanted to upgrade from a low-level blessed land with poor spiritual energy to a mid-level blessed land that could allow the locals of the blessed land to cultivate, it needed the person in charge of the blessed land to continuously consume the immortal money. Simply speaking, it was a bottomless pit. But if it was managed well, it would be like the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family of the Jade Grey sect in the Tongya continent. At first, the blessed land was allowed to swallow the immortal money like a whale. Eventually, it was promoted to a high-class blessed land and formed a relatively stable pattern. Gods from all sides could help stabilize the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, as well as the cultivation sects that gathered the spiritual energy on the mountains of the major immortals. Not only did it not destroy the Jiang family's wealth, but it also made a lot of money and finally supported the Jiang family. The local cultivators of the blessed land, as well as the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were gradually nurtured by the spiritual energy, were all sources of wealth. Recently Wei Pai, Zhou Xian and Jing Dafeng were discussing this matter. They were discussing how to manage this small territory that was temporarily named Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The real name of course still needed to wait for Qin Pingan to come back. The territory of this small blessed land was the territory of the Nanyuan Kingdom of the former Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The population was a total of 20 million people. When the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was obtained by Luopa Mountain, it was already filled with spiritual energy. It was between a low-level and mid-level blessed land. This meant that all living beings in the Nanyuan Kingdom, whether it was humans or plants, had hope of cultivation. But the crux of the problem was that as long as it was not a mid-level blessed land, even if the Nanyuan Kingdom Emperor and the imperial court conferred the title of God of Mountains and Rivers, they still could not retain the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of this blessed land would dissipate without a trace. Even a mountain god like Wei Pai could not find a trace of the spiritual energy, let alone stop the spiritual energy from slowly flowing out. Therefore, the most important thing was how to spend money to upgrade the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to a mid-level blessed land. But how to spend money and where to spend it was a great knowledge. It was not something that could be done by just throwing a lot of money. If it was done well, 1 grain of grain rain money might be able to retain the spiritual energy of 9 grains of small heat money. If it was done poorly, it might be lucky to retain the spiritual energy of 4 or 5 grains of small heat money. Usually it was fine, but when it came to this kind of thing, the lack of wealth of Luopa Mountain was suddenly highlighted. It was even more obvious than when they were building the mountain protecting formation of Luopa Mountain. Before how to spend a lot of money, there was another problem. How to borrow money, who to borrow money from, and how much money to borrow. After these 2 problems were confirmed, it was how to sign a contract with the Emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom and Zhongqiu, and then how to secretly place the immortal spiritual weapons and magic weapons, and a series of trivial matters such as the distribution of cultivation manuals. After that, it was to teach the Nanyuan Kingdom's imperial court a set of etiquette and ceremony for the gods of mountains and rivers, and how to get benefits from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, to ensure that it would not drain the pond to catch fish, and to make a mid-level blessed land have the hope of being promoted to a high-level blessed land. In the future, there would be a group of earth immortal cultivators who could be recruited by the Luopa Mountain. This required the Luopa Mountain to be forced to act as the god, to set the meticulous rules for the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Zhou Xian, Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai each took out a detailed charter, and then checked each other's mistakes and filled in the gaps. Later, Zhou Xian took the initiative to send a letter to Liu Baixiang, asking him to start accumulating immortal money while drawing in the forces. As for Wei Xian's letter, he only needed to send it to Cui Dongshan. In fact, in the end it was still sent to Cui Dongshan. Anyway, he was his young master's disciple and student, so there was no need to be polite. The letter from Yu Guizong Sui used a cross-continent flying sword that consumed a lot of gold. Zhou Xian couldn't help but curse. He wanted that Sui Yu to not delay his own cultivation, but to remember to have a conscience and to take a few magic weapons back to his family. Wei Pai was a businessman. He was willing to borrow money from the various forces that the Dali imperial court was relatively familiar with, but the dividends from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land after it became a medium-level blessed land were the same as the dividends from the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. Zhou Xian thus began to turn hostile, insisting on one thing. Other than Wei Pai having to take out enough Guyu money, Wei Pai, could only take 10% of the profits from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and not the 20% that Wei Pai himself proposed. Not only that, Zhou Xian also wanted to add a time limit, 1,000 years. After that, if Wei Pai still wanted a share, he would have to take out additional Guyu money. As for the specific amount, it could be discussed at a later time. Jing Dafeng, of course, was on Zhou Lian's side. Wei Pai, while borrowing money wantonly through his own secret channels, was slowly grinding with these 2 guys. Zhou Lian and Jing Dafeng didn't say anything about Wei Pai's actions. Wei Pai naturally knew how to act appropriately. After Cui Dongshan received the secret letter, the 3 of them were the same. No matter how much immortal money this person was willing to take out, they absolutely wouldn't allow him to participate in the matter of sharing. Even if Cui Dongshan used the name of borrowing money to deal with Luopa Mountain, there was no problem. On this day the three of them met again and sat in Zhou Lian's courtyard. Wei Bian sighed and said slowly, "The results are out. At the very least we will need to spend 2,000 grain rain coins, and at most 3,000 grain rain coins, and we will barely be able to rank as a medium-grade blessed land. The longer it is delayed, the greater the consumption." Zhou Lian said, "Old Dragon City's Fan family and Sun family's replies have not been received yet. According to the conclusion of the three of them, if these two families were willing to lend money to Luopa Mountain, it would be best to add interest, and Luopa Mountain would return the money to them according to the agreement. However, if the two families were willing to each pay a large amount of Guyu money, they could share 10% of the Blessed Land's income, or Luopa Mountain could slowly return the money with 5% of the income and half of the interest-free principal repayment." However, the three of them were also prepared for the worst. Both families felt that the income was too small or too slow, so they tactfully refused Luopa Mountain. Wan Qi had now returned to Longquan County from a new mountain in Dali, but as a neighbor the three of them didn't even think about it. No one would open their mouth because it was not suitable for the two sides to be involved too deeply. After all, Qin Pingon was the true master of Luopa Mountain. All kinds of plans still needed to consider Qin Pingon's situation first. Jing Dafeng laughed. "Why don't we just let Wei Pai hold another night party? A mosquito's leg is still meat. After 2 days when he reaches the unpolished Jade Realm he'll hold another one. This will be 2 mosquitoes' legs." Wei Pai said helplessly, "So shameless it's not appropriate, is it?" Jing Dafeng turned his head to Zhou Lian and laughed. "Do you think it's appropriate?" Zhou Lian said seriously, "I think it's quite appropriate." Wei Pai laughed. "Fine, then I'll hold another one and collect another batch of divine money and various spiritual weapons." Jing Dafeng said, "But when the time comes, Oxhorn Mountain will reopen the shop and sell those gifts at a high price. I think it's really shameless." Zhou Lian chuckled. "I'll sell it. I'll just be the shopkeeper. There's no need for Mountain God Wei to appear, so what's there to be afraid of? At worst I'll let Mount Biyun spread the word that a thief stole everything from Mountain God Wei's house." Wei Pai rubbed his eyebrows. "It's better to open the shop before the Xianxia night party. Since I'm already shameless, I might as well let them know that I'm short of money." Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let people mistakenly think that you need the immortal money to help increase your chances of breaking through. This second night banquet is very meaningful. The ceremony of the mountain worshipping might not be much worse than the first." Zhou Lian and Jing Dafeng looked at each other and smiled. Then the three began to think about the details of upgrading a mid-level blessed land. After Zhou Lian and Pei Qian entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Nanyuan Kingdom, last time Zhou Lian went there alone again. The opening and closing of a blessed land was not a casual matter. The loss of spiritual energy was great and could easily damage the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Therefore, every time he entered a new blessed land he had to be very careful. Zhou Lian went to find the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. Under Zhong Qiu's recommendation he met the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. The conversation was not pleasant, but it was not too stiff. Later Zhong Qiu gave the finishing touch. He seemed to be asking about Zhou Lian's identity, whether he was the legendary noble young master Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian did not admit or deny. The Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom's face and eyes changed on the spot, reducing some of his hesitation. Zhou Lian was now the banished immortal. Of course the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom was afraid. But if this banished immortal who fell from the sky was Zhou Lian, the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom was only afraid. It was very simple. In history, which martial madman killed 9 people and the other 9 grandmasters? The battlefield was in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Who would not be afraid of doing business with such a person? In the end, Zhou Lian casually said to the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, "No matter how strong you are, there is a method of immortality out there. Your Lotus Blossom Blessed Land cannot compare." So many emperors who cultivated immortality died because they did not know the method. Therefore the emperor's eyes changed from fear to fervor. Although the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu was worried, he did not say anything at that time. After the 3 people in the small courtyard talked about this important matter, there was another important matter. The matter of Pei Qian practicing martial arts. Howl, howl and cry. On the second floor it was like this almost every day. Wei Pai was a little worried that Qin Pingan's temperament would change. When Qin Pingan returned to Luopa Mountain, who would bear the responsibility? Zheng Dafeng said that he was the gatekeeper at the foot of the mountain. Of course it was Zhu Lian the housekeeper. Zhu Lian said that he could not bear the responsibility and should let Senior Cui Qing of Bamboo House do it. Wei Pai was a little speechless. Wei Pai hesitated for a long time and said, "If Qin Pingan really gets angry, I will hide in Cloud Mountain. Where will you two go?" Zheng Dafeng looked at Zhu Lian. "I will stay away from Bamboo House." Zhu Lian smiled. "Okay, there won't be a big problem. If there really is, no one can stop it. Maybe it will be better if my young master is on the mountain. But since he is not, things will inevitably happen. We can only wait and see." Wei Pai had a headache and left. Zheng Dafeng thought for a while and went down the mountain to the small town. He went to the Yang family shop not to borrow money, but to ask about some things to pay attention to in managing the blessed land. The old man who was smoking did not answer those trivial matters. He just sneered. "Do you really think Luopa Mountain is your home?" The hunchbacked man smiled. "I think it's quite good." Old Yang said, "Send a letter to Lion Peak in North Continent for these trivial matters. Li Lu will tell you." Zheng Dafeng nodded. Zheng Dafeng asked, "Can I use the true energy talisman on others?" Old Yang said, "Up to you." Zheng Dafeng got up and left. In the shop in front, the hunchbacked man leaned on the counter and said a few words to the junior sister, making the junior brother so sullen that he wanted to hit someone. On Luopa Mountain. At dawn one day, the tanned girl who should have been able to go to the second floor of Bamboo House ran all the way to the foot of Luopa Mountain. She sat on the steps and secretly wiped her tears. If she took another step, she would leave Luopa Mountain. So she sat there in a daze. And she knew that if she was late to Bamboo House, she would only suffer more. She slowly got up and planned to climb the mountain. But she found old Chef sitting on the steps behind her. Pei Qian held the mountain staff and said angrily, "Old Chef, are you afraid that I will secretly run back to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley? Am I that kind of coward?" Zhu Lian shook his head and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with you running back to Dragon Riding Alley." Pei Qian sat back on the ground and placed the mountain staff horizontally. Then she crossed her arms in anger. Zhu Lian sat on the steps behind and said with a smile, "If you're afraid that young master will be disappointed, I don't think there's a need. Your master will not be disappointed or angry with you just because you gave up halfway through the fist technique. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Only if you slack off and delay copying the book will he be disappointed." Pei Qian's tears gushed out of her eyes. Every time Qin Rushu carried her out of Bamboo House and she woke up from the medicine bucket, she wanted to copy the book no matter what. But her soul and body trembled. How could her hands not tremble? During this period of time, no matter how hard she clenched her teeth and persevered, no matter how many methods she used, such as tying her hand and pen together, she still could not write a word properly. She had accumulated a lot of debt. Zhu Lian said to the slender figure, "But there are two kinds of slack. Slack in the state of mind is scarier. If you can make up for your debt one day while practicing the fist technique, then it's not really slack. Your master will think that you're doing the right thing. Because your master always thinks that everyone has things that they can't do well. It's not a fault if you have the will but not the strength. When you have the will and the strength, you can make up for your debt one by one. It's even rarer." Pei Qian wiped her face, got up silently and ran up the mountain. Zhu Lian sat on the spot and turned to look. One day Zhu Lian was cooking in the kitchen. He was not as attentive as he usually was. Today he had carefully prepared many seasonal dishes. Because at the door stood a tanned girl on the verge of collapse. Her arms hung limply and her face was pale. She wobbled all the way here and said that she was hungry today. Therefore Zhu Lian planned to reward this charcoal girl's 5 viscera temple. Then Tsin Yuanji said that there was a guest visiting Luopa Mountain. He came from Old Dragon City and called himself Sun Jiashu. Zhu Lian was wearing an apron and said, "Oh." He only said to let the Sun family's head wait first. If it really didn't work, he would shout Wei Pai's name a few times and let this guy entertain the other party first. Pei Qian said, "Old Chef, you go do the important things. I've already cooked a few dishes. It's enough. I'll let Mealy serve the table later." In the courtyard, the little water monster who helped Pei Qian carry the mountain staff immediately straightened her back and said loudly, "Zhou Mealy, temporarily the right protector of Dragon Rider Alley's Sui Sui shop, received the order. Pei Qian nodded, turned his head and said with a straight face, "If you do well when my master comes home, I'll put in some good words for you to be promoted to the right protector of Luopa Mountain. There's also a chance." Zhou Mili puffed out her chest and grinned, but she quickly closed her mouth. But in the kitchen Zhou Lian didn't even turn his head. "I think what I'm busy with now is important." Pei Qian hesitated for a moment. "Old chef, you should go see that person. You've cooked so many dishes. What if you can't finish them?" Zhou Mili was about to say something righteous, but Pei Qian turned his head and glared at her. Zhou Mili immediately said loudly, "I'm not hungry today." Zhu Lian put down the spatula, untied his apron and left the kitchen and the courtyard. In the main room, Pei Qian asked Zhou Mili to bring the dishes to the main table one by one. But what made Zhou Mili strange was that Pei Qian also asked her to bring an extra set of chopsticks and put it on the main seat facing the door. Zhou Mili took a big bowl, filled it with rice and sat on a bench with Pei Qian. Because Zhou Mili needed to help Pei Qian with chopsticks and feed him, it was a common thing recently. As the right protector, she was often needed to make contributions. Pei Qian said that Zhou Mili would record all the things that Zhou Mili did in the Book of Merits. When the master returned home, it would be the time to reward her according to her merits. Every time Zhou Mili fed Pei Qian a mouthful of rice, she wolfed it down. Then when she looked up, she saw Pei Qian looking at the empty seat where the bowl and chopsticks were placed quietly. Then Pei Qian looked away and seemed to be a little happy. He shook his head and shoulders and told Zhou Mili to give him another small bowl of rice. She had to eat more today. When she was full, she could eat more tomorrow. After Zhou Mili got up, she took the empty bowl and went to the rice bucket on the small stool beside her to get more rice. When her back was to Pei Qian, the little water monster secretly wiped her face and sniffed. He was not really stupid. She didn't know that every time Pei Qian ate a mouthful of rice, he would feel pain all over his body. It was the 5th day of May. People who practice Taoism should enter the famous mountains. Qin Pingon met a pair of scholars and study boys deep in the mountains of Fuxiu Kingdom. They were two ordinary people. The scholar failed in the imperial examination, so he read some strange stories and the writings of scholars. He heard that the masters of Taoism all disappeared in the secluded mountains, so he wanted to find one or two of them to see if he could learn some immortal spells. He always felt that it was easier than passing the imperial examination and returning home in glory. Therefore he worked hard to find ancient temples and Taoist temples and old men in the mountains. He suffered a lot along the way. When Qin Pingon met them on a mountain path, the young scholar and the young study boy were already yellow and thin, and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Under the hot sun, the young scholar was fishing in a stream. The young scholar hid under the shade of a tree to enjoy the cool air. Every now and then he would ask if he had caught anything. The young scholar was miserable and unhappy and he only said no. At that time, Qin Pingon was lying on the branch of an ancient pine tree. He closed his eyes and rested his mind. At the same time he practiced the sword furnace stance and Xianxia sleeping stance. In the end, the young scholar finally touched a thorny ant Huang. He was overjoyed. He held the fish with both hands and said loudly that it was a big one. He was so excited that he wanted to claim credit from his master. In the end, his hands were pierced by the thorns and he ran away. The young scholar threw away a wild banana leaf that was used as a fan. He originally wanted to take a look at the big fish, but the young study boy sat in the stream and cried loudly. The young scholar sighed and told him not to worry. He comforted him by saying that he was lucky to get it, but if he didn't, it was his fate. Unexpectedly, the young study boy heard this and cried even harder. The young scholar was so worried that he squatted by the stream and scratched his head. Qin Pingon then took out the bamboo box and carried it on his back. He held a brand new bamboo mountain walking stick in his hand and floated down the mountain path. He walked slowly. After accidentally encountering the scholar and the young man, he took off his bamboo chest, rolled up his trouser legs and sleeves, and without saying anything he went down the stream and found a place where there were a lot of fish. Then he began to move the stones close to the stream and built a dam upstream. Moving horizontally, vertically and horizontally, he began to catch fish in his own territory, which was as shallow as a palm's width. Very soon quite a number of huanggupa and boat nails were thrown ashore. The young man's eyes lit up. According to the young master's words in the Jianghu, this was called enlightenment. Being imbued with 60 years' worth of power by a martial arts senior who had taken a fancy to him. On the mountain, it was like being supported by an immortal who taught him the art of immortality. The young man forgot about the burning pain in his hand. He imitated Qin Pingan's example and carried stones to scoop water. Sure enough, he gained something. They were all small fish in the wild stream whose names he did not know. Although they could not be compared to that senior, they were more than enough to make lunch with his master. However, as soon as they thought about how they were going to make a fire to cook the fish, the young scholar and the young man began to stare at each other. If the route was correct, they were still more than 100 li away from the nearest county town. They really had not seen smoke for a long time. At the beginning of their journey, they felt that the extremely annoying sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking in the countryside and villages. Now they really missed it. Fortunately, the young man in green, who did not look like a bad person at all, taught the young man a unique skill. He picked a few green foxtails and skewered the fish that had been dissected and cleaned. Then he put them on a big rock by the stream and exposed them to the sun. The young man did not care. He applied what he had learned. After cleaning the fish, which were as big as his palm and as small as his pinky finger, he put them one by one on the hot rock by the stream. The scholar introduced himself. He was from Lujiao County in Futsiu Country. His surname was Liu and his name was Dun. He invited the young man in green to rest under the shade of a tree. The young servant squatted on the side and looked at the dozens of fish lying on the rocks not far away. He was secretly happy. The young man said his surname was Qin. He came from a small country in the south and had traveled all the way here. Liu Dun chatted with him mainly because he hoped to be able to travel together with this young Master Qin to his hometown in Lujiao County. Otherwise, he would already be embarrassingly short of money, with only 500 to 600 miles left. How was he going to travel? In fact, on the way back home, there were two local influential families that had been friends with his family for generations. He could borrow some money, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Especially the family that was closer to his hometown. They had people of the same age who were famous on the apricot roll in this year's imperial examination. It would be embarrassing if he visited them like a beggar. As for the other family, there was a beautiful lady in that family. She was elegant and quiet. She was famous for being a beauty. He was even more embarrassed to go. Qin Pingan took out some dry food from the bamboo box and handed it to the master and servant. After the young scholar expressed his gratitude, he did not stand on ceremony and gave half to the young servant. The three of them ate the dry food together. Qin Pingan said that the dried fish in the stream could be eaten directly. Could be considered to be filling. The scholar and the young servant were suddenly enlightened. The young scholar was a scholar after all. He said that he had once seen a similar record in a book called Western Border Miscellaneous Records. It said that the scorching sun was terrible. Try to stick the flatbread on the brick wall and it was cooked in a short time. The young servant was very proud. His young master was naturally very knowledgeable. Qin Pingan patiently listened to the young scholar's explanation. When he was chewing and swallowing slowly, he was also thinking about some things. The Green Oriole Kingdom bought a set of 24 solar terms Guyu invitation at Longdu. There were a lot of them, but they were not expensive. 12 snowflakes cost money. The expensive one was the Guyu card, which cost 48 snowflakes. In order to bargain for 2 snowflakes, Qin Pingan spent a lot of effort at that time. He bought 3 bamboo cricket cages in the Jingnan Kingdom where cricket fighting was popular. He planned to give them to Pei Qian and Zhou Mili. Of course, he did not forget the girl in pink, Qin Rushu. The 3 small porcelain pots in the Lanfang Kingdom could be used to plant small green pines and orchids. The bonsai in the Lanfang Kingdom was the best in the territory of more than 10 countries. It was also a pot for 3 people. However, even if they planted flowers and plants, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili would let Qin Rushu take care of them. Soon they would not have the patience to water them every day and move them in and out often. There was an incense burner made by the previous dynasty in the Jinfei Kingdom. There was also a skillful hollow golden ball. It was nested in order from big to small. There were as many as 9 balls. In the end, Qin Pingan did not agree to go with the young scholar. But in the end he gave them his brook fishes and some fish hooks and fishing lines. After the 2 of them thanked him again, they continued on their way. Qin Pingan sat by the stream in the mountain and began to breathe. After so many years of traveling, Qin Pingan had met many people and also admired many people. But there was one person who, during the most difficult trip to the Bookslip Lake, seemed to be very inconspicuous. She was just a small passerby on the muddy road of the human world. But Qin Pingon still remembered her clearly. That was an old woman from the countryside who had a rough life. At that time Qin Pingon took Xing Yi and Ma Duyi to repay the debt. Near the stream in the village, Qin Pingon saw a poor old woman with a crooked figure. Her clothes were clean. Even if it was mended, there was still a sense of dilapidation. The old woman had just finished washing her clothes by the stream. She walked back home with a large bamboo basket. Then she saw the ghost that her grandson had turned into after his death. It possessed Xing Ye's body and ran to the old woman's side, kowtowing with all its might. The old woman hurriedly put the bamboo basket full of clean clothes on the muddy ground and squatted down to try to help the strange young man that she could not recognize. That scene. It could be remembered by Qin Pingon for a lifetime. It could even be said that for Qin Pingon she was like a very small but very warm light in the book-slip lake where he could not even see his fingers. Qin Pingon clearly felt the power of 2 words from the old woman for the first time. Come. It was as if all the invisible rules and sufferings of the world were not worth mentioning when they landed on the old woman's body. The world was divided into the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain. There was also the difference between rich and poor. But the weight of suffering was not necessarily the same. When it fell on everyone's head, if someone heard a word of suffering, it could be the pain of someone else being stabbed. It was very difficult to use reason to explain anything. It was just the same kind of suffering. Only the word calm was unchangeable throughout the ages. Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes. He was actually forced to withdraw from the inner vision of a cultivator. His mind was greatly moved. But it was definitely not the chaotic scene of a martial artist going mad. He only felt his sleeves bulging. Qin Pingon was actually completely unable to restrain his fist intent. 2 places in his heart were like God's beating drums, shaking endlessly. Qin Pingon stood up. His body staggered and he stepped into the stream. Then he gritted his teeth and stood still, 1 foot in the mountain and 1 foot in the water. When the drum sounded, the fire dragon in the Qi mansion acupoint in his body swam. It was like a series of spring thunder vibrating, naturally exploding in the small world of the human body. After the drums stopped, Qin Pingon had a heroic courage. 528. Saint Yuan Chong, who had disappeared for a long time, finally returned home. He first went to the shop by the Dragon Whisker River and met his disciple Su Xiaoqiao. Then, before going to the mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, he threw out the 2 demons that were attached to the immortal mansion in the west but did not follow the rules out of the land. Only then did Yuan Chong return to his own mountain. The 12 disciples who were accepted after Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao were called together by second senior brother Donggu and asked them to practice their sword skills one by one. Yuan Chong was expressionless and did not give any specific swordsmanship to this group of registered disciples. He sat on the bench and after watching he got up to forge a sword. This made the group of high-spirited nominal disciples feel uneasy. The eldest senior sister who liked to wear green clothes did not show up from the beginning to the end. 4th senior brother Xieling was present. He sighed and returned to his house to continue cultivating. As soon as Yuan Chong appeared, there were people rushing to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, hoping to be favored by this immortal. There were young disciples who were escorted by the noble families of Dali, young boys and girls who came alone, and many wild cultivators who hoped to become guests on the mountain. There were all kinds of people. This made Yuan Chong's nominal eldest disciple, Donggu, a little annoyed. Donggu had to be the master of the 12 juniors who had not recorded the ancestral hall's pedigree for the time being. He also had to take care of the affairs of the sect. Moreover, the 12 of them had been cultivating in the Dragon Spring Sword sect for a period of time. Their aptitude and talent were about the same. Their human nature gradually revealed. Some of them admitted that their talent in swordsmanship was not as good as others, so they were distracted by interpersonal relationships. Some of them immersed themselves in training but could not make progress in swordsmanship. Some of them were respectful and modest on the mountain but liked to call themselves disciples of the sword sect when they went down the mountain. There was also the innate sword embryo who was far better than his peers. He had privately asked Donggu to learn another superior swordsmanship of the Wind Snow Temple. As for the immortal sects that built mansions in the western mountains, many of them visited the Divine Grace Mountain. Naturally, Donggu still had to come out and build a relationship. It was a very energy-consuming thing. Eldest senior sister Wuxia would definitely not pay attention to it. Junior sister Xiaoxia was cold and naturally did not like to socialize. Xialing was naturally unwilling to smile and say good things to others. If it were not for the fact that the Dragon Spring Sword sect did not need to worry about money, Donggu would have wanted to take the initiative to ask Master Wan Chong to open a peak, so that he could cultivate in seclusion. Donggu had set a rule for himself that he had to reach the nascent soul stage within 100 years. After all, he was different from Su Xiaoqiao, who was one of the sword cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple. Although Donggu was the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, he was not a sword cultivator, which was against the rules. Wanju did not mind it, but Donggu felt extremely guilty about it. Thus Donggu thought of the stupidest method. If he was not a sword cultivator, then he would use his cultivation level to make up for it. As for junior brother Xialing, he had already nurtured a natal flying sword and was now nourishing it. Not only that, the ancestor of the Xia family, the heavenly monarch of the North Continent Xiexi, who had shown the demeanor of suppressing an entire continent, had given this descendant of the Peach Leaf Alley 2 treasures. One was the Sword Immortal's relic of the North Continent that Xialing had refined into his natal item. It was called Peach Leaf. It was a natal flying sword left behind by the Sword Immortal after he had disintegrated. Although it was not Xialing's natal flying sword, once it was refined into a natal item, the power of the Sword Immortal's relic could be imagined. There was also a sword-strengthening gourd called Full Moon, which was of extremely high quality. Donggu was well aware that his junior brother Xialing did not regard him as a senior brother at all. It was not that Xialing was arrogant and domineering just because of his family background. On the contrary, Xialing did not show any disrespect to Donggu, nor did he show any disdain for Donggu's true identity. Xialing would never refuse to help if he could. Sometimes when Donggu reached the golden core stage, Xialing would take the initiative to teach him swordsmanship on his behalf. No one could find any fault with this Xialing. However, Xialing's foundation and opportunities were too good. On the mountain he only had eyes for Wanxiu. Below the mountain he only had eyes for Xialing and a few other young people including Ma Kushuan. At Donggu's and Xialing's level, the food on the mountain was naturally no longer grains. Most of them followed the recipes meticulously compiled by the 100 schools of thought to prepare 3 meals a day. This was actually very costly. However, the Dragon Spring Sword sect had a large family business and few disciples. Wan Tian was also the #1 consecrator of the Dali dynasty. Every year he could receive a large salary from the imperial court. As for Donggu, because he was in the Golden Elixir realm, and because he went to the Book Slip Lake in his early years, he did not do much and earned a small amount of credit. After that he received a peace token from the Ministry of Justice. Now he was also a member of the Dali family, so he also received a considerable amount of official salary. Today Wan Tian left the sword furnace and personally prepared a table of dishes. He only called Donggu. When Donggu saw the dishes on the table, he knew that his senior sister would definitely come. As expected, Wan Xiu quickly entered the house. She served herself and sat beside Wan Tian. Donggu naturally had his back to the door and sat opposite his master Wan Tian. Eat slowly, no one will fight with you. Wan Tian naturally placed some red braised pork in his daughter's bowl before saying to Donggu, "I heard that the original governor, Wu Yuan, has been transferred out of the new province?" Donggu immediately placed down his chopsticks and said politely, "After the Dragon Spring Commandery was promoted to the Dragon Province, this disciple of the imperial tutor did not become the governor of the Dragon Province naturally. Instead, he was transferred to the former territory of the Zhuing dynasty to the south of Lakeview Academy, near the foot of Dali's new central peak. He continued as governor of a region. They all guessed that the imperial tutor had placed great hopes on Wu Yuan in the past, so he had come here to take the lead in expanding the territory. However, he never thought he would be ostracized by the 4 major families and 10 major clans of the small town together, suffering many soft rebuffs. Although he was later promoted from a district magistrate to a governor, Sir Imperial Tutor was already dissatisfied with him. As a result, when the commandery was promoted to a province, Wu Yuan, who had actually worked hard even if he did not contribute much, was demoted to a foreign country. The Dragon Spring Commandery was promoted to the Dragon Province, occupying a vast area. It governed the 4 commanderies of Celadon, Baoshi, Sanjiang and Burning Incense. The small town still belonged to Huaihuang County. Now that the district magistrate Yuan had been promoted to the governor of the Celadon Commandery, the supervisor of the Dragon Kiln, Supervisor Chao, remained in his original position. However, the Ministry of Rights had secretly changed the supervisor's official rank, making him equivalent to a governor of a region. As a result, the two young prodigies of the Pillar Kingdom had actually both been promoted. It was just that one of them was in the open while the other was unknown. The governor of the Dragon Province was an outsider to Dali's bureaucracy. He came from the vassal state of Huangting. His name was Wei Li and he came from a frigid clan. In Huangting his official rank was only a measly governor of the 4th rank, but in Dali he became a true feudal official. This surprised the Dali court very much. Afterwards, rumors spread through the capital. It was said that he had been personally selected by the minister of Dali's Ministry of Appointments, so there was no dispute. How could such an exceptional act of promoting a vassal to an important official of Dali go against the rules? The emperor had not said anything anyway and the Ministry of Rights had not made a fuss either, so who would be bold enough to cause trouble? Did they really think old Minister Guan was someone to be trifled with? There were not a lot of Dali officials who could argue with imperial tutor Cui and even win an argument. Apart from the changes in the bureaucracy, the 3 city gods of the provinces, prefectures and districts all had their positions fixed too. The 2 city gods of the prefectures and districts were local heroic spirits recommended by the 2 neighboring provinces. Although they had already been recorded by the Ministry of Rights of Dali as candidates for the Confucian temples, city gods and gods of mountains and rivers, under normal circumstances, they were not fated to be given a particularly good position. This time they had become the city god of the Dragon Province for some reason, which was an enviable and lucrative position. As the first city god of the Dragon Province with the highest divine position, the truth about this city god had caused quite a stir in the officialdom of Great Li. Quite a few important officials from the central government were watching the 2 pillars of Great Li as a joke. As the city god of the province, he was not a candidate recommended by the 2 surnames. Instead he came from a small piece of land called Steamed Bun Mountain where the Xihua and Chongdan rivers intersected. Wan Tong said slowly, "It's not necessarily a bad thing that Wu Yuan is far away from Dali." Donggu was not too familiar with the inner workings of Dali's government, so he was afraid to say anything. However, Donggu still felt rather regretful about Wu Yuan's departure, as this young governor knew how to conduct himself very well. Donggu admired the way he interacted with the Dragon Spring Sword sect very much. Fortunately, the new governor of the Baoshi Commandery was called Fu Yu. He was one of the first government officials to enter the town with Wu Yuan in the past. He was originally a secretary. Only when he emerged from behind the scenes did many of his colleagues who had worked with him for many years discover in surprise that this governor Fu actually came from the eldest son of the Fu clan of Dali. The Fu clan was a powerful clan outside the surnames of the pillars of the kingdom. After Fu Yu became the governor of the Baoshi Commandery, he paid a visit to the Dragon Spring Sword sect very soon. Donggu had a pleasant conversation with him, which was quite a good thing. Wan Tong said, "In the future you don't have to worry about receiving and seeing people off on the mountain. As long as you don't turn down these matters, you'll never be able to finish them. How are you supposed to cultivate then? The foundation of the Dragon Spring Sword sect isn't how to conduct themselves." Wan Tong glanced at Donggu, who was trembling in fear. He probably misunderstood that Wan Tong was not very satisfied with his eldest disciple. Wan Tong had a rare smile on his face. "I didn't take you in as a disciple to do odd jobs. When it comes to cultivation you're now half a stickler on the mountain. Every time you encounter a small bottleneck on the mountain, you don't have to waste your time on the mountain. You can take this opportunity to go out and gain experience. Usually, you'll take the initiative to communicate with the Ministry of Justice of Dali. Now that the Aquarius continent is in chaos, you might be able to bring a few disciples back after you go down the mountain. Next time, you can talk to the Ministry of Justice and make a trip to the mountain boundary of Gan Province first. No matter what, you still have to win over the Wind Snow Temple." Donggu nodded as if relieved of a heavy burden. He was full of gratitude to his master. His master's words were not only to relieve his pressure, but also to teach him. More importantly, it was equivalent to letting him gain the approval of the cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple. Wan Tong suddenly picked up his chopsticks and slapped away his daughter's chopsticks that were reaching for the last piece of braised pork. leave some for Donggu. Wan Xiu had already filled several bowls of rice by now. Donggu didn't dare to laugh. Wan Tong said to Donggu, "What do you think of the 12 in-name disciples?" Donggu described the talents and temperaments of the 12 people one by one. Wan Tong looked at his daughter. Wan Xiu picked up a large amount of food with her chopsticks and slightly shook it so she didn't pick up much. Wan Tong looked at the dishes that were almost empty and simply pushed them in front of her. Wan Xiu smiled and asked, "Father, why don't you drink today?" Wan Tong shook his head and suddenly said, "In the future when you go to the Dragon Spine Mountain to cultivate, just remember not to have any conflicts with the cultivators of Martial Mountain. Also, no matter what strange things you encounter, don't be surprised. Father knows what to do." Wan Xiu nodded. Wan Tong asked about the recent situation of Dolly. The Dragon Spring Sword sect had the most detailed mountain and river bulletin of the Aquarius continent, which was personally prepared by the Dolly Imperial Court and regularly sent to the cloud-spreading mountain and spirit-graceful mountain of Longquan Prefecture. Wan Tong said without any reason, "In fact, the disciple I wanted to take the most was Zhou Xian. Donggu had heard of this person. He was best friends with Qin Pingon of Mud Bottle Alley. He almost died at the hands of the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain. Because of this, Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon became mortal enemies with Xingyang Mountain and the Su clan of Qingfeng City. When the Su clan sold the completed immortal mansion to the Dolly Imperial Court at a low price, it was not without fear of Qin Pingon. Later, the Su clan of Qingfeng City took advantage of the situation and made some measures to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. They married a daughter of the first wife to a bastard son of the Yuan clan of Shangzhou State, and even provided money and manpower to help the Yuan clan's descendants control a troop of cavalry at the border. After all, no one could have imagined that the youth of Mud Bottle Alley would be able to walk step by step to this day. Wan Tong and Donggu only ate a few dishes symbolically. Then the master and disciple began to take a walk. Donggu said softly, "Mountain God Wei has organized another night banquet. The shop left behind by the bag shop at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry has been reopened. The items sold are all gifts from the gods of mountains and rivers and cultivators from all over the world." Wan Tong smiled and said, "It seems that Luopa Mountain is very short of money." Compared to Donggu, who was in the Golden Core realm, Wan Tong was not only in the unpolished Jade realm, but also a saint. Therefore he could see more clearly. Wei Pai's breakthrough this time was the kind that did not have a bottleneck. To be precise, the bottleneck of Wei Pai's ascension to the upper 5 realms had long been broken by someone, and it was done very cleverly. Wan Tong also came to this conclusion after a long period of observation. What Wei Pai pursued was the unpolished Jade realm that was easily accessible, and more flawless, not whether or not he could break through. Therefore that person's bamboo blade at Chess Block Mountain was very accurate. Wan Tong felt melancholy. In the ordinary sense, the level of a great sword immortal's sword technique and the amount of sword intent could be barely seen by sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were slightly inferior. However, for some people it would take many years for one to see the strength of their swords. Great strength but not obvious. At the end of the day, the sword still had to land on the human heart to see the skill. Wan Tong hoped that one day such a sword cultivator would appear in the Dragon Spring Sword sect, even if it was a little later. Donggu quickly bid farewell and left. Wan Tong looked into the distance. The Northern Peak realm as the place where Dolly rose, Wei Pai, the Northern Peak mountain god, the only mountain god that could contend against him in the Aquarius continent, was not in the Middle Peak, but the Southern Peak, a female mountain god. The current Dolly Middle Peak was the old Middle Peak of the Zhuang dynasty. The mountain god was still the same, and could be said to have profited from a disaster, becoming the Middle Peak of the Aquarius continent. The Mo family ranger sword cultivator Su Ruo was currently overseeing the Middle Peak mountain god. Wan Tong had his eyes on the new western peak Ganzhou Mountain. Because it was not far from the Wind Snow Temple, and Ganzhou Mountain was not in the 5 peaks of any dynasty, Wan Tong's trip was the easiest. Therefore, the number 1 sword forger of the Aquarius continent also went to the Wind Snow Temple to catch up with his seniors and fellow disciples. This was actually the new emperor of Dolly deliberately giving the Dragon Spring Sword sect a merit of supporting the dragon. Compared to the surging undercurrents and murderous intents on Su Ruo's side, Wan Tong had nothing to worry about. On the other hand, Dolly's new eastern peak, Qi Mountain, was in a chaotic battle. Most of the top worshippers of Dali were gold core and nascent soul earth immortals. During the Dali mountain conferring ceremony, there was an extremely fierce battle. Cultivators from various countries swarmed in from all directions, trying to kill their way up the mountain and kill the Dali envoy. In the end, even the new emperor's conferring ceremony, golden mud, silver rope, seal of seals, was almost shattered by a hostile nascent soul cultivator. After repelling those cultivators, the worshippers of Dali also suffered heavy casualties. After that, the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites of Dali took the place of the Heavenly Patrol. It was another encirclement that was obviously a trap. Still, many cultivators from various destroyed countries entered the trap and died generously. This caused the spiritual energy in the area around the new eastern peak Qi Mountain, within a radius of 1,000 miles, to be extremely chaotic. After that, there were sporadic cultivators rioting. However, Qi Mountain finally became Dali's new eastern peak after a bumpy journey. The deity in charge was one of the old 5 peaks of Dali. Compared to the conferring of the 5 peaks, Dali had already begun to choose a site in the southern part of the Aquarius continent to build a temporary capital. Song Jisun would be conferred as a vassal in Old Dragon City. When the temporary capital was built, Song Jisun, who was named Song Mu on the Imperial Clan Court's registry, would be in charge of the temporary capital. One of the sites was the old capital of the Zhuang dynasty. The advantage was that it did not consume too much national power. The disadvantage on the surface was that it was too close to Lakeview Academy. As for the more hidden taboos of the imperial court, naturally, there were some people who did not want the new vassal Song Mu to rely on the coordination of the temporary capital and Old Dragon City to take over half of the Aquarius continent. However, the final location of the temporary capital was not decided by the Dali imperial court. As the chief consecrator of Dali, Yuan Tong could make suggestions. The new emperor of the Song clan would definitely listen to his suggestions. However, Yuan Tong would only remain silent. Wan Xiu appeared beside Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong, who had gone to the Wind Snow Temple this time, said softly, "When father was young, the teachers of the Wind Snow Temple all felt that the world would not change too much. They only needed to cultivate well. Therefore, us juniors had similar thoughts. Now all the old people are sighing. They can no longer see what the Aquarius continent will be like in just a few decades. Xiu, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing?" Wan Xiu thought for a while and did not answer the question. The Dragon Spring Sword sect has one less blessed land. Yuan Tong's expression became serious. He used the saint's ability to isolate a small world. There are 2 things. First, the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform in the Dragon Spine Mountain was divided into 3. They belong to our Dragon Spring Sword sect, Wind Snow Temple and True Martial Mountain. However, you may not know that the dragon beheading platform that the Wind Snow Temple is in charge of guarding and mining is almost an empty shell. Father has always pretended not to see it. Therefore, when I visited the ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple and mentioned this matter, the ancestor said that I did not need to care about it. It was equivalent to tacitly admitting that the dragon beheading platform had disappeared. Therefore, when you go there to cultivate, you do not need to care about this matter. The second thing is the blessed land that you mentioned. Actually, the Yang family shop can do business there. There are ready-made ones, but the price will probably be difficult to accept. Actually, the price is fine. At most, we can just buy it on credit. At this point, Yuan Tong looked at his daughter and said worriedly, "I still don't want to cause any trouble." At the end of the day, he still did not want Wan Xiu to get involved too early. Everything that Yuan Tong had done, from leaving the Wind Snow Temple to becoming the Saint of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven at the cost of his cultivation base, to establishing his own sect, to being invited by the Song clan to be a consecrator, and so on, was all for his daughter. However, Wan Xiu said, "Father, there's no problem. Father, do you understand what kind of temper old Yang has?" Yuan Tong smiled and said, "Father, I really don't know. Other than Qi Jingchun, there were so many saints from the 3 sects and 1 family in the history of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Probably no one dared to say that they knew what that old man was thinking." Yuan Tong was no exception. Wan Xiu looked at the town and took out an embroidered handkerchief. She picked up a piece of pastry and said vaguely, "It's very simple. Old Yang will bet heavily on whoever is purer and has the hope of going higher. I don't think I'm bad, so father, you can give it a try. As for the price, why don't you tell that senior that the Dragon Spring Sword sect wants the ready-made blessed land, no matter how big it is? As for what you need Wuxia to do in the future, it will depend on Wuxia's mood. Wan Tong was puzzled. Is that okay? Wuxia narrowed her eyes and smiled. Probably because the pastry tasted good, she was in a good mood. She clapped her hands and said, "Let's give it a try." Wan Tong hesitated for a moment. Are we really going to talk like that? Wuxia nodded. He was about to reach out. Wan Tong had already used his saint's divine power and silently appeared in the backyard of the Yang family shop. Wuxia sighed. She wanted her father to bring some pastries back. In less than half an hour, Wan Tong returned to the spiritual Grace Mountain with a strange expression. Looking at his daughter, he shook his head and sighed. Is there really such a good thing as a free lunch falling from the sky? When doing business with Old Yang, there was one thing that could be guaranteed. It was even more reliable than any oath in the world. That was, the words that this senior said were accurate and there was no need to doubt. Wuxia glanced at the sky and thought that it would be good if some pastries fell. In Old Dragon City, located at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent, after the two major events of Fu Nanhua marrying the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest and the city lord fighting a ninth realm martial artist, to the Qi cultivators, it was just a short time to catch their breath before they welcomed an even bigger event. Song Mu of Dali, as the younger brother of the current Emperor Dali of the same father and mother, had now become the most powerful vassal king of the Song family, and happened to be vassal of Old Dragon City. The other sons of the previous emperor had also received the title of vassal king, but they were all three-word kings. They left Dali to go to the various destroyed countries, but they were far inferior to Song Mu, the king who was on par with him. It was to the extent that it was frightening. To Old Dragon City, which was used to being free and undisciplined, this should have been a nightmare. However, the major clans, including the Fu family, seemed to have already communicated with the Dali imperial court. Not only did they not have any resistance, but they also did business in the vast territories north of Old Dragon City and south of the Zhuing dynasty. Compared to before, they had clear boundaries. Now the major clans in Old Dragon City had started to cooperate with each other. For example, the Fan family and the Sun family had a close relationship. No matter who worked with whom to make money, the only thing they had in common was that the trade routes of these major clans in Old Dragon City were opened by Dali. As long as they had the peace token, they could seek help from all the Dali cavalries and the vassal states of the Song family along the way. Therefore, when the Fu family gave up half of the inner city of Old Dragon City as Song Mu's vassal mansion, no one was surprised. However, as the hub of an entire continent, the business of the Old Dragon City was still affected to a certain extent at first. Many Qi refinement warriors who treated the Old Dragon City as a paradise and a nest of gold also left quietly to observe the changes. However, as the Tongya clan and the Jade Gui clan of the southern continent expressed their attitude one after another, the business of the Old Dragon City quickly returned to its peak. The business was prosperous even more so than before. Especially after Song Mu entered the Old Dragon City, the situation did not change at all. Many cultivators returned to the city one after another and continued to enjoy themselves. On this day, a young man who took off the vassal king's robe left the vassal mansion and went to a medicine shop in a shabby alley in the outer city with his maidservant. He did not have any retainers because he did not need them. We finally meet again. Song Jisun said respectfully. If not for Imperial Tutor's kindness, Song Jisun would not even have the chance to become a member of Dali's imperial family, much less be conferred the title of king and vassal of Old Dragon City. Cui Dongshan's words were shocking. Back then, you and Zhao Yao were both given gifts by Qi Jingchun. As for Zhao Yao, in order to survive, he made a deal with me and gave up the Chun's seal. It's hard to say what the gains and losses were. As for you, Qi Jingchun left those books for you. It's a pity that you didn't pay attention and didn't bother to read them. In fact, Qi Jingchun left behind the insights of Confucianism and legalism in those books. As long as you were sincere, you would naturally be able to read them. Qi Jingchun was not the kind of person who was inflexible. He had high expectations for you. Who was the one who did this shady business of Confucianism on the outside and legalism on the inside? If you had obtained that knowledge, your uncle and I might have left an extra claw on your clothes. Song Jisun's expression was as calm as ever. Cui Dongshan nodded. Your temperament is better than Zhao Yao's. It's no wonder that Zhao Yao admired you all those years ago and couldn't play chess as well as you. Cui Dongshan pointed at the bench. Song Jisun sat upright on the bench. Cui Dongshan was still sprawled on the table as if he was chatting with someone. He smiled and said, Song Yuzhang's death was truly not worth it. The methods used by the late emperor to build the covered bridge could not be exposed to the public. After all, so many of the Song clan's descendants had died. Song Yuzhang, the supervising official, not only did he not know when to stop and draw a clear line between himself and you so that he could enjoy the rest of his life in the Ministry of Rights, he actually treated you, a prince, as his illegitimate son. If this isn't courting death, how else can you find him? Song Jisun's cheeks moved slightly. He was probably gritting his teeth slightly. Cui Dongshan laughed and clicked his tongue. You Song Jisun have a big heart. You're still far-sighted when it comes to whether or not to sit on the dragon throne. But you're also narrow-minded. Even now you still can't let go of a mere mountain god, Song Yuzhang. Song Jisun clenched his fists and remained silent. Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, Ma Kushuan is pestering your maidservant. Do you feel unhappy in your heart? Song Jisun nodded. I know that GQ doesn't have any thoughts about him. However, this is ultimately a disgusting matter. Therefore, when the situation allows me to kill Ma Kushuan, I will personally slaughter this bastard from Apricot Blossom Lane. Cui Dongshan waved his hand and smiled. Bastard? Don't say such arrogant words. The descendants of the Song clan, the so-called heavenly royalty, are the bastards in Ma Kushuan's eyes. Furthermore, the Martial Mountain will definitely protect Ma Kushuan. Whether the laws were good or evil depended partly on the document and partly on the people. How the North is doing and how the South is doing will be a test between you, the vassal king, and His Majesty the Emperor. Don't take the Li dynasty's old man Guan as fools. Each and every one of them is watching you too with their eyes wide open. Song Jisun said in a deep voice, Thank you, Imperial Tutor, for your advice. Cui Dongshan smiled. Do you know why the late emperor wanted you to be the emperor, but before he died he asked your uncle to be the regent? Why did he have to act like the throne was passed down from brother to brother? Song Jisun's face slightly changed. Cui Dongshan twitched the corner of his mouth and pointed at Song Jisun. In the past it was the late emperor and the vassal Song Zhangqiang. Now it is the new emperor Song Mu. Song Jisun's lips slightly moved and his face turned pale. Cui Dongshan said, Your father has done a good job as the emperor. As for being a father, I think it is not bad. At least for you, the late emperor really gave a lot of thought. How much do you hate the Empress Dowager in your heart? Doesn't the new emperor have a reason to hate the late emperor? So Song Yuzhang's matter, the knot in your heart is a bit funny. The funny thing is not your feelings. Humans are not plants. How can they be emotionless? It is a very normal emotion. The funny thing is that you don't understand the rules. Do you really think that the person who killed Song Yuzhang was the descendant of the Lu family? Was it your mother who put his head in a wooden box and sent it to the capital? Was it the late emperor? Clearly it was and it wasn't. Can't you understand? You still dare to talk nonsense here and rely on the situation to kill Ma Kushuan, who seems to be the chosen one. Song Jisun stood up and bowed again. Imperial Tutor's teachings Song Jisun has learned. Cui Dongshan glanced at him and said, The books Qi Jingchun left you and the knowledge he imparted seem to teach you Confucianism on the surface. In reality it is the opposite. It is just that you have no chance to figure it out. Song Jisun sat down again, not saying a word. Cui Dongshan waved his hand. Song Jisun stood up and took his leave. He walked out of the alley with the servant girl GQ. Cui Dongshan came to the threshold and sat down, yawning. The old shopkeeper that he had casually brought along ran into the courtyard and asked flatteringly, Immortal Master Cui, is that person really the Dolly King Song Mu? Cui Dongshan said, That kid is lying to you. He's just teasing you. Lu Li's face was awkward. To believe or not to believe. This was a problem. Cui Dongshan waved his hand. Go back to being a shopkeeper. Lu Li hurriedly left the courtyard. Cui Dongshan changed his position and lay on the threshold, using his hands as a pillow. The matter of the Colorful Clothes Kingdom's Yanji County was only a small part of many plans. Using the Golden City God as a thread to affect the Colorful Clothes Kingdom was one of the small plans on the surface. What he and the old bastard really wanted was even more hidden. He wanted to use a tactful method that conformed to the rules and the Great Tao to release that poor guy in White Emperor City who had been suppressed by the Heavenly Master Talisman for 1,000 years. Now he should be called Lu Qiqing. For the time being he had no choice but to attach himself to the soul of a scholar. This favor, even if the other party did not want to repay it, he had to repay it. As for when he would repay this favor, it would depend on when Cui Dongshan came to find him. In the chess game of the Aquarius continent, there were many such unknown tricks. But for the two of them it was not a trick, it was just a normal game of chess. For example, in the Azure Luan country the old bastard had his eyes on Lu Qingfeng and Li Baozhen as well as that Wei Liang. The things that the three of them had done in the land of the Azure Luan country had far-reaching significance. It was even possible that their future influence would exceed that of the Aquarius continent. It was just that the three of them were not too clear about it. In the end, the first one to understand the significance was probably Lu Qingfeng, who was not even a cultivator. Living in a corner for more than 100 years, he had done so many trivial things. Sometimes Cui Dongshan would ask himself what was the meaning of this. If he just let it be and let it be, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. If the universe was changed, wouldn't it mean that the world had learned its lesson? Would the final result be better? Cui Dongshan opened his eyes wide, looking at the scenery above his head. The people who went with the flow were the majority of the people. Being a little smarter, they liked to take shortcuts when interacting with people, they wanted to find ways to save effort and energy, they wanted to do everything quickly. The faster they achieved their goals, the better. There was nothing wrong with that. In truth, to be able to do that, it was already not easy. But as the wise sages said, life is like a journey in reverse. I am also a traveler. So there were sages that said, the world is strange, there are all kinds of extraordinary views, often because it is dangerous and far away and rarely visited by people. Only those who have the will can slowly walk and see the spectacular sights. Cui Dongshan sighed. Everything in the world seemed to be boring in the end. Ma Xian, who was pulled out from the chessboard by Lu Qin. The martial artist of the 10th level Song Zhangqiang. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple Wei Jin. The young sword cultivator of the Zhou Ying dynasty, who obtained a blessing in disguise, who carried the fate of the country. Lu Xianyang, who broke and stood up, who practiced the sword in his dreams. Gu Qin, who did not change but became smarter, who understood the rules, who definitely had the chance to become a true wild cultivator that was more mature than Lu Laoqing. The leader of the Jianghu Li Lu. Guanxiu. The Yellow River in the Wind Thunder Garden. The hidden chess piece that Qi Jin personally nurtured and protected by the Divine Grandeur sect. Xialing, who had great fortune. There were also some young people who had not yet stood out or were not famous, who could possibly be the future pillars of the Aquarius continent. Cui Dongshan sat up and was in a daze for a while, then continued to lie down at the square table. His gaze shifted and the book on the table was opened, which was brought out from the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy. When Cui Dongshan had nothing to do, he would flip through a few pages and write a few sentences. Immediately he flipped open the book and saw that the author had written, carrying a sword to steal clothes, he leapt onto the roof, the tiles were silent, the moon was bright and he flew like a bird. Then he, the book's flipper, commented, he really has the bearing of a sword immortal. Cui Dongshan moved the paperweight away and spat on his fingertips. He picked up the book and lightly flipped it back. Glancing at the comment, he did not forget to praise himself. Good words, as expected of Mister's disciple. Cui Dongshan raised his head and saw a muddle-headed and ignorant child standing in the room beside him. Cui Dongshan smiled as he walked around the square table, bent down and patted the child's head, his eyes filled with kindness. Little Gaoqing, you have to grow up quickly. 529. After Qin Pingon retracted his foot from the stream, he exhaled heavily and shook his right wrist, causing some ashes to scatter. Back then, Qin Pingon's right arm was imprisoned by the assassin of Deer-Cutting Mountain using Buddhism's supernatural powers. This was the remnant of the karmic entanglement that was completely shattered. As a nascent soul sword cultivator who was about to break through the realm, Qi Jinglong also commented on the assassination in the valley with the words, extremely dangerous. This Buddhism's supernatural powers probably accounted for half of it. Qin Pingon squatted down and used both hands to wash his face. Looking at his reflection in the water, he tilted his head and used his palm to rub the fine stubble on his chin. He was a little worried that he would become a bearded man like Xianxia. Qin Pingon reached his hand into the water, opened his palm and pressed down lightly. The water in the stream suddenly stopped and then continued to flow as usual. Qin Pingon changed his hand gesture and his palm drew a circle. The whirlpool in the stream beside his feet grew bigger and bigger. However, Qin Pingan soon stopped and the stream returned to its original calm state. In the past, when he traveled with Zhang Shanfeng, he saw that the young Taoist often made gestures by himself. He did not use his fists nor his palms. The meaning was strange. Qin Pingan learned a little bit of the gestures, but he always felt that something was wrong. This was actually quite strange. In terms of the strength of the fist technique, even 100 Zhang Shanfeng would not be a match for Qin Pingan. Moreover, Qin Pingan had always been very fast in learning fist techniques. Just like when he was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Qin Pingan had seen Zhong Qiu's basic fist technique and displayed it himself. Not only was it similar in form, it was also somewhat similar in spirit. However, Qin Pingan still could not understand Zhang Shanfeng's fist technique. Qin Pingan didn't think too much about it and assumed that it was Zhang Shanfeng's fist technique. It was a unique technique of the Taoists who cultivated in the mountains. It was a technique that had to be complemented by the Taoists who cultivated in the mountains. The reason why the lowest level of Jianghu martial artists were jokingly called martial artists was because they only knew a little about the stances and styles of their fists, but did not know the true meaning. In the final analysis, what was really important was the path of the pure genuine qi. Further down there were the two words divine intent, which was another mysterious realm. The same type of fist, but the fist intent had many differences. The same master and the same fist manual, but it could be the 9 sons of the dragon, each with a different background. This was the same principle as how people looked at the mountains, the water, the wind, and the snow, each with their own understanding. That was why it was said that the master led the way, but the cultivation was up to the individual. Qin Pingan stood up and did a 6-step stance, slowly stretching his muscles and bones. Refining a hero's gallbladder was the key to Realm 6. The so-called hero's gallbladder was not a physical object, but a place where the pure genuine qi and the martial artist's soul cultivated. Its significance was great, somewhat similar to the jindan of a cultivator. Qin Pingan had previously said that he was only 2 points away from breaking through. Now that he had a hero's gallbladder, there was only 1 point left. In reality, the degree of toughness of Qin Pingan's body was already comparable to that of the jindan realm. Tui Cheng's fists, the sparring with Zhou Xian, the tempering in the heavenly tribulation thunderclouds, the many killings on the long journey, and of course the tireless practice of his fists. Every bit of it was the external cultivation of a pure martial artist. But this point was very likely to be a huge bottleneck. The distance to entering the jindan realm was like heaven and earth. But Qin Pingan was not in a hurry. The bigger the bottleneck, the better. The greater the chance of fighting for the strongest Realm 6. Qin Pingan had almost never thought about the word strongest before. Back then, the 3 strongest realms were forcefully hammered out by the old man in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. It had nothing to do with whether Qin Pingan wanted it or not. It had fallen into the hands of Tui Cheng, a Realm 10 martial artist. Was it something that you, Qin Pingan, could give up just because you did not want it? One of the fundamental veins of Qin Pingan's mental path, one end of which was what old man Yao had said, seize what's yours and don't even think about what's not yours. To sum it up, it was nothing more than the 4 words, do not ask for external help, on the Buddhist plaque above the crab shop. Naturally, it extended to the principle of life is 8 feet long, but do not ask for 10 feet long. It would be regarded as a natural principle by Qin Pingan. This was a mental path that came naturally when the conditions were right. Therefore, Qin Pingan's every word and action over the long years would be subtly influenced. For example, the martial arts fate of Old Dragon City was defeated by Qin Pingan twice in a row. Also, Qin Pingan was almost never willing to take the initiative to enter the blessed enclave to search for opportunities. He liked to pick up scraps and make a small fortune. It was like how people often saw streams and streams. They would often only see the gurgling water and not the riverbed. Qin Pingan was no exception. This was a principle that Qin Pingan slowly began to understand after continuously observing people, observing Tao, and cultivating his heart during his travels in the North Continent. Those who knew people were wise. Those who knew themselves were the best. It was very difficult. Only the knowledge that had been pondered over time and time again and finally summarized was a principle that truly belonged to him. Qin Pingan sat down beside the stream again. He glanced to the south. He had no idea what he had thought of. He began to smile. He made a gesture of knocking a chestnut. He wondered how Pei Qian was doing at the school right now. An interplanar ferry from the Cape Hempen sect on Skeleton Beach slowly docked on Oxhorn Mountain in the Dragon's Spring Commandery. A graceful woman wore a hedgerow on her head and wielded a mountain walking staff. Beside her was a protector who gave off the phenomenon of a golden core cultivator. He was Sui Jingqing, the nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword lake, Rongchong, who had traveled south. After the ferry entered the territory of the Aquarius continent, Sui Jingqing often left his room and gazed at the mountains and rivers of other continents from the bow of the ferry. Below him was the Dali dynasty. After entering the territory of the Dragon province that had been downgraded from a cultivation dwelling to a blessed land, Rongchong glanced at the Cape Cloud Mountain from afar and sighed. The landscape is startling. It really is the northern peak of a continent. The North Continent also had many of the 5 peaks, but compared to the Cape Cloud Mountain that had appeared out of nowhere, they still paled in comparison. When he heard that the mountain god of the northern peak, Wei Pai, was about to break through to the upper 5 realms, Rongchong became even more amazed. A mountain god watching over his own territory was equivalent to a saint watching over a minor world. It needed to be viewed from a higher level of cultivation. Once Wei Pai reached the unpolished Jade realm, Dali would basically possess an immortal with a golden body. Battle prowess was not actually that important. What was important was the fate of Dali. The spiritual chi and the fate of the entire northern peak would become even more stable because of this. According to Sui Jingqing, Wei Pai was on very good terms with that senior. The night was dark and there were not a lot of ferries on Oxhorn Mountain, so the Cape Sex ferry was particularly eye-catching. The ferry would stop here for a day and only set off tomorrow night, so that the passengers of the North Continent could visit the collapsed old cultivation dwelling. It was said that an immortal's shop had just opened on Oxhorn Mountain. As for whether they could pick up the scraps, that would depend on their wealth and insight. However, the person in charge of the Cape Sex ferry had clearly informed all the passengers that the northern peak of the Aquarius continent was no longer the North Continent. Moreover, the Dragon's Spring Commandery had the Saint of the Wind Snow Temple, Yuanqing, watching over it. The rules were strict and they could not ride the wind or ride swords as they pleased. If anyone caused any trouble after disembarking, the Cape sect could not be blamed for standing by. At the ferry, a man in white with a graceful bearing appeared. A golden earring dangled from his ear. He smiled as he looked at Sui Jingqing and Rongchong. Spiritual sparrows constantly circled around him, and the glow of the sun seemed to flow around him. Rongchong could not tell how powerful he was, so his identity was very obvious. He was the mountain god of the highest rank in the entire Aquarius continent, Wei Pai. Sui Jingqing walked forward quickly and asked softly, "Are you mountain god Wei?" Wei Pai glanced at the mountain staff in Sui Jingqing's hand. He raised his hand and gently chased away the sparrows. Then he smiled and nodded. "I have received the message from the flying sword. I am here to welcome you." Rongchong was a little surprised. How could there be such a polite mountain god? He had to personally welcome the two of them. After all, they were just strangers who came from afar. In the Aquarius continent, Rongchong might be a nascent soul sword cultivator, so it was not strange for him to receive such treatment. However, in Dali's Cape Cloud Mountain, Rongchong did not feel that he was so important. This used to be the territory of the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Other things aside, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The North Continent's heavenly monarch Xianxia and the South Continent's sword immortal Xiaoxi. There were 2 of them, and it was rumored that they came from the streets of small towns. That was why no one dared to talk about their cultivation level here. It was just a joke. Sui Jingqing was a little frightened. He bowed. "Thank you, mountain god Wei." Wei Pai waved his hand and smiled kindly. "Miss Sui, you don't have to be so polite. Do you want to stroll around Oxhorn Mountain's Baozhai, or go directly to Luopa Mountain?" Sui Jingqing said, "Let's go to Luopa Mountain first." Wei Pai nodded. He used his divine ability and brought Sui Jingqing and Rongchong to the foot of Luopa Mountain. Rongchong was shocked again. This Dali's northern mountain god should not have a problem reaching the upper 5 realms. His compatibility with the mountains and rivers was terrifying. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were swept away by shrinking earth. Rongchong found that his natal flying sword did not move much. Wei Pai said apologetically, "After all, this is Qin Pingan's mountain. I can't bring you directly to the mansion halfway up the mountain." I'll have to trouble Miss Sui and Sword Immortal Rong to walk up the mountain. At the mansion at the entrance of the mountain, a hunched man ran out barefoot without wearing shoes. When he saw the woman, he could not be bothered to look at the man. Wei Pai introduced, "This is Brother Dafeng. He is the gatekeeper of Luopa Mountain." Zheng Dafeng stood beside Wei Pai and rubbed his hands with a smile. "Miss Sui, right? Do you want to come to my place first? Wei Pai and I can make supper. Treat it as helping Qin Pingon entertain his guests and welcoming Miss Sui. After eating and drinking, there's no harm in getting down and resting. My place has many rooms. Even if Miss Sui brings a few friends, there's nothing to be afraid of. By the way, my surname is Zheng. Miss Sui, you can call me Brother Zheng. There's no need to treat me as an outsider." Sui Jingqing was caught off guard. Wei Pai said helplessly, "Miss Sui and Sword Immortal Rong, it's fine if you stop for supper or immediately rush up the mountain." Sui Jingqing and Rong Chong saw the hunchbacked man step on Wei Pai's foot. His smile did not change. "It's just supper. It's no trouble at all." Sui Jingqing said carefully, "Then let's go up the mountain. There are some things we need to discuss with Mountain God Wei. It's not convenient to reveal too much about the secret flying sword." Zheng Dafeng sighed and twisted Wei Pai's boot with his foot. Wei Pai's expression was calm as he said to Sui Jingqing, "All right." Rong Chang's forehead was almost covered in sweat. His sword heart was unstable. The four of them slowly climbed up the mountain. Zheng Dafeng lowered his voice and grumbled, "So unloyal?" Wei Pai smiled. "Let's talk about serious matters first." Zheng Dafeng said angrily, "How is my marriage not a serious matter? *C I'll drown and die in drought." Wei Bo smiled and said, "There are naturally beauties in books and beauties in paintings are also sentimental." Zheng Dafeng sighed. "In the end it's still lacking." Wei Pai patted Zheng Dafeng's shoulder and comforted him. "You're a man of striking appearance. Are you afraid you won't be able to find a wife?" Zheng Dafeng elbowed Wei Pai. "If Qin Pingon were to say those words, I'd feel confident." Sui Jingqing looked around as he climbed the mountain. He was immersed in his surroundings. This was his senior's home. Rong Chong was a little confused. He could not guess the hunchbacked man's background. He was clearly a martial artist who had lost his Dao and was half a cripple. Why was he so familiar with Wei Pai? Most importantly, neither of them felt that there was anything wrong. Sui Jingqing slowed down his steps. A young woman was practicing on the mountain. Sui Jingqing was familiar with her stance. He began to carefully examine her appearance. She was pretty but not that pretty. Zheng Dafeng greeted her with a smile. "Sister Tsin, you're still practicing so late. It's too tiring. Brother Zheng, look at you. You've lost weight." Tsin Yuanji was only practicing her stance. She turned a deaf ear to his words. She walked down the mountain. Zheng Dafeng nodded in praise. "It's all right. You don't have Brother Dafeng in your eyes. That's right. You have to be focused when practicing. As long as you have Brother Dafeng in your heart, it's enough." Wei Pai said helplessly, "Don't disturb Tsin Yuanji's practice." Zheng Dafeng sneered. "I'm helping her temper her mind. You're not a martial artist, so what do you know? This lass always goes back and forth between the peak and the foot of the mountain. Where's the real threshold? It's right at the gate at the foot of my mountain. Don't look at how I sit on a small bench and do nothing every time. My murderous eyes and profound words are something that ordinary women and martial artists can withstand." Wei Pai had a look of realization. He nodded. Yes. You're right." Rong Chong was puzzled. This man, based on his words and eyes, if he was born and raised in a small town, how could he not be beaten to death? Or was it because of his mouth that he was heavily injured and his martial path collapsed midway? Was that why he was reduced to the gatekeeper of Luopa Mountain? He had no choice but to rely on Qin Pingon and live under someone else's roof? Or was there more to it and one could not judge a book by its cover? Zheng Dafeng chuckled. "You really don't believe me. That old woman with the surname Rong couldn't withstand it. One day, Tsin Yuanji will have to thank her big brother De Feng for his good intentions. At that time she will definitely smear her snot and tears all over my body. Just thinking about this scene makes me feel moved." Wei Pai could not be bothered to say anything else. Rong Chang's sword heart was clearly unstable this time. Zheng Dafeng was taken aback. He shifted his gaze and asked doubtfully, "Sword Immortal Rong, you also have some great Dao benefits? That doesn't make sense. My martial path is usually targeted at women. Rongchong smiled. It's nothing. I was just a little emotional from being thousands of miles away from home. However, Rongchong no longer dared to treat the hunchbacked man as an ordinary person. How could ordinary martial arts grandmasters sense the slight vibrations of a nascent soul sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword? When they were halfway up the mountain, Zhou Xian was already standing there, welcoming them with a smile. After entering Zhou Xian's residence, Rongchong bade him farewell. Jing Dafeng led him to another place to stay. Rongchong was not worried that Sui Jingqing would be in danger. One only needed to look at the mountains and rivers in the area under his jurisdiction to know the aura of a mountain and river god. Wei Pai's great Tao was bound to be long. It was not difficult to know whether a senior, who could strike a chord with Lu Jinglong, and a young mountain lord who had an excellent relationship with Wei Pai had a good or bad reputation. Rongchong and Jing Dafeng met a girl in a pink dress on the way. Jing Dafeng smiled. Little Chin, there's no need to get up on purpose. The residence will be spotless. By the way, this is a guest from the North Continent, Great Sword Immortal Rong. Qin Rushu hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Sword Immortal Rong. I'm Qin Rushu from Luopa Mountain. Rongchong laughed. A little fire python with rich literary luck? That was strange again. Qin Rushu took out a big bunch of keys and picked out a small bunch. After opening the door, she handed the bunch of keys to Rongchong. Then she explained in detail to the sword cultivator from the North Continent which door each key corresponded to. However, she also said that it was fine even if the doors were not locked after they moved in. Moreover, she would clean the rooms twice a day. If Sword Immortal Rong did not wish to be disturbed, it was fine too. If he needed someone to serve him tea, she lived nearby and could just call for him. After he finished speaking in a spurt of energy, he quietly followed the two into the residence. It was indeed clean and refreshing. Although it didn't have the celestial aura of an immortal's residence and didn't have the rich aura of a dynasty, it was still very comfortable to look at. Rongchong was not dissatisfied. Jing Dafeng smiled at Rongchong. Zhou Xian is the chief steward of Luopa Mountain. Little Qin is the junior steward. Sometimes Zhou Xian has to be under her control. Anyway, I really like Little Qin. Qin Rushu smiled shyly. Rongchong thought for a moment and was about to take out a greeting gift from the things in front of him to give to this pleasant-looking girl. Qin Rushu was about to leave. However, Jing Dafeng grinned and pressed her head down. She had no choice but to stop. Rongchong took out a small and cute spirit artifact. It was a gold-plated bamboo incense burner. It was not expensive, but it was worth a few coins. Qin Rushu was a little troubled. She felt that it was too expensive. She could roughly estimate the amount of spirit energy contained in an immortal artifact. Jing Dafeng smiled. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and accept it. Qin Rushu held the small incense burner with both hands and bowed in gratitude. After Rongchong settled down, Jing Dafeng left the residence and realized that the girl in pink was still standing not far away from the door. Jing Dafeng smiled and asked, Where's Qin Lingjun? Why haven't I seen him recently? Where did he go? Qin Rushu said softly, He's been causing a ruckus at the back of the crayfish recently. He's always so playful. There were many mountains under his master's name now. Apart from the Treasure Steel Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain that were rented to the Dragon Spring Sword sect for 300 years. There was also Luopa Mountain and True Pearl Mountain. Later on, he bought the Grey Mist Mountain that was very close to Luopa Mountain and occupied a large area. Oxhorn Mountain after the bundle shop left, Cinnabar Mountain that the Sioux family of Clear Breeze City moved out, as well as Crayfish Back and Twilight Peak, as well as the Sword Prayer platform that was located at the westernmost part of the mountains. Now these 6 mountains were his territory. Apart from Sister Xiaoxiao's family, his master had the most mountains in Longquan County. Jing Dafeng's words hit the nail on the head. He just can't bear to see Pei Qian suffer while practicing martial arts. In addition, with this comparison, he feels that he is not doing his job all day long. He doesn't feel good in his heart, so he just doesn't see it and doesn't feel frustrated, running out to cause trouble. Qin Rushu's expression dimmed. Pei Qian's practice of martial arts was too tragic. It was not the slightest bit better than her master's practice of martial arts back then. After preparing the medicine bucket, every time she carried the unconscious Pei Qian out of the second floor of the bamboo building, she would carry the bucket to the second floor to wash the blood stains. There were blood stains on the floor and walls. tears flowed from her eyes. There were many times when she cleaned the blood stains while looking at the old senior who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Unfortunately, the old senior was just plain dumb. Xing Dafeng patted the little girl's head. Go rest early. You're busy with the same thing all day long. Feels like even if you do this for hundreds or thousands of years, you won't find it boring. Even I have to admire you. If that Qin Lingjun had half of your patience and conscience, he would have long since relied on his own abilities to make others look at him in a different light. He wouldn't need to rub his face on Qin Pinggan's side every day, or rub his seat on Wei Pai's side. Qin Rushi said guiltily, but my cultivation is too slow. I can't help with anything. Xing Dafeng sighed. Don't think like that. Without the Qin girl, Luopa Mountain will lose half of its human aura. Qin Rushi's eyes widened in high spirits. Really? Xing Dafeng chuckled. You're not allowed to be proud. Keep up the good work. The little girl in pink nodded vigorously. On the top of Luopa Mountain, the one who ran around the most every day was probably this little girl. She came and went by herself, silently doing trivial things by herself. It seemed like no one had ever cared about her. But in fact everyone cared about her. In the Luopa Mountain, if Lu Baixiang and the others had suffered a great loss outside, with Qin Pinggan's stubborn temperament, perhaps he would dawdle with them and try to reason with them first. But if the little girl in pink were to be bullied outside the mountain, would Qin Pinggan still be reasonable? Xing Dafeng held the back of his head with both hands and walked slowly. He did not go to Zhou Lian's courtyard to meddle. Zhou Lian did things that Qin Pinggan, who was as meticulous as hair, was willing to rest assured. Xing Dafeng, who was a rough man, had nothing to worry about. As for the beauty Meili who visited Luopa Mountain, Xing Dafeng had seen her, so he let it go. It was just like the scene in Old Dragon City's dusty medicine shop back then. The moon hung high in the autumn night. Xing Dafeng slowly descended the mountain. He looked forward to Qin Pinggan going down the mountain to reason with others. For example, Xingyang Mountain. And Dali's capital. The most interesting part was that when Qin Pinggan decided to go, it must be because of his reasons. Whether he said it or not, the other party would have to listen even if they did not want to. However, Xing Dafeng was also looking forward to the mountains outside Luopa Mountain. He wanted to see who would settle there in the future. But what was most worth looking forward to was what name Luopa Mountain would choose when it finally established its own sect. Previously, when they chatted about this matter, Zhou Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled impolitely. At the small courtyard on the mountain. After Zhou Lian and Wei Pai heard Sui Jingqing's detailed explanation, they mostly talked about Qin Pinggan's experiences. Wei Pai accepted the mountain traveling staff and prepared to send it to Cui Dongshan through his MT by Yunshan. This was more appropriate than Zhou Lian sending it as Luopa Mountain. Other than the mountain traveling staff, Sui Jingqing also wrote a secret letter. Qin Pinggan told her to tell Zhou Lian and Wei Pai about Senior Cui's words. Sui Jingqing was not willing to tell Zhou Lian and Wei Pai in front of them. It was not that she did not trust Zhou Lian and Wei Pai, it was just her nature. On this point she was very similar to Qin Pinggan. Wei Pai received the secret letter again. Sui Jingqing was relieved. Next, before meeting Mr. Cui, who was described as a god by the senior, she only needed to be escorted by a nascent soul sword immortal eldest senior martial brother in the Aquarius continent. But she planned to stay in Luopa Mountain and Longquan Prefecture for a while. There were many reasons, such as meeting senior's first disciple Pei Qian, visiting the immortal shops at Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and mountain god Wei's MT by Yunshan. How could she not be a guest? This used to be one of the 36 small grotto heavens, Pearl Grotto Heaven. Did she not need to slowly walk around? She could even go to Dali's capital in the north to take a look, and then take the Eternal Spring Palace's ferry back to Oxhorn Mountain Ferry to rest here. Sui Jingqing was led to the house by a cute girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. Wei Pai first went to MT by Yunshan, sent out the mountain traveling staff and the secret letter, and then returned to Zhou Lian's courtyard. Zhou Lian was slowly pacing back and forth thinking about something. Wei Pai did not disturb him and poured himself a cup of tea. For example, the cultivation of a mountain god could be directly seen through the golden body, and the cultivation of a cultivator could be measured by the amount of spiritual energy stored in the qi dwelling. Then in Wei Pai's view, the four people in the picture scroll of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Nanyuan Kingdom's founding emperor Wei Xian, the devil cult's leader Lu Baixiang, and the female sword fairy Sui Yu, of course, had their own wonderful lives, and also stood at the peak of lotus flower blessed land. But in terms of state of mind, they were not as perfect and meticulous as Zhou Xian. Born in the top wealthy family, he secretly learned martial arts while reading books. As a young prodigy, he took part in the imperial examination early and patiently compiled history books. After a few years of silence in the officialdom, he officially entered the imperial court. His official career was smooth and he quickly brought glory to his family. Later he turned to Jianghu and wandered around the world. He was even more elegant and had fun, and he even saw the mud of Jianghu at the bottom of the society. Finally, when the mountains and rivers were destroyed, he turned the tide and returned to the imperial court. He threw himself into the battlefield, gave up his invincible martial arts, and only used the identity of a Confucian general to support the chaos of the world. Finally, he returned to Jianghu and turned from a noble son to a rebellious martial arts madman. So, this was the reason why Zhou Xian was still not interested in anything even when he came to the vast world. For Zhou Xian, the world was still the world. It was just a lotus flower-blessed land that had become the vast world. But people's hearts were still the same and they could not change too much. In short, Zhou Xian had never really been interested in anything. Sui Yu would hope to ascend as a sword cultivator. Wei Xian would have the temperament of an emperor. He was ambitious and he tried to rise again. He wanted to control more troops and power than a blessed land sovereign. Liu Baixiang would want to start from a new Jianghu, slowly accumulate resources and finally establish a sect. One day he would break away from Luopa Mountain and establish his own sect. He would look down on the immortals on the mountain as a pure martial artist. The three of them each had their own desires. In the new world they all found their own great Tao. As for Zhou Xian, he had no desires. Zhou Xian's state of mind had long been unrestrained by the great Tao. To put it bluntly, if Zhou Xian were to tear off his face, he would be able to eat until he was full. What's more, Zhou Xian was already so proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, even though he had never paid attention to them. To put it nicely, Zhou Xian, who could be said to be extremely talented, could learn from Sui Yu and cultivate. He could also advance 1,000 miles in a day and break through realms like breaking bamboo. Zhou Xian regained his senses and stopped walking. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I was a little lost in thought." Wei Pai poured him a cup of tea. After Zhou Xian sat down, he gently twisted the porcelain cup and slowly asked, "About the secret purchase of the golden body fragment, how was the discussion with Cui Dongshan?" This was a key secret that Zhou Xian, Wei Pai and Jing Dafeng had discussed. Once Lotus Root blessed land became Luopa Mountain's private property and became a medium-grade blessed land, they would need a large number of mountain deities. The more the better. Because incense in the mortal world was something that Luopa Mountain did not need to spend money on, but was extremely important to a blessed land. But the golden body fragment was directly related to the Dali imperial court. Even if Wei Pai were to speak, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, they needed Cui Dongshan to weigh the scale and do some under-the-table transactions with the southern immortal mountain of Aquarius continent. Even if the Dali imperial court knew about this, they would only turn a blind eye. For Luopa Mountain this was enough. Wei Pai said, "We're still waiting." Wei Pai suddenly laughed. "I believe that after the mountain staff is sent out, your young master's student, who originally had 70 to 80% of his strength, will be full of energy, and will be willing to use 120% of his strength to deal with us." Zhou Xian nodded. "Cui Dongshan, when we deal with him we must be extremely careful." Zhou Xian was still extremely fearful of Cui Dongshan. Because they were the same kind of people. Zhou Xian would definitely not let down his guard because of the complicated relationship between Cui Dongshan and Chen Pingan. Then there was Jing Dafeng, who said that in the near future, there would be a person who was proficient in the rules of the blessed land, coming to Luopa Mountain. This was also a piece of good news. Luopa Mountain did not have an extra grain of grain rain money, but every time this person spoke of the inside story of the blessed land, it was equal to saving Luopa Mountain a sum of grain rain money. Previously, Sun Jiashu had personally climbed the mountain. He was extremely sincere. Old Dragon City's Sun family was willing to take out 300 grain rain money, and only collect interest. Sun Jiashu and his family did not need to share any of the future profits of Lotus Root blessed land. The Fan family would also take out 300 grain rain money, and it was the same. It was not the Fan family patriarch, but a young man called Fan Air who would be the borrower. But the two families had many different requests. For example, Sun Jiaxu proposed that within 50 years, Luopa Mountain had to provide a consecrator for the Sun family. A far-travel realm martial artist or a nascent soul stage cultivator, both were fine. For the Sun family to help once when they were in trouble, it would be nullified. Then there was the Sun family's plan to open up a ferry route, from the southern end of Old Dragon City all the way to the north. The ferry would end at Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and not Dali Capital Region's Eternal Spring Palace. This required Wei Pai and Luopa Mountain to take care of them, and also to help build a relationship with the Dali Imperial Court. Even with the additional conditions that required both parties to slowly work together, Sun Jiaxu would only collect interest for the money he borrowed, although it guaranteed that Old Dragon City's Sun family would be able to make a profit. But now the Aquarius continent was in a state of chaos, containing countless opportunities to make money. The Sun family had almost emptied their family's assets to bet on Luopa Mountain, which was definitely not the best choice. The real way of doing business was to let the money grow and, like the other families, land in the vast area south of Lakeview Academy and north of Old Dragon City. The interest would grow and the money would grow. According to the situation that was gradually becoming clearer, the Sun family would not only be able to make a profit, but also be on good terms with the Dali Imperial Court and the new emperor of the Song family. Once Dali annexed a continent, this hidden payment would help the future generations of the Sun family expand their wealth. Zhou Xian suddenly said, "After the shop at the bag shop opens, if nothing unexpected happens, the new emperor of Dali will take the initiative to send you a sum of gold essence copper coins, or a pile of gold fragments. Just accept it, lest the young emperor think too much. When smart people are idle, they like to be suspicious, which is not good. But let's say in advance, relationship is relationship, business is business. Our Luopa Mountain will buy at a low price with your Luopa Mountain." Wei Pai said with a smile, "Of course." Then he added, "If you remove the word low price, it will be better." Wei Pai grandly held the second night banquet to open his own bag shop in Oxhorn Mountain, in addition to earning some immortal money that went against his conscience. In fact, he also had the intention of earning another sum of gold essence copper coins that went against his conscience. Since the great god of Northern Mountain needed to wantonly plunder immortal money to help him break through, how could the Dali Imperial Court sit idly by? It could even be said that the new emperor of Dali, more than anyone else in the Aquarius continent, hoped that Wei Pai could smoothly enter the upper 5 realms. The bigger the commotion, the better. It would be best if the auspicious signs within a radius of 1,000 miles appeared together. What did this mean? Yi Song-he was the most righteous and the world celebrated. Wei Pai was the only new god of 5 mountains that was conferred by the previous emperor. But Wei Pai was also the mountain god of Dali. He was the most important existence because the capital of Dali was right under the eyes of Wei Pai, the god of Wei Pai. So how to skillfully win over the old minister of the previous dynasty, Wei Pai could easily become a sore point for the new emperor of Dali. Over time, if there was no communication between the two sides, it would become a thorn in the emperor's heart. Then Wei Pai and Mount Pai Yun needed to give the Dali Imperial Court a way out, so that they could walk comfortably and not stiffly. So when Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng mentioned this matter, why did Wei Pai hesitate and agree? Because at that time, there were 3 people in the small courtyard, each one better than the other at playing chess. They all took one step and calculated many steps. Wei Pai hesitated for a moment. "You're not going to ask me why I suddenly know about the situation of Lotus Flower Blessed Land?" Zhu Lian waved his hand. "No need to tell me. What can be said? The 3 of us have already told you everything we know. What is not convenient to say, there is no need to ask and answer between the 3 of us. It is meaningless." Wei Pai raised his teacup, tea in place of wine. Zhu Lian hurriedly put his arm around his shoulder and raised his teacup with both hands, smiling flatteringly. "God Wei's toast I dare not accept." After the 2 drank the tea in their cups, Wei Pai smiled. "It is a pity that Brother Dafeng is not here." Zhu Lian reached out and touched the back of his head. "When it comes to being a person, you and I are not as good as him." Wei Pai did not object. After all, Wei Pai was not a person. This was a free advantage to take advantage of Zhu Lian. It was not easy to take advantage of this old chef, be it playing chess or doing business. Wei Pai stood up and smiled. "I won't disturb you from making supper." Zhu Lian nodded and sighed. "At the beginning I was unyielding, but now I am a little guilty." In the future when my young master returns to Luopa Mountain, I think I will need to go to your place to hide. Wei Bian gloated for a brief moment before disappearing. Zhou Xian got up and went to open the door. There was a charcoal girl with slumped arms, knocking on the door with her head. It should be because she did not wake up the dragon riding alley's right protector. Zhou Xian opened the door. Pei Qian staggered over the threshold and said in a trembling voice, "Old chef, I can't sleep. Can I chat with you?" Zhou Xian closed the door and said with a smile, "There's nothing wrong with that." Pei Qian sat on the stool, grimacing, her butt blooming. Tonight it wasn't that she couldn't sleep. She was woken up by the pain and couldn't sleep. She wanted to slap herself in the face. In the past she said that the bedding was her greatest enemy. Didn't it come true now? The light bedding was like a knife when it covered his body. Zhou Xian asked, "Not hungry? Have supper. It'll be quick." Pei Qian shook her head and said sickly, "I don't have an appetite." Zhou Xian asked again, "Something on your mind?" Pei Qian made a sound of acknowledgement but did not speak. Zhou Xian asked, "Are you upset because you owe more and more debts?" Pei Qian nodded and said gloomily, "The old man said I still have a few days to break through the third realm. At that time I can barely have some time to copy books. But it will only be a few days. Soon my hands and feet will be sluggish again. So annoying." Zhou Xian only listened to the charcoal girl talk. He did not interrupt. Pei Qian raised her head and looked at the big jade plate in the sky. "In the past at Dragon Riding Alley, I always thought that one day Master would come home with a whoosh. Now I think of Master coming home, but I am also afraid of him coming home. If Master finds out that I haven't copied books for so many days, he will get angry and kick me out of the sect. What should I do?" The little girl frowned and pouted. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said sadly, "It's not like Master hasn't done such a thing before. When he just left Lotus Flower Blessed Land in a place called the Great Spring Dynasty in Tongyi Continent, he didn't want me even once. Old chef, think about it. Who is Master? Even if his straw sandals are worn out, he will still keep them. How can he abandon me just like that? At that time I was still immature. Master could abandon me and then go back on his word. Now that I am mature, if Master doesn't want me anymore, it means he really doesn't want me anymore." Zhou Xian asked softly, "Are you afraid of this? So you don't dare to grow up?" Pei Qian raised her elbow with difficulty and wiped her face. "How can I not be afraid? What's so good about growing up?" Actually, regarding the matter of copying books, Zhou Xian had explained to Pei Qian before. She must have heard it. So the real reason was something Pei Qian could not say out loud. It was something she kept in her heart. Zhou Xian could roughly guess but did not expose her. Back then, Qin Pingon had told Pei Qian personally that the person he really wanted to bring out of Lotus Flower Blessed Land was Chao Qinglang. At that time, Qin Pingon did not like or even hate Pei Qian, who was at the other extreme of temperament. Moreover, he did not hide it from her. The so-called growth, in Zhou Lian's view, was just more of weighing the pros and cons. Pei Qian was in a very awkward position. It was not that she did not know how to weigh the pros and cons. On the contrary, as an orphan who had suffered greatly, she was best at observing people and calculating the pros and cons. However, after following Qin Pingon, she realized that the things she was best at would only cause her to be further away from Qin Pingon. So she had always been afraid of growing up. She had been secretly imitating Qin Pingon. Pei Qian tried to become the Pei Qian that could gain Qin Pingon's approval. Actually, there was nothing wrong with this. This was because Qin Pingon had enough patience to wait for Pei Qian to grow up slowly. He was more than willing to teach Pei Qian different rules and manners at different stages of life. However, no one expected that Lotus Flower Blessed Land would be divided into 4. After Zhou Lian and Pei Qian entered, they just happened to see that scene. In fact, if Pei Qian had only seen the green-robed youth who seemed to have grown up overnight and appeared with an umbrella, it would have been fine. The problem was that at the very beginning, Pei Qian had seen Qin Pingon holding an umbrella and walking together with Chao Qinglang in the shabby alley in the rain at the entrance of the alley. After arriving at Howren Heaven, she saw a very similar scene in Cui Dongshan's The Long Scroll of Time. It was the straw-sandaled youth and the teacher he respected the most. They were also holding an umbrella and walking side by side in the rain. This was why Pei Qian said that she could lose to anyone but Chao Qinglang. Because Pei Qian was afraid that Chao Qinglang, who had grown up and was extremely outstanding, would take away everything that should have belonged to Chao Qinglang. Pei Qian was afraid that one day in the heavy rain, her master would hold an umbrella and walk side by side with Chao Qinglang. They would gradually disappear into the distance and Qin Pingon would never look back. Then Pei Qian, who was in Luopa Mountain and Haoren Heaven, felt like she had returned to the alley entrance of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. She had nothing. The moment she saw Chao Qinglang again in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Pei Qian felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. Her hands and feet were cold and her heart was filled with killing intent. However, after finding an opportunity to kill Chao Qinglang, she was destined to lose her master. She had to take the initiative to grow up and surpass Chao Qinglang. Pei Qian, who had been influenced by Qin Pingon, walked out of Lotus Flower Blessed Land and stood in front of Luopa Mountain's bamboo house again. She chose the latter. Zhou Xian carefully considered his words and asked, "If your master returned to Luopa Mountain and saw Chao Qinglang and liked him very much, would you be very sad?" Pei Qian thought for a moment. As long as he liked me the most, he would be very happy. If he liked me as much as he liked Chao Qinglang, he would be a little unhappy. If he liked Chao Qinglang more than me, he would be very sad. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Then you can rest assured. 1, 2, 3 situations I dare not say much. You can at least guarantee 2 and fight for 1. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. "You are not my master. What's the use of talking?" Although she said so, in fact she was a little happy. Zhu Lian held back his laughter. "It's up to you to believe it or not. But after practicing martial arts for so long and owing so much, you still haven't broken through 3 realms. This is a little inappropriate." Pei Qian sighed heavily, wrinkling her little face that seemed to be not so dark anymore. "Yes, the old man also said that my aptitude is not good, not even as good as my master. Isn't that nonsense? How can I compare with my master? I'm so worried." Zhu Lian's heart trembled. He was just joking with Pei Qian. He didn't expect that the old senior was even more vicious and merciless. How could he say such a shameless thing that his conscience was eaten by a dog? Zhu Lian rubbed between his eyebrows. He wasn't too willing to speak. The bottleneck of 3 realms for a pure martial artist. That was the first and could even be said to be the greatest barrier that determined the ultimate height of a martial artist. The significance was no different from a peak martial artist breaking through a great threshold and successfully becoming a 10th realm martial artist. If it was a normal person who taught martial arts, such a shocking speed of breaking through realms could be explained away as the foundation was not solid enough. They would not have the extravagant hope of being the strongest. One step was papier-mâché and every step was papier-mâché. But that person in the bamboo house. In his hands, there seemed to be no solid foundation in martial arts in the world. There was only a stronger foundation. Pei Qian suddenly raised her head and asked, "Old chef, what realm are you?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Realm 8, Far Travel Realm." Pei Qian lowered her head, her fingers moving slightly as she calculated. She sighed again and raised her head again. Her face was full of disappointment. "Old chef, then I won't be able to catch up to you for many years." Zhu Lian's smile stiffened. "It seems so." Zhu Lian then asked doubtfully, "You don't know what realm your master is at?" Pei Qian looked at Zhu Lian like she was looking at an idiot. "My master is now at realm 6. Zhu Lian became more and more confused. "Isn't young master also 2 realms lower than me? Why don't you catch up to your master's realm first?" Pei Qian's face was blank, as if saying that Zhu Lian's brain was too big to understand. She shook her head and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Old chef, you're talking in your sleep. Wouldn't my master's realm have doubled?" Zhu Lian was completely convinced. Pei Qian shook her head in a great mood. She suddenly stood up and with a tap of her foot, she floated onto the top of the wall and silently climbed up the roof. Then she stepped onto the raised eaves and looked towards the north. She probably still didn't know what it meant to shock ghosts and gods with a punch. She probably wouldn't need to stick a talisman to her forehead very soon. Zhu Lian suddenly remembered something and his expression changed. After a moment of silence he asked seriously, "Pei Qian, you burped twice before. What did the senior say to you?" Pei Qian just looked towards the north and said angrily, "He said I was asking for a beating." In fact, that old man had a look of disdain, saying that her martial realm was like an ant moving house and a turtle crawling. But this kind of words it was better for her to know. Otherwise, with old chef's big mouth, maybe the whole Luopa mountain would know tomorrow. Zhu Lian slapped his forehead. He really regretted letting Pei Qian learn martial arts so quickly. Zhou Xian didn't need to think to know that when Qin Pingan returned to Luopa Mountain and found Pei Qian's strange state, he, Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai would not be able to escape. They would definitely be scolded badly. Maybe in the eyes of outsiders Luopa Mountain had many strange people, but in the eyes of the people of Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian was probably the strangest. Of course Qin Pingan was even stranger. All the masters in the world would be happy to have an enlightened disciple like Pei Qian. But Qin Pingan was different. It wasn't that he didn't know how to calculate. 5:30. A young woman who was returning home from another continent left the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and walked out of the mountain. She walked towards the small town where the Huaihuang County government was located. She passed by the Jinzhu Mountain that looked like a small hill. She took a few more glances at it before entering the town. She first went to her family's old house that was not far from the Jinzhu Mountain. Back then an old beast from Xingyang Mountain stepped on the roof, so the family of 4 could only move to a relative's house. Later her mother nagged her for a long time about paying for the renovation. She took out the house key and fetched 2 buckets of water from the nearby well. She carefully cleaned the house inside and out before locking the door and going to the deserted Yang family shop. Business was difficult, so there were only 2 workers left in the shop. The young man was called Shi Lingshan, and his senior sister was called Su Dian. They were in charge of the medicine shop. Shi Lingshan was napping on the counter, while Su Dian sat on a bench and breathed silently. After breaking through the bottleneck of the 3rd realm, she received a comment from her senior brother, Xing Dafeng, saying that it was not vulgar and would help improve the quality of her heroic courage in the future. He also advised her to go to the ruins of the ancient battlefield after reaching the 5th realm. Refining her soul there would be twice the result with half the effort, and it would be especially suitable for her cultivation in the 6th realm. However, Su Dian did not feel too happy. Instead she felt a deep sense of loss. This was because she knew that the bottleneck of the 3rd realm was not only a great barrier, but also a great opportunity. She had dreamed of becoming the strongest, but in the end she was not fated to be the strongest. She could only place her hopes on the current 4th realm. This made Su Dian, who had a strong desire to win, become even more taciturn. Every day he would practice martial arts to the point that he was close to going crazy. Her martial arts cultivation was divided into 3 types: day training, night training, and dream training. The last one was the most mysterious. The first 2 had the best effect when the sun was shining and the moon was full. The dream training required her to light up 3 incense sticks every night before she went to sleep. Then she could enter all kinds of strange dreams, such as fighting in pairs, being trapped in a battlefield, dying instantly, or struggling on the brink of death. After the dream training, Su Dian would not be dispirited the next day. When she woke up at dawn every day, she would always be refreshed and would never delay her day or night training. Shi Lingshan looked like he was taking a nap, but he was actually cultivating hard. Compared to senior sister Su's cultivation method, the young man's cultivation method was simpler. It was called wading in water. Walking in the river of time, he tempered his body and soul. Su Dian didn't know his master's true identity, nor did he know what his master's cultivation level was. However, Su Dian was certain of one thing. His and his junior brother's paths of cultivation were definitely unusual. Nowadays there were many immortals coming and going in Huaihuang County. In the mountains to the west, there were many demons and monsters in human form. There were constantly local disciples of the small town or Lu clan's felons who were taken in as inner disciples by cultivators. Su Dian guessed that other than Sage Wan Jiao's Dragon Spring Sword sect, there shouldn't be anyone who could compare to her and her junior brother. Su Dian opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar customer outside the door. Shi Lingshan, who was lying on the counter, was still breathing deeply and didn't move at all. Su Dian was half an apprentice and half an odd job worker at the dragon kiln. In fact, he did hard labor. The dragon kiln's porcelain was the most important thing in the small town since ancient times. It was the Song clan's official kiln that was used for imperial porcelain. Su Dian, who was nicknamed Rouge, relied on her uncle's identity to make a living there in the early years. There were many taboos and rules when it came to porcelain. As a woman, she could only do manual labor like chopping firewood, burning charcoal, and moving soil. Every time the kiln was opened, she couldn't go near the entrance of the kiln, otherwise she would be expelled from the dragon kiln. Therefore, Su Dian wasn't familiar with the local people of the small town. As for her junior brother Xianxia, he was a child born in Peach Leaf Alley. Since he was young, he was used to playing with his neighbors and people of the same age from the big families of Fulu Street. He was also unfamiliar with the shabby alleys like Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. At most, he was familiar with places like Dragon Rider Alley that were filled with miscellaneous goods. The slender young woman looked at Su Dian and said softly with a smile, "You are Su Dian, right?" Su Dian had a good impression of this guest. She looked soft and weak, just like the rouge and face powder that her uncle had been talking about when he was alive. Su Dian nodded and stood up. "Do you want to buy medicine?" The young woman shook her head. "I'm looking for someone. My father used to be a waiter here. My younger brother is Li Huai. He often came here to play when he was young. Have you heard of him?" Su Dian's expression changed slightly. Li Huai. Was he the young man in a scholarly robe who seemed to have eaten 100 bears' heart and leopard's guts? Why would such a carefree young man have such a gentle and soft sister? The woman in front of her looked like a willow in spring. Her voice was pleasant and her face was kind. She wasn't the kind of beauty that men would be attracted to at first glance, but she was very good-looking. Even a beautiful woman like Su Dian thought she was beautiful. Su Dian asked softly, "Are you looking for my master?" The woman nodded with a smile. Su Dian was a little embarrassed. At this moment, old Yang appeared at the door of the shop in the backyard for the first time. He lifted the curtain with his pipe and said with a smile, "You're here. Come in." Li Lu walked into the backyard. Old Yang sat on the steps and continued to smoke. The woman casually picked a stool and sat down. Old man Yang said, "The matter of the newly acquired blessed land in Luopa Mountain, just say it. There's no need to avoid it. It seems to involve a lot of people, but in fact it's a matter that complies with the rules. As a big shot who can reach the heavens, he still has this bit of tolerance. Your current identity is a restraint, but it's still useful." Li Lu nodded. "You asked Jing Dafeng to call me here. It's not just about this, right?" Old Yang nodded. "It just so happens that Wan Jiao came to find me. It's also related to the blessed land. You can explain it all together. The things are still with me. Go back to Luopa Mountain and then go to Spiritual Beauty Mountain." Li Lu's eyes were deep. Old Yang said with a smile, "You don't even have the Tao. Why talk about the battle of the great Tao? Isn't it a joke? I think you should forget about the old grudges between you and her. But I don't think the two of you will listen to my advice. Otherwise back then, forget it. Let's not talk about old things. If we really want to fuss about it, everyone has done it. Anyway, if the two of you really want to compete, it's not now." A master of the pugilistic world, the fire god, was sitting high up. It was nothing more than the collapse of the great Tao, the change of the mountains and rivers, and the change of their physical bodies. As for why he, a felon with the highest seniority and status in the world, was still able to survive until today, he had to ask 3 people, 2 gods. Of the 2 gods, one decided why swordsmen had the greatest killing power, but it was extremely difficult for them to enter the legendary 14th realm. The other decided why the path of martial arts in the world was a broken path. At the same time, it also decided why the military cultivators among the Qi cultivators could be close to being untainted by karma. Li Lu suddenly said, "I don't think it will succeed." Old Yang sneered. "Who would have thought that those ants would reach the top? Would it succeed?" Li Lu remained silent. Indeed, it was just as old man Yang had said. If they really wanted to fuss about it, everyone had done it. Old Yang knocked the ground with his pipe and shook out a small temple surrounded by clouds. It rolled on the ground and finally landed. A small incense man ran out from inside and dragged 2 large plaques with both hands. They were actually a jade token and a seal. Li Lu glanced at the 2 items and smiled. Lu Xianyang, who was borrowed by the Melochin family for 30 years, will definitely enter the Dragon Spring Sword sect? Old Yang said. Wan Ju thinks that the possibility of Lu Xianyang returning is not high. In fact, the chances are still very high. The incense man ran all the way to Li Lu's feet. Li Lu picked up the keys to the 2 grotto heavens and blessed lands. She was not interested. It was just a broken old mountain and river. She was different from Wan Xiu, Li Er, Jing Dafeng and Fan Junmao. As for the sage Shou Ju of the Lakeview Academy, Sun Jiaxu of the Old Dragon City, and the little girl Cui from the small sect in the paradise of the northern continent, they could not be compared to her. The 8 goddesses of the skeleton beach city of murals left behind the painted fairyland residence in the hemp sect. It was also one of the broken mountains and rivers. It could even be considered as one of Li Lu's summer residences. Therefore, when the rain goddess saw Li Lu, she would feel uneasy. She only felt that when she met Li Lu, she was like an official of the secular dynasty meeting the heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments. Actually, this was not an illusion of the rain goddess. It was because the world was like this. The 8 goddesses of the mural city of murals had responsibilities that were roughly equivalent to the 6 ministers in the temples of the mortal world. However, they were only similar. In fact, the 8 goddesses had more power and responsibilities. They could patrol the heaven and earth, restrict, supervise, and impeach the gods of various departments. It could be said that their positions were inferior. Compared to the others who were led by Old Yang step by step on the ancient path, Li Lu's biggest difference was that she did not need to be enlightened at all. Because she was born with knowledge. Many immortal clans with the word sect had to spend a lot of resources to find the reincarnation of their patriarch after their patriarch had passed away. For example, the ancestor of the Tongyi sect sent people down the mountain to find his mother. However, even if they found her, she might not be able to remember her past life. On the path of cultivation, having a good innate talent did not mean that one could definitely return to the peak. After casually putting away the jade tablet and seal, Li Lu thought for a moment and sighed, "You still don't want us to bring up old scores. If one Qin Pingon was not enough, then there was another Li Huai. If that was not enough, then there was another Lu Xianyang." It was a battle of water and fire that was hidden very deeply. It was Qin Pingon who temporarily replaced Li Lu to compete with Wan Xiu. This was because the one who should have gotten the lucky chance of the mud fish was Qin Pingon, not Gu Kan. Why did Wan Xiu fall in love with Qin Pingon? Now things might become more and more complicated. However, in the beginning, it was definitely not as simple as Qin Pingon's clear state of mind that made Wan Xiu feel clean. Instead, it was when Wan Xiu saw Qin Pingon. She was like an old glutton who saw the most delicious food in the world. He could not look away. Li Huai was Li Lu's younger brother and also Qi Jingquan's disciple. By chance, Qin Pingon had served as Li Huai's Dao protector. If Li Lu wanted to bring up old scores with Wan Xiu, she would first have to kill Qin Pingon, who was naturally close to water, so that she could occupy the Great Dao. However, Li Huai would definitely not let this happen. And Li Lu was indeed unwilling to make Li Huai sad. But this was not safe enough. Therefore, Old Yang wanted to add some reasonable possibilities for Lu Xianyang to return to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. For example, a grotto heaven that was not included in the 36 would complement Lu Xianyang's ancestral sword manual. With Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang around, the relationship between Luopa Mountain and the Dragon Spring Sword sect would only become closer and closer. Old Yang did not deny anything. His eyes were cold. "Everyone has done it. The two of you have done it especially." Li Lu was neither afraid nor guilty. She looked up at the sky and said, "Probably." Old Yang suddenly said, "Although to you all kinds of mud can be dispersed with a wave of your clothes, you still have to be careful. Otherwise, one day the inconspicuous mud like that seal will cause you all to suffer greatly." Li Lu shook her head. "You don't have to say these words to me. I know what I'm doing." Then Li Lu smiled and looked at the old man. Old Yang laughed involuntarily as though he was finding an excuse for himself. "After sitting in the cage for 10,000 years, can't I find some fun to relieve myself of my boredom?" Li Lu held back her laughter. "My father is still all right. After all, he has to leave some martial fate for the Aquarius continent. But my mother doesn't need to go to the North continent." Old Yang kept quiet, but his face was not good. Upon thinking about the shrew who seemed to have to eat a few kilograms of arsenic every day, he was not in a good mood. She was an abominable plaything. The fly feces in the incense burner, even looking at it would dirty his eyes. Li Huai and his mother were different from his father Li Er and his sister Li Lu. They were not on the same path. The mother and daughter were just ordinary people. Of course, Li Huai was not fake. But he was definitely not ordinary. There was no such dog shit in the world that seemed to be lining up for him to step on. The Tongyi continents Mount Taiping Huang Ting and the Divine Grandeur sects He Xiaoyang were both reputed to be the most blessed in their respective continents. However, compared to Li Huai's unrivaled dog shit luck, it seemed that the latter was even more incomprehensible. Huang Ting and He Xiaoliang still needed to think about how to hold on to their fortune, to prevent it from being intertwined with misfortune. But do you think Li Huai needs that? He was the kind of person whose fortune took the initiative to come to him. Maybe he had to worry that the things he bought were too heavy and ugly. So old Yang could make an exception for Li Huai and give him more. And he could not do any business with him. After all, the old man really liked this little brat. Li Zhu Grotto Heaven had been around for a long time. There were very few people who could enter the backyard of the Yang family medicine shop. A child like Li Huai was rarely seen. As for the women, because they were too ordinary, the old man could not be bothered with them. If not, why not try Peach Leaf Alley's Xie or Clay Bottle Alley's Chaoxi? How could they walk out of Li Zhu Grotto Heaven? Old Yang was silent for a moment. Qin Pingon began to quietly investigate the natal porcelain. He was very secretive and did not leave any trace. Li Lu did not have any feelings about this. She knew a little about the inside story. It was an extremely complicated network on the mountain. Of course, the Yang family medicine shop could not get rid of it. It was just that they did things according to the rules and did not deliberately target Qin Pingon. They just shared the spoils with the Song clan. The natal porcelain was made by old Yang in the beginning. It could even be said that the rise of the Dali dynasty was due to this business in Li Zhu Grotto Heaven. That was why it could slowly rise. Therefore, old Yang's praise of the young Cui Dong's spirit was the highest recognition in the world. It could be said that other than old Yang, only Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan could reach this level. The Ma couple who lived in Apricot Blossom Alley but had the ability to control the dragon kiln, were also Ma Kuxuan's parents. They had a lot to do with the breaking of Qin Pingon's natal porcelain. Ma Lanhua, who had been promoted from river granny to river god in Dragon Whisker River, had never had a golden temple, let alone worship incense. The old woman was vicious, but only in this matter did she have a conscience. She even tried to stop her son and daughter-in-law. However, the couple was blinded by greed and the old woman did not succeed. Ma Kuxuan once woke up in the middle of the night and knew a little of the truth. Therefore he was particularly concerned about Qin Pingon, who had been pretending to be stupid in his early years. The Dali Empress, the current Empress Dowager and the previous emperor did it for Song Jisun and for the throne of Dali. The imperial tutor, Cui Dong, took advantage of the situation and played a game of chess with Qi Jingchun. If only looking at the result, Cui Dong did indeed play a divine hand. As for who bought Qin Pingon's natal porcelain, why it was broken, and how much the Song clan compensated the person behind the scenes for it, Li Lu did not know. She did not want to delve into these matters that did not concern her. Generally speaking, the price of a child born in Mud Bottle Alley would not be too low. This was because there was a sword immortal Chao Shi in Mud Bottle Alley who was in charge of a Xianxia tower in the South Saw continent. There was a premium, but it would not be too high. After all, there was already a Chao Shi in Mud Bottle Alley. Therefore, the previous emperor of the Song clan, the Dali imperial court, and the person who bought the porcelain probably did not take it too seriously. However, as Qin Pingon walked step by step until today, it was hard to say. The other party might not be able to help but bring up old scores and find all kinds of reasons to argue with the new Dali emperor. This was because according to common sense, Qin Pingon's natal porcelain was broken, and he still had the glory today. If it was not broken and he was taken out of Li Zhu Grotto Heaven by the person who bought the porcelain, and then focused on training, wouldn't he be a cultivator of the upper 5 realms? Therefore, the compensation given by the Dali imperial court back then was destined to be unfair. Of course, if the person who bought the porcelain was from the Aquarius continent, he probably would not dare to say anything now and would only complain a little. However, if it was from the other continents, especially those huge Song clan immortals, especially from the North continent, the new Dali emperor whose foundation was not yet stable, would have to pay for his father's debt. Li Lu suddenly said, Qin Pingon is a very easy person to talk to. Li Lu said again, but Qin Pingon is also a very scary person. Old Yang smiled. To be able to be evaluated by you like this, it means that Qin Pingon has not been fooling around all these years. Li Lu frowned. Once Qin Pingon figures out the details, his first enemy will be Luapa Mountain and Mud Bottle Alley. The first was the Ma clan in Apricot Blossom Alley. The second was the Song clan imperial family. And Ma Kuxuan was clearly a bet that the old man valued very much. The old man sneered, if Ma Kuxuan was beaten to death by someone of the same age who even shattered his natal porcelain, It would be the same as saving me a lot of money. I should be thanking Chen Pingon. Li Lu sighed. This was the old man's way of doing business. Old Yang smiled. That Taoist sect master actually said a lot of truths in his early years, but I don't know if Chen Pingon has understood. For example, those who do good things are not necessarily good people. Those who do bad things are not necessarily bad people. Old Yang looked up at the sky. Do you know why Buddhism seems to not care about the survival and trend of the Pearl Grotto heaven? Li Lu was silent. Old Yang asked and answered his own question. If the end of the era comes, who do you think will be the most miserable of the 3 sects and 100 schools? Li Lu said, Taoism. Once there is no way to ascend and no spiritual energy, all the cultivation methods in the world will become dragon-slaying skills, and Taoism will be in the most difficult situation. The tranquility and inaction of the great Tao may become inaction of inaction. For Taoism, this is very likely to be the earliest separation between heaven and earth, God and man. On the other hand, Confucianism and Buddhism can still pass down the torch and preach for thousands of years. It is just that the light of the torch is not as bright as before. Old Yang nodded. That is why eldest brother Dao is anxious. That's why Daoist's third brother personally protected eldest senior brother. He went to Black Pearl Grotto Heaven and became a fortune teller who set up a stall to keep an eye on Qi Jingchun. Li Lu asked, why didn't Mr. Qi use the hairpin that his teacher gave him? Old Yang said, that is the key item of the smelly Taoist sect master. Of course the old scholar was kind. At first even I didn't know the origin of the hairpin. Qi Jingchun probably didn't notice it at first. Later, when Qi Jingchun resisted the heavenly tribulation, the hairpin's strangeness was slightly revealed. Of course, the smelly Taoist sect master also had the intention of disgusting him. Unfortunately, Qi Jingchun didn't want to go from one chessboard to another. Death is death, so he cut off all the threads. Old Man Yang revealed a look of reminiscence. It was this kind of person who overturned our world back then. The old man smiled. Don't think that the world is in a mess now. In fact, when a disaster comes, there will be many people like him who will stand up. This is the result of Confucianism's education. Who always likes to say that the people are ignorant. It is the people on the mountain and then it is the scholars. In fact, the most powerful aspect of the Confucian school is that they do not know what is good for them, and the most powerful aspect of the Confucian school is that they do not know what is good for them, but they do know that they are evil when they do evil. That is the most powerful aspect of the Confucian school. Children take care of old age, parents teach their children, monarch, minister, master, disciple, family, friends, neighbors. The Confucian way of the world is like burning porcelain. The old man thought for a while. Previously, Li Huai sent some books to the shop. I flipped to one of the sentences, cold into the bones of the mountain, the grass and trees are thin. How is it? Isn't it very interesting? Why would a rotten person like Ma Lanhua of Apricot Blossom Lane stop her son and daughter-in-law from seeking money and committing murder? This is the complicated human nature. It is the rules of Confucianism that are not on paper to restrain people's hearts. Many principles have long been in the hearts of the people in the world. Li Lu asked curiously, what knowledge was Mr. Qi studying in Lizhu Grotto Heaven for 60 years? Old Yang said, of course there are hundreds of schools of thought in the 3 sections. Qi Jingchuan's studies are worthy of the praise of seeing everything at a glance. However, he focused on studying 3 kinds of knowledge in private: calculation, meridian, and law. Li Lu sighed. He was just a scholar. Why did he have to come here? Old Yang took out some tobacco. When Li Lu saw this, she smiled knowingly. It should have been given to the old man by his younger brother, Li Huai. The reason was simple. It was because the tobacco looked cheap. After chatting for a while, Li Lu stood up and disappeared in a flash. She changed her mind and went to Xianxia Mountain first, then to Luopa Mountain. On the cliff of Xianxia Mountain from top to bottom, there were 4 big words, Tian Kai Xianxiu. A woman in green with a ponytail sat on the first horizontal line of the word Tian, as if she was sitting high on the railing of the sky, overlooking the world on the ground. She ate the pastry slowly. After Li Lu appeared beside her, Wan Xiu still did not turn her head. Li Lu squatted on the ground and looked into the distance. He threw the 2 things over. Wan Xiu caught them and put away the pastry towel. Li Lu said, a grotto heaven, paddy field grotto heaven. A blessed land, Hayes blessed land. It is slightly inferior to the 10 major grotto heavens and the 36 minor grotto heavens. The Blessed Land is a ready-made medium-level blessed land. It is neither good nor bad. If you spend some money, there is hope for it to become a high-class blessed land. However, there is no one in the Blessed Land, only the spirits of mountains and lakes and the spirits of plants and flowers. Because the old man doesn't like to deal with people, you should know. According to the agreement, the old man will ask you to do 2 things in the future, and then you will decide according to your mood whether to do it or not and how to do it. Wan Xiu spread out her hands and looked down. One was a jade tablet, and the other was engraved with the words, "Not the azure dragon as the water supervisor. The land becomes a ravine and the water becomes a field." It was the paddy field grotto heaven, also known as the green rice grotto heaven. The other was a seal, and the words "Time is short in the world, haze is abundant here" were engraved on the side. It was the haze blessed land. The blessed land was in the land, in the people, in the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the grotto heaven was in the cultivation. This was the literal meaning of the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the best situation was for a sect to have both a grotto heaven and a blessed land. For example, the Xinhua sect had both the Qingtan blessed land and a minor grotto heaven. However, it was not among the 36 grotto heavens such as the Dragon Palace grotto heaven and the Dragon Palace grotto heaven, and its quality was not good enough. However, a minor grotto heaven was a minor grotto heaven after all. Compared to a blessed land with abundant spiritual qi, it had many more mysteries in addition to more spiritual qi. For example, there was the aura of the great Tao and some golden objects that had been washed and accumulated by the passage of time. A small object could be full of brilliance. The paddy field grotto heaven had some miraculous features, so to a certain extent, it was suitable for Lu Xianyang's sword practice in his dream. In fact, the old man had a more suitable grotto heaven for that sword manual. However, it was not suitable for him to take it out for the time being. When doing business with others, one should never give it to others without giving it away. It could not be sold at a high price. Wan Xiu furrowed her brows, asking, "You don't have a fragment secret realm of fire property?" Li Lu said, "Even if the old man had one, he wouldn't give it to you. If you dare to accept it, your father will give it back. I won't make an extra trip for this kind of thing." Wan Xiu nodded, saying, "Thank you." Li Lu did not respond. Wan Xiu took out the pastries wrapped in the embroidered handkerchief again, asking, "Do you want to eat it?" Li Lu hesitated for a moment, then picked up a piece of pastry and put it into her mouth. Wan Xiu smiled happily and then said, "You can eat it again before I beat you to death in the future." Li Lu said with a smile, "I eat the pastry and you eat me. Anyway, you eat it. It's a good deal." Wan Xiu put away the pastry and looked into the distance with a smile, saying, "But it may be you who eats me. I think it's good this way. There are not so many restrictions. I can eat whatever I want. Boil water, boil the river, boil the sea, and everything can be eaten." Wan Xiu asked, "I don't remember what happened in the past. Who won the last time we fought?" Li Lu said indifferently, "Both lost." Li Lu asked, "Those 12 nominal disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect are obviously pawns planted by others. Why did you deliberately turn a blind eye to them?" Wan Xiu said with a blank face, "Others put a few ants in the chicken coop. Do I need to care?" Li Lu laughed. "Poor ants. Among them, Xieling was probably the most pitiful." Wan Xiu asked casually, "Didn't you meet any acquaintances in the North Continent?" Li Lu said, "In a place called the Ghost Valley in the Skeleton Beach I passed by, but I didn't deliberately say hello. Anyway, we will meet at the Lion Peak in the future." Wan Xiu said, "Oh, you don't know how to be a good person." Li Lu sneered, "Go to the Xianxia blessed land and have a fight? No, I will obviously lose, and it's a money-losing business. If I fight, the spiritual energy of the blessed land will be scattered, and the great demons will die. It's boring." Wan Xiu shook her head and said, "With your temper, I didn't beat you to death back then. It means that my temper was really good in the past." Li Lu leaned back and put his hands under his head. "That's quite good." Wan Xiu glanced at the sky. There were 2 people flying in the wind towards the south. She glanced at them and didn't care. A man came to the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain on his family's ferry. Beside him was a maidservant named Yara. The 2 of them flew directly to Luapa Mountain. He had the sword token made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The last time he visited Luopa Mountain he bought it from a local immortal mansion. At this moment it was hanging on his waist. He couldn't rely on his identity to buy and sell at the original price. It had nothing to do with morality. It was just that, if the price was doubled the other party would be willing to sell. Even so, it was just a grain rain money. When he reached the foot of the mountain he landed. He shouted loudly, "Brother Gale." A stooped man who was basking in the sun on a bench at the entrance of the house immediately stood up and ran over. He said warmly, Brother Zhou Fei is here." Beside Jiang Shangzhen stood a beautiful young woman. It was Ye who had come out of the lotus blossom blessing. After seeing it, Xing Dafeng sighed and said, "Drowning to death." Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Can we go up the mountain?" Xing Dafeng nodded and said, "Sure, but recently our Luopa mountain has been tight on money, so there's a new mountain rule. If you want to go up the mountain you have to pay a small sum of money. Since it's Brother Zhou Fei, then I'll be shameless. I'll be biased this time and not follow the rules. Brother Zhou Fei, just give it as you see fit. In any case, with your status here, you almost became half a family member of our Luopa mountain." Jiang Shangzhen chuckled and took out a grain rain money and placed it in Xing Dafeng's hand. Xing Dafeng kept it in his sleeve. No, it's too much." Ye stared at the shameless hunchback. She was a smart girl, but she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. Xing Dafeng accompanied Jiang Shangzhen up the mountain and asked, "Why are you here this time?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "I am here to express my gratitude to your Luopa mountain. Now my calligraphy lake has an additional jade pure realm sword cultivator as a consecrator. It is all thanks to your mountain master. It is all thanks to him. Also, I heard that Mountain God Wei is holding a second night feast. I missed it both times. I feel really bad about it, so I have to personally go. One to express my gratitude, one to apologize. I have to make it up." A new sect had appeared in Calligraphy Lake. It was called True Realm Sect. This was a big matter that everyone in Aquarius continent knew about. If not for the noise of horse hooves on the continent, the cultivators on the mountain would definitely talk about it for a long time. True Realm Sect's Tong Yi continent was a subsidiary sect of the number 1 immortal sect, Jade Grey Sect. Head consecrator Lu Lao Qing, the only upper 5 realms cultivator in Aquarius continent. Other than that, there was also True Monarch Lu Jimao from Azure Gorge Island. There was also a group of powerful cultivators who came from Jade Grey Sect to Calligraphy Lake. Now there was a female sword immortal Shui Kai from North Continent. She became a consecrator in name. It was a huge commotion. Instantly, the number of gazes on Aquarius continent's mountain increased. They were curious if the local snake and the river dragon would fight on the stage. If there were some undercurrents under the table, it would not be as exciting as a life and death battle between two great cultivators. Sect Master Xian of Divine Grandeur Sect was a Realm 12 heavenly monarch. He also received an immortal weapon from the Sect Master of an Orthodoxy. Moreover, Divine Grandeur Sect also had the support of an upper sect in the central Divine Continent. Xian's junior brother seemed to hold an important position in the upper sect. But according to Aquarius Continent's cultivators, True Realm Sect would definitely carefully expand their territory in the next 100 years. Great Li Song clan would not allow the Aquarius Continent to have a sect that was too big to handle. In fact, True Realm Sect did abide by the rules. Even when dealing with the many islands in Calligraphy Lake, other than the Bloody Iron Fist in the early days, where those who complied would prosper and those who disobeyed would perish. Now it was stable and peaceful. Some smart cultivators and islands had their own gains. They realized that after Lu Jimao's reorganization without mentioning the rules of the sect, the strength and wealth of their islands had increased. The most interesting thing was that the most lawless and chaotic cultivators in the Aquarius continent seemed to have turned into immortal scribes overnight, and they were all immortal scribes of a clan with the surname, Zong, in the title of immortal scribes. During this time, Pearl Hairpin Island tried to move out of Calligraphy Lake. True Realm Sect specially allocated a few islands with mountains and rivers, but they did not decide who would belong to them. A certain great cultivator of True Realm Sect suddenly went into seclusion and did not appear. Zhou Xian received Jiang Shangzhen and they chatted happily. Jiang Shangzhen took out 2 priceless magic treasures as gifts for the 2-night banquets. He troubled Zhou Xian to pass them to Wei Pai of Cloud Splitting Mountain. In addition, Xianxia had prepared 2 immortal treasures as gifts for the young master of Luopa Mountain to win a pure Jade Realm cultivator for True Realm sect. Zhou Xian said that a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator was a sword immortal, not to mention a sword immortal from North Continent. It was unreasonable for Zhou Fei and his brother to only give 2 treasures. 3 was more reasonable. Xianxia, who was sitting on the stone bench in the small courtyard, slapped his thigh and said that he had forgotten about this. So he took out 2 treasures. Yet could not bear to look at it. After leaving Lotus Flower Blessed Land, she had seen Xianxia's seemingly domineering but actually scheming methods in Jade Grey sect. She had also followed Xianxia to Cloud Cave Blessed Land. She had also seen Xianxia's coldness and ruthlessness. He killed those unruly earth immortals of Blessed Land without batting an eyelid, as if he was breaking the necks of a few chicks. Finally, when they arrived at the Book Slip Lake, although Xianxia never gave any specific orders, as if he was a hands-off boss who did not care about anything, everyone had to do everything. Crow, who was born in the Devil sect and was familiar with the operations of a large sect, could see the invisible brand of Xianxia's conduct. So she became more and more curious. Did that young banished immortal surnamed Qin make Xianxia treat him so seriously? Besides, Qin Pingon was not on her own mountain now. Was no longer the frog at the bottom of the well in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. She had already seen the scenery at the highest point of the entire Tongyi continent. Jing Dafeng looked and was happy. Mount Grey Mist, Mount Cinnabar, Mount Wuxia, and the back of Jellyfish. The winning items of the 4 subsidiary mountains of Luopa Mountain were all available. And the cleverest thing about Brother Zhou Fei was that these 4 extraordinary winning items could be used as auxiliary items in the future. In other words, as long as Luopa Mountain found a more suitable immortal treasure to suppress the mountains and rivers of those mountains, the present timely help would automatically become icing on the cake. Of course, the reason why the sect master of True Realm sect could be so clever was because of an important premise: money. But that was to be expected. That Cloud Cave Blessed Land was a good place that even those arrogant cultivators of the Central Plains Divine Continent would want to go there for. It was also the main source of income for the entire Jade Grey sect. So Zhou Xian killed Zhou Fei's pig. One was willing to hit and one was willing to be hit. Everyone was happy. It was estimated that this warm-hearted brother Zhou Fei would complain that Zhou Xian did not stab him with enough knives and not fast enough. Since they had come to Flattery Mountain, Luopa Mountain, the 2 sides naturally had to compete in Dao techniques. On this trip to Luopa Mountain, Xianxia, who had a card up his sleeve, had once again admitted defeat. Because Zhou Xian had a trump card, which was Qin Pingon's first disciple, Pei Qian, saying that his realm would double. It was the final word. Xianxia was impressed. Yet felt uncomfortable listening at the side. The 2 sides finally started to talk about serious matters. Yet was very reserved. Because that hunchbacked man's gaze really made her feel sick. But when they occasionally looked at each other, the other's gaze really could not be said to be disgusting. This made her feel somewhat helpless. Yet made up her mind to never come to Luopa Mountain again. I want 20% of the profits of Lotus Root Blessed Land. There is no time limit, it is permanent. Xianxia stretched out 2 fingers. My conditions are: first, True Realm sect will first lend Luopa Mountain 1,000 grains of grain rain money. After becoming a mid-grade blessed land, we will borrow another 2,000. After becoming a high-grade blessed land, we will take out another 3,000. There is no interest. But for the 3 sums of grain rain money, Qin Pingon and Luopa Mountain must repay True Realm sect within 100 years, 500 years and 1,000 years respectively, otherwise there will be an additional price. As for whether to use money to repay the debt or borrow people to repay the debt, we can discuss it later, let's not talk about it for now. Second, I will transfer people from Cloud Cave Blessed Land to Lotus Root Blessed Land to help Luopa Mountain manage all kinds of affairs. Third, I can also take out 6 islands at the border of Book Slip Lake, not to rent but directly give them to Luopa Mountain. Zhou Xian smiled but did not speak. Xianxia was not in a hurry. Zhou Xian suddenly said, "Now, immortal money is the most valuable and people are the least valuable. But for a long time it is hard to say. Brother Zhou Fei's Cloud Cave Blessed Land is vast and rich in resources, of course it is very powerful. Our Lotus Root Blessed Land size is far from Cloud Cave Blessed Land, but in terms of people, there are 20 million in Nanyuan Kingdom and 40 million in the other 3 kingdoms, including Songlai Kingdom. It is not a small number. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head and waved his sleeve, immediately enveloping a small world. He said slowly, "If it were an outsider, perhaps our old sect master Sun would believe it. Unfortunately, I happen to be a banished immortal from Lotus Root Blessed Land, so I can roughly guess the old sect master's methods. Therefore, outside of Nanyuan Kingdom, in the territory of these paper men and paper paste, in the short term, the souls of the people are fragmented and thin. The fate of the mountains and rivers is also extremely sparse, almost negligible. We can only rely on the real Nanyuan Kingdom to share and make up for it. Therefore, all the people and things outside of Nanyuan Kingdom are really worthless now, not even a bit. We can only wait. In the long term they will become more and more valuable. That is why I insist on the word, permanent." Zhou Xian neither admitted nor denied, smiling, 20% and it is a permanent income, a little too much. However, he still had a higher opinion of this brother Zhou Fei. This was called guessing the plans of the heavens with one's own calculations. Guessing correctly was an ability, so he had to admit it. However, at the same time Jiang Shangzhen actually thought the same. Zhou Xian was also betting on the overall situation to lower the price. Most importantly, he had gambled correctly. Jiang Shangzhen dispersed the small world and stood up. "I'll go take a look around first. I'll leave Luopa Mountain when I have concrete information. It's not like Slip Lake will be the same with or without me anyway." Jiang Shangzhen took Ya-Er and Yufeng to the provincial capital of the Dragon Province, which was also where the provincial capital of the Longquan Commandery used to be. He planned on finding a few playmates around the same age for the child he had brought to Slip Lake from the North Continent. His maidservant Ya-Er was clearly a little older and a little dumber. Xing Dafeng saw Zhou Lian's gaze. Xing Dafeng smiled. "The master I've invited should be here very soon. By then he can help us and Jiang Shangzhen lower the price." He arrived just like that. A young woman landed in the small courtyard. Xing Dafeng smiled. "Little Lu, are you sure are pretty now? You're just as pretty as can be." Li Lu smiled. "Hello, Uncle Xing." Zhou Lian did not say anything courteous either. He cut straight to the chase and began talking about the matters of the blessed land of lotus roots with this unfamiliar woman. Zhou Lian told her everything, no matter how big or small. As for her identity and origins, Zhou Lian did not care at all. As the gatekeeper of Luopa Mountain, Xing Dafeng would obviously keep an eye on her. Li Lu did not keep him in suspense either. She got Zhou Lian to call Wei Pai over. She opened her umbrella and entered the former blessed land of lotus roots with Zhou Lian. A distant roaming cultivator and a great cultivator who had reached nascent soul realms so easily looked down on the blessed land together. The corner of Li Lu's lips twitched. "You really are a stinky ox nose. Your cultivation has become much more profound. No wonder you're bold enough to arm wrestle in the green darkness world." Zhou Lian sat cross-legged, turning a deaf ear to her. Li Lu pointed at the mountains and rivers under her feet. She slowly said, "The changes of this blessed land, according to the saying of the early years, belong to the change of the mountains and rivers. The land outside the Nanyuan Kingdom was created by your god back then with great power into a shape similar to a white paper blessed land. In short, all the mountains, rivers, plants and all sentient beings outside the Nanyuan Kingdom are like white paper. They can live, but they no longer have the slightest meaning. That is to say, these pieces of paper, no matter how pious they are or how they pray to Buddha or God, they will not be able to nurture the slightest bit of incense essence. However, it will not hinder their reincarnation in the new blessed land. As long as the spiritual energy in the new blessed land increases, the incense in the Nanyuan Kingdom will become more and more prosperous, and all the paper will become thicker and thicker. In the end, they will be no different from ordinary people. They may even have the aptitude for cultivation and the possibility of becoming a god of mountains and rivers." Zhou Lian said indifferently, "From a gorgeous painting scroll, it has become a meticulous sketch." Li Lu smiled. "You can say that." Li Lu looked over and casually pointed at a few places. "The so-called banished immortals have already left this fragmented blessed land. Also, some of the cultivators who have already started to climb the mountain are obviously not in your blessed land. For example, the Lake Mountain sect in Songlai country, which once had Eugenie in charge, will appear especially empty and very conspicuous. This is the result of Eugenie being chosen by the old Taoist. Eugenie should now be in one of the 4 real blessed lands of lotus flower. Lu Tai is another one. That scholarly family in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, do you see? It's also empty and very abrupt. It must be that this family has someone that the old Taoist finds interesting. Therefore, after the blessed land of lotus flower was divided into 4, the general ownership is already very clear. They are Qin Pingon Eugenie, the first person in the history of lotus flower blessed land to successfully convert to Taoism, Lu Tai, the banished immortal who unified the devil's cult, and the family that Qin Pingon visited twice in the library. Zhou Xian did not even look. He scratched his head and laughed. I'm not a god of mountains and rivers. I can't see those natural phenomena. Li Lu smiled. You don't have to test me. There's no need. Also, be careful not to draw legs on a snake. Zhou Xian smiled and said, okay. Li Lu asked, if you're a pawn of that stinky cow nose, Qin Pingon will die very miserably. Zhou Xian put his hands on his knees. The wind blew and his body leaned forward slightly. Since I'm lucky enough to be born as a human, I should speak and act like a human. Otherwise, what's the point of walking around the human world? Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes and said slowly, heaven and earth gave birth to me, Zhou Xian. I can't refuse. I can decide how I, Zhou Xian, will die. Li Lu turned her head. For the first time she carefully looked at this pure warrior with a mask. Zhou Xian, you have a bright future. Zhou Xian raised his head and turned to look at the extremely dangerous young woman. Miss Lu, it's a pity that you didn't come to our Luapa mountain. Li Lu was a little confused, but she was too lazy to know the answer. She continued to explain the key points and taboos of the operation of the blessed land to Zhou Xian. She was no less unfamiliar than Xianxia. The reason was simple. In history, even if one did not mention the earliest foundation of the Great Tao, Li Lu had managed a handful of blessed lands. One of them was a blessed land. The Ripple Grotto Heaven of the Central Plains Divine Continent and the Jade Tide Blessed Land of the Dawnflow Continent. They were once among the 36 and 72 blessed lands, but their fates were worse than the Pearl Grotto Heaven that fell and took root. Now they were all broken and forgotten. Pei Qian was in seclusion these days. She worked day and night on one thing. She buried her head in the desk on the first floor of the bamboo house and copied books. She couldn't be fast. She could only obediently write word by word properly. The little girl in a pink dress, Chen Rushu, who was the little housekeeper of the mountain, and Zhou Mili, who wanted to be the right guardian of Luapa Mountain's bamboo house, were at the bamboo house helping Pei Qian copy books, bringing her tea and water and massaging her shoulders and back. Finally, at noon one day, Pei Qian gently put down her brush, stood up, and made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian. Great success. Chen Rushu asked, you really finished copying? Pei Qian squinted and said, not only did I pay off my debt, but I also copied Sister Baoping and copied 10 more books. Pei Qian crossed her arms and sneered. From tomorrow onwards, Senior Cui will know that a Pei Qian with no distractions is definitely not the Pei Qian that he can complain about. Chen Rushu wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, it's a matter of one punch anyway. She didn't want to pour cold water on him. Zhou Mili quickly raised her hands and clapped quickly. Pei Qian lay on the desk that was piled up with paper and played with a few of her family heirlooms for a while. After putting them away, she walked around the desk and said that she wanted to take the 2 of them out for a walk. Chen Rushu took some more melon seeds and Zhou Mili carried the mountain walking staff. Pei Qian swaggered to old chef's house, wanting to find the young mistress that her master had abducted from the North Continent. However, she was not at home. Pei Qian went to look for old chef. In the end, a dog jumped out and was pounced on by Pei Qian. She slapped the dog's head to the ground and grabbed its mouth with one hand. She twisted it skillfully, causing the dog's head to tilt. Pei Qian squatted on the ground and asked, are you rebelling? Why didn't you show up after so long? Speak. Give me an explanation and I'll spare your life. The dog could only whimper. Pei Qian twisted its head and nodded in praise. How brave. You can remain silent in the face of a peerless expert who kills people like picking grass. With this heroic spirit you won't die. The dog quickly wagged its tail. However, Pei Qian did not let it go. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. She raised a hand and Zhou Mili immediately handed her the mountain walking staff. One needed a stick to beat a dog. When poking a hornet's nest, the mountain walking staff was even more useful. This was what Pei Qian said herself. In the end, Pei Qian said unhappily, melon seeds. The girl in the pink dress quickly put a handful of melon seeds in Pei Qian's hand. Pei Qian ate the seeds with one hand and kept the dog's mouth with the other. Come learn from the expert in the book and smile coldly. The dog's mouth twitched. Pei Qian said again, change it. Learn from the bad guy in the Jianghu romance and smile evilly. The dog's eyes changed again and the corner of its mouth twitched. Pei Qian frowned. The dog knew something was wrong and began to struggle. However, Pei Qian pulled the dog. She stood up and spun around, throwing the dog 7 to 8 feet away. Then Pei Qian saw a man and a young woman standing not far away. She tilted her head and looked for a long time. Suddenly she smiled brightly and bowed. Qin Ruxia bowed and greeted Mr. Zhou. Zhou Mili followed suit. This is the second time we've met, right? Jiang Shangzhen looked at the charcoal girl that he found interesting back then and said with a smile, now you've become Qin Pingan's first disciple? Very good. I think Qin Pingan has good taste. I'm willing to take you away from lotus flower blessed land. Pei Qian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice. This guy's bootlicking skills were terrible. However, for this fellow to be able to recognize his master, it was truly a case of his ancestors emitting green smoke from their graves. As a result, Pei Qian smiled. Senior, have you been to the mountain god temple at the top of our mountain? Jiang Shangzhen smiled. I have. Then Pei Qian asked, then what about the dragon province's Xingwang's pavilion? The little person from the province's Xingwang's pavilion was basically her underling now, as it had led the way to the huge hornet's nest earlier. It had even received a copper coin as a reward afterwards. Before the old Xingwang had taken up his post here, the two of them had already known each other. Sister Bao Ping had been present back then too. However, during this time the stalker had not appeared much. As a result, she still wanted to add some incense to the Xingwang's pavilion whenever she had the opportunity. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. I really haven't been there before. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shangzhen, Pei Qian took the two of them to the top of the steps and sat down together. The girl Sun Yuanji that Zhu Lian had brought up the mountain was currently practicing martial arts from the middle of the mountain. According to the little girl in pink who was a tip-off, Sun Yuanji had to make 3 trips up the steps in a single day recently, going from the foot of the mountain to the top once. The 3 girls sat side by side, munching on melon seeds as they whispered to each other. Jiang Shangzhen returned to his courtyard and shook his head with a smile. I finally know why a bright moon was stolen from the shoulder of that mellow scholar from the South Whirlpool continent. The old head probably plucked the great sun from the blessed land of the lotus flowers as well, extracting its essence and placing it in this girl's other eye. Yira was shocked when she heard that. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at her. Do you feel very aggrieved? You've cultivated so painstakingly, yet it seems like your entire life can't compare to a single fortuitous encounter from someone else? Yira was afraid to say anything. Jiang Shangzhen took out a quasi-immortal artifact, the future treasure of the True Realms sect, with a smile. I'm giving it to you sincerely. Can you accept it? Won't you die? You will, and you won't even know how you'll die. Will it be Lu Laoqing or Lu Jimao? Or will it be the various subjects of the Jade Medallion sect who came with me? I'll just use a few tricks and you'll take the bait and die. Yira quietly waited for sect master Jiang Shangzhen to take back the quasi-immortal artifact. However, Jiang Shangzhen clenched the pearl tightly and slapped it between the girl's eyebrows. He smiled and said, I'll give it to you. Don't think that you can cultivate in peace just because you have someone to rely on. You can't be so careless in a place surrounded by tigers and wolves, just like in the blessed land of lotus flowers. Yira felt like she was in a pot of oil, her soul boiling. She hugged her head with both hands and rolled on the ground in pain. Jiang Shangzhen had already created a small world with a wave of his sleeve. I'll use you to fish for Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao's temperament. They were born as wild cultivators, so they have big ambitions and love freedom the most. I understand. If they can endure it, then one of them should ascend to the immortal realm, and the other should break through the nascent soul bottleneck. They should climb high with me and enjoy the scenery together. If they can't endure it, even if they have the slightest intention or action, I'll be heartbroken. The True Realm sect will lose 2 great generals for nothing. Jiang Shangzhen sat on the side with his legs crossed and poured a cup of tea for himself. Almost none of the cultivators in the world realize that only their own temperament can be a Tao protector who can accompany them for life. In a shabby alley in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, a young man in a green robe was sitting on a bench that had not been changed for many years, thinking about something. Mr. Lu left a few years ago saying that if there was a chance in the future they could meet again in the outside world but not in this world. At that time Mr. Lu was already worthy of being the second most powerful person in the world. His strength was almost the same as that of the old immortal of the Lake Mountain sect, Eugenie, who looked like a child and traveled on a sword. Not only that, under the leadership of the dragon general Tang Tie, the northern Jin Kingdom's army went north to the grassland and achieved great military achievements. After that, Tang Tie and the northern Jin Kingdom's army stopped fighting and allowed the grassland to fall into internal strife. Moreover, Tang Tie went north alone several times, using a saber to refine himself and killing countless grassland masters. For some reason, after the trip to the Nanyuan Kingdom, the armed Saint Qing Yuanshan gave up all the wealth and family properties in the grassland and became a member of the Lake Mountain sect. Under the rule of the new puppet emperor supported by the Lake Mountain sect, Songlai Kingdom was wantonly searching for suitable cultivators. Lu Fang's Bird's Eye Peak and Zhou Xian's Spring Tide Palace had always been closed off. However, the young man in the green robe only silently observed these general trends of the world. He was more focused on reading and cultivation. Mr. Zhongqiu and Mr. Lu each accompanied Chao Qinglang to the 5 sacred mountains of the Nanyuan Kingdom. It was not only a long journey but also cultivation. At that time the young man had the 5 sacred mountains' true shape map. When the imperial tutor Zhongqiu obtained this immortal item, he was worried that Eugenie would take it away, so he tried to destroy it but to no avail. Later Mr. Lu said something and the imperial tutor handed the book to Chao Qinglang for safekeeping. Chao Qinglang also roughly guessed that Mr. Lu was targeting Eugenie not only for himself but also for this mysterious immortal book. The knowledge that the 2 masters imparted to Chao Qinglang was different. The knowledge that Mr. Zhongqiu imparted was gradual and profound. After all, Zhongqiu was a martial arts grandmaster who was known as the imperial tutor. The knowledge that Mr. Lu Tai taught was complex and profound. This Mr. Lu, on the other hand, had appeared out of nowhere in this world. The speed of his rise was even more unprecedented. His disciples, without exception, had all become formidable heroes who dominated a region. There was a knock on the door. Chao Qinglang went to open the door. It was an old Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples. The imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Zhongqiu and Chao Qinglang, who was half a disciple, sat down separately. Zhongqiu said with a smile, "Qinglang, you had many questions when you were young. You asked about the origin of the stars, the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the origin of wind and rain. As a scholar, I can't answer them. You can find the answers yourself in the future." Chao Qinglang nodded slightly. Zhongqiu was silent for a moment and said with emotion, "But I hope that in the future, you can speak for the world and not become a chessboard where everyone can't escape the fate of being a chess piece." Chao Qinglang said, "I will. It has something to do with my future ability, but it's not important. I believe in him." Zhongqiu said with a smile, "Then I'm relieved." He was relieved to see the scholar in green who grew up year by year, and he was also relieved to see the young man in white who carried a sword. Zhongqiu suddenly hesitated. Chao Qinglang said, "Sir, are you hesitating to stay in the Nanyuan Kingdom or go to the other world?" Zhongqiu nodded and said, "I'm not curious about how big the outside world is. I'm just looking forward to the knowledge of the sages outside." Chao Qinglang smiled brightly. "Sir, don't worry. He said that the books outside are not expensive." Zhongqiu joked, "How old were you then? You remember everything he said back then." Chao Qinglang murmured, "How can I forget? I won't forget." The 2 of them were speechless. Zhongqiu looked up at the sky. "It's going to rain." Chao Qinglang smiled and said, "The road is still there. Just hold the umbrella." Mr. Fisherman Wu Shuan left Yanji County with his disciple Zhao Wanluan and her brother Zhao Xuxia. They began to travel the mountains and rivers. After all, the matter at the Misty Mountain was too serious. It was not that Wu Shuan did not trust Chen Pingon, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore they traveled all the way and left the Tsai Kingdom. They first went to the Zhishui Kingdom and visited the sword Saint Song Yao. The two of them got along well, but they did not hit it off at first sight. It could not be helped. They were not friends of friends, but they could definitely become close friends. It depended on fate. However, Song Yuyao liked the two juniors very much, especially his daughter-in-law who was now in charge of the family business. She liked the young girl Wan Luan from the bottom of her heart. Even a blind man could see that she was a potential cultivator. This probably had something to do with the fact that she did not have any children. She could not help but feel sorry for a young girl like Zhao Wanluan, who had a tragic background but was obedient and pure. She was a woman who was a spy in Dali. The three of them began to head north. The further south they went, the more dangerous it was. Wuxia did not dare to take the lives of the two children lightly. On this day the three of them camped on a mountain peak. Zhao Wanluan was doing breathing exercises while Zhao Xian was practicing his walking stance. Wuxia was pleased to see this. Of course, Wanluan was more talented, but the old man had never been partial to the two children. In fact, Wuxia had a secret manual with him. It was the swordsmanship manual that Qin Pingon had copied out word by word. He also had a yellow imitation sword that he carried on his back for the time being. He did not tell Zhao Xian about it. According to his agreement with Qin Pingon, Wuxia would only hand over the two items to Zhao Xian when he succeeded in his training. After Zhao Xian finished his training, he stood on the spot and looked into the distance. In Yanji County, when he met Mr. Qin after a long separation, Zhao Xian had only practiced a little more than 163,000 punches. When they parted, Mr. Qin told him to practice up to 500,000 punches. Zhao Xian knew that his talent was not good, so he focused on his training. Hard work could make up for it. Unknowingly, Zhao Wanluan was standing beside him. She asked gently, "Brother, do you want to become Mr. Chen's disciple?" Zhao Xian scratched his head, embarrassed. "I don't dare to think about it." How could Zhao Xian hope to become a disciple of a sword immortal like Mr. Qin? Zhao Wanluan whispered, "Brother, but I have a feeling that Mr. Qin has high hopes for you." Zhao Xian thought for a while. "I don't care about anything else. I have to finish all 500,000 punches. We'll talk about it later." Zhao Wanluan nodded. Zhao Xian suddenly sighed. The girl was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xian whispered, "I'm just saying, if I'm lucky enough to become Mr. Chen's disciple, what should I call you? Masteress? Wouldn't that mess up the seniority?" The girl's face turned red, like a peach blossom blooming in the spring breeze. She kicked Zhao Xia's calf. "Zhao Xia, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Xian looked innocent and bared his teeth. Wuxia shouted, "I didn't hear anything." The girl's face turned redder and redder. She ran away and waited alone. Zhao Xian turned his head and exchanged a smile with the old man. There was no need for words. Although there was a big age gap, they were all men. But when Zhao Xian started practicing again, it was different. Wuxia would sometimes be dazed when he saw the young man practicing. He felt that Zhao Xia's talent was actually very good. The Zhao Xian of the past was indeed not a martial arts genius. The current Zhao Xian in fact had very weak fist intent. He still could not be considered a martial arts genius. But one day, as long as the young man persevered and walked on this path, then there was at least one possibility. The world's fist intent was Qin Pingon. Only the nameless Zhao Xian. At the border of Qingwan, Fairy Lu Li's Dao heart was about to collapse. The great immortal Master Cui, who looked like a young man in white, let a weak child carry him. The child wobbled and walked on the rugged mountain road. Cui Dongshan waved his snow-white sleeve and shouted, "Go, go, go, go," as if he was riding a horse. On the second floor of Luopa Mountain's bamboo house, Pei Qian had just barely dodged a punch when she was hit on the forehead by the next punch. She was brought all the way to the wall and was nailed to the wall. The barefoot old man said expressionlessly, "I beat you with the 4th level of the world's paper paste. How many times have you died already? Are you a waste? Your master is a waste with decent talent. Then you are a waste that does not have the qualifications to be Qin Pingon's disciple." The Pei Qian who was hung on the wall was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She struggled to open her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood at the old man. The old man did not dodge. He only increased the strength of his fist. If this bamboo house was a house in the marketplace, that little head would have been completely caved in. The old man sneered, "Not convinced? Do you have the ability to speak? A waste disciple taught by a waste master. If I were Qin Pingon, I would have already told you to scram so that you don't embarrass yourself in the future. His punch caused Pei Qian's face, which was already covered in blood, to be completely devoid of any black. A slender arm was raised shakily. It was not a punch but a light touch on the old man's shoulder. It was light. Was it scratching an itch? The old man seemed to be furious. He turned his fist into a palm and grabbed her entire head. With a casual swing, she flew out and hit the wall, falling heavily to the ground. Pei Qian had completely fainted. The old man came to her side, squatted down and pointed in the air. After a moment he stood up and turned to the corridor outside the bamboo house and said, "Drag her away." The bamboo door opened. The girl in the pink dress skillfully carried the tanned girl on her back and ran to the first floor with light but quick steps. The old man put his hands behind his back and strode out of the house to the corridor railing. The old man laughed silently. He was extremely pleased. With that punch, you Pei Qian should be the strongest in the realm. "531. Dressed in a green robe, he followed the river and went against the current. He did not purposely follow the river bank and walk on the surface of the water. After all, he needed to carefully observe the local customs, mountains, and deities along the way. Thus he often had to take a detour so he did not walk too fast. When he made up his mind to do something, he was always like this. He worked hard and did not feel that it was hard. However, the people around him could be at ease. If they were young, they would not even know how lucky they were. Probably because he grew up at the bottom of the city, Qin Pingon had extremely good patience and tenacity. On the way, Qin Pingon encountered an incident that caused him to ponder deeply. Once, Qin Pingon stayed at an inn near the Xinguang Temple in a certain county in Fuchu. At midnight, there were sounds of gongs and drums that only cultivators and ghosts could hear. The Yin underworld barrier was suddenly broken. Under the guidance of the various ghost messengers, the ghosts near the county city entered the city in an orderly manner. This was the Xinguang Night Court meeting that happened twice a month. It was known as the Xinguang Night Trial. Lord Xinguang would judge the merits and demerits of the otherworldly ghosts in his jurisdiction at night. Qin Pingon quietly left the inn and arrived outside the Xinguang Temple. The 2-day wandering deities who were guarding the door to prevent ghosts and ghosts from making noise looked at him and immediately bowed. They did not respectfully address him as immortal master. Instead, they addressed him as teacher. Their expressions were very respectful. After Qin Pingon returned the greeting, he asked if he could listen to Lord Xinguang's night trial. One of the day-wandering deities immediately turned around to report. After receiving permission from Lord Xinguang, Magistrate Wen and the 3 main officials of the Yin-Yang department, they immediately invited this foreign cultivator in. In the main hall, Lord Xinguang sat behind the big table. The civil and military judges as well as the officers of the Xinguang Temple lined up in an orderly manner to punish the ghosts and otherworldly items. If there was anyone who was not satisfied and if they were not evil, they were allowed to appeal to the Mountain Lord Diyu and the Water God Palace Lord. When the time came, the Mountain Lord and the Palace Lord would send Yin underworld officers to review the case. Qin Pingon did not sit on the chair that Lord Xinguang ordered people to bring out. Instead, he placed the chair behind a red pillar and sat there with his eyes closed. When an otherworldly item cried out that it was not satisfied with the verdict, Qin Pingon opened his eyes and listened to Lord Xinguang's rebuke. It turned out that when the otherworldly item was alive, he was a Confucian scholar who didn't have an official scholarly title. He had accidentally dug up a large number of skeletons outside the county town. He took them out one by one and buried them properly. The otherworldly item felt that he had made a great contribution, so he questioned why the masters in the city god temple had turned a blind eye to him. Why couldn't he use this to offset his sins? This was a great injustice, so he must appeal to the Water God Palace Lord. If the Palace Lord didn't care, the officials would protect each other. He would risk losing the chance to reincarnate to sound the drum of injustice. Then he would appeal to Lord Zhongyue of the Fuchu nation. He would ask Lord Zhongyue to uphold justice for him and severely punish the city god for his negligence. Lord Xinguang scolded angrily. The Xinguang of the world investigates the living beings of the living world. When you were alive, you did good with the intention to do good. Although you were good, you were not rewarded. Although you were evil, you were not punished. Even if you go to Lord Xingwang, you will still follow tonight's verdict. There is no possibility of changing the verdict. The otherworldly item sat on the ground dejectedly. It was about time for the rooster to crow. The Xingwang's night trial had come to an end. Qin Pingon stood up and walked around the pillar. He stood in the hall and thanked Lord Xingwang, who was dressed in black and white. Then he left. Lord Xingwang personally sent him to the gate of the Xingwang temple. When they reached the door, Lord Town God hesitated for a moment. He stopped and asked, "Did the headmaster of the academy secretly dig a path down the mountain for the laborers who entered the deep mountains to mine the royal wood in Zhejiang County?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Yes, I did. Seeing that the path was rugged and full of miasma, I couldn't bear it." Lord Xingwang sighed and said, "Two of them should have died on the way to deliver the tree. One was crushed to death by the giant tree and the other fell to his death from the cliff. Therefore headmaster's action is equivalent to saving 2 lives. Then, does headmaster know whether this action has accumulated more merits or more karma?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Since Lord Xingwang said so, it must be more of the latter." Lord Xingwang looked at this cultivator. After a while he smiled and said, "I understand why teacher is called teacher. Gods looked at the human world. They looked at things in their hearts." Lord Xingwang sighed. "Humans act like a river. The river water can irrigate the fields and benefit the people. However, it can also cause a disaster. Perhaps a flood will cause countless people to drown. In the blink of an eye, merits and demerits can be reversed, catching people off guard. Teacher, since you are going up the mountain to cultivate, you should pay more attention. Of course, I am a lowly god and do not have any vision. I hope you will not be disturbed by my words. Otherwise, I will be guilty." Qin Pingon thanked him again. Qin Pingon returned to the inn and lit the lamp on the table. He copied the Buddhist scriptures page by page to calm his mind. After he stopped writing, he put away the paper, brush, and the page of scriptures. The sky was slightly bright. Qin Pingon blew out the lamp and stood by the window. If one looked closely at the rules of the gods of mountains and rivers, they would realize that there were many differences with the rules set by the Confucians. They did not conform to the secular sense of good and evil. As he climbed up the mountain, he became more and more like a cultivator. This was a path that he had to walk. It was like everyone would grow up. Qin Pingon was actually in a good mood. He had walked through so many mountains and rivers and accumulated so many items. He was full of possessions. Qin Pingon was full of anticipation for the future of Luopa Mountain. It was not spring for a lone tree. A garden full of flowers. That was the beautiful scene that Qin Pingon wanted to see the most. Qin Pingon left the county town and continued to walk on the territory of the Fufu Kingdom. He did not have the jade hairpin or the bamboo hat. He only carried the bamboo box, wore a green robe and traveled alone. On this day, Qin Pingon entered a temple by the river to offer incense. He saw a 1,000-year-old cypress tree in the back hall of the temple. It would take 7 or 8 strong men to wrap their arms around it. Its shade covered half of the square. Beside the tree stood a stone tablet. It was written by a writer of the Fufu Kingdom. The local government spent a lot of money to hire a famous craftsman to engrave it. Although it was a new tablet, it was full of ancient charm. After reading the inscription, he realized that this ancient cypress tree had experienced many wars. It was old, but it was still standing. Qin Pingon liked the contents of the inscription. He took down the green bamboo box and took out paper, brush, and ink. Using the bamboo box as a desk, he copied the inscription word by word. There were many inscriptions on the tablet. Qin Pingon copied them meticulously. Unknowingly, it was already night. The temple had a night ban. Not only did the temple attendant not chase people away, he even brought 2 stools with the temple attendant and placed them on the left and right sides of the tablet. They lit up lamps and helped to illuminate the tablet. The lamps were covered with gauze. It was simple but exquisite to prevent the wind from extinguishing the lamps. When Qin Pingon saw this, he quickly stopped writing and stood up. He bowed and thanked the attendant. The old temple attendant smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the guest should just focus on copying the inscription. He also said that the temple had a room for the guest to stay overnight. The old man instructed the attendant. The latter held the key in his hand and squatted down to sleep. The attendant was really bored. He stood behind the old man and watched him copy the inscription. The characters were neither good nor bad. It was just that he copied them seriously and wrote them neatly. He really couldn't see how good the characters were. He had gone to other temples to play before. Compared to his own temple, the other temples were much more beautiful. There were many inscriptions by scholars on the walls. Each one was more elegant than the last. In particular, there was a scholar who was drunk and holding a cup. He wrote an entire wall of cursive characters. It really made people's hearts sway. Although it was only a cursive inscription, it was praised by the literary circles of Fuyu as the painting of an old flood dragon spreading the rain. The characters of the young scholar in green robes in front of him weren't very good. They were very ordinary. After Qin Pingon finished copying the inscription, he packed up the bamboo box and put it back on his back. He then went to the guest house to check in. As for how to express his gratitude after thinking it over, he could only donate some money for incense before he left tomorrow. The attendant yawned incessantly. He felt like a sleepy bug was crawling into his ears. However, he wouldn't complain that the guest was too slow. There were many stone inscriptions and inscriptions in the temple, so there were often scholars who came here to copy the inscriptions. The attendant wasn't very old, but he was very experienced. The temple attendant's grandfather also had a strange temper. He had always treated scholars with respect and special treatment. According to a few of his senior brothers in the temple attendant's grandfather had received who knew how many scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations or to visit the mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, the temple's feng shui was mediocre. After so many years, there hadn't been a single scholar who passed the imperial examinations and became a high-ranking official in Fuyu. Which other temple hadn't produced one or two scholars who went on a successful career and made the temple famous? Qin Pingon walked into the corridor. He stopped in his tracks and looked back. The 1,000-year-old cypress tree's leaves were swaying. Qin Pingon smiled and muttered, "The cool breeze and bright moon, the branches move. I suspect it's the sword light of an immortal treasure." The attendant was stunned. What a good poem. Which book did young master read it from? Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I forgot where it came from." The attendant said regretfully, "It would be great if young master could recite it himself. When I get back, I'll have the temple attendant find someone who writes well and write it on the wall in his stead. That way we'll be able to add some incense to our temple." Qin Pingon looked at the ancient cypress tree and shook his head. The attendant thought that this young master who was traveling from another place meant that he didn't recite the poem himself. He said softly, "Young master, let's go. I'll bring you to the guest house so that you can rest early. The guest house isn't big, but it's clean. Don't worry, I'm the one who takes care of it. I guarantee that there won't be a single ant or insect." At this point, the attendant said softly, "If you accidentally bump into them, young master, please don't complain to the temple attendant." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He nodded and followed the attendant to the guest house. On the ancient cypress tree's side, its branches and leaves were swaying. The ancient wood spirit that was about to transform into human form was so aggrieved that it almost shed tears. It wanted to press down on the attendant's wooden head and knock it awake. "You silly little attendant, how can you be so stupid? Do you know how much fortune you've missed out on for the temple? If it could ask the immortal sword to write that poem on the temple wall, it might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. As for the temple's incense and feng shui, it would naturally rise by leaps and bounds. Could 10 vermilion purple noble officials in the Futsu Kingdom's temple compare to this person's calligraphy?" However, that immortal shook his head at it just now, so it didn't dare to speak recklessly. It didn't want to anger that immortal, which would be bad. Late that night, Qin Pingon was still practicing the six-step stance. At the same time, he was practicing the sword furnace stance and the 1,000-year sleeping stance. While he was half asleep, the fist intent flowed through his body. Within the small world of the human body, there was another kind of cultivation. Cultivating the body and cultivating the mind without neglecting either. Qin Pingon's heart moved slightly, but he didn't open his eyes. He continued to immerse his mind and practice the stance. That day, the temple attendant saw a man in green in his dream. He carried an ancient cypress tree branch on his back, like a ranger carrying a sword. This person confessed his identity. He was the incarnation of the general cypress tree in the back hall of the temple. He begged the temple attendant to leave behind a calligraphy piece for the guest in green. No matter what, he had to ask the immortal teacher who was passing by the temple to complete this task before continuing on his journey. His words were so earnest that the man in green almost shed tears. After the temple attendant woke up, he sighed. It seemed that he didn't want to force someone to do something. It was difficult for him to ask the young scholar for a calligraphy piece. However, after thinking for a long time, he remembered that the ancient cypress tree and the temple had accompanied each other for 1,000 years. In history, there were indeed many stories of the ancient cypress tree protecting the temple. Therefore, the old man still wore his boots and clothes and left the house in the night. However, when he reached the guest house, he still didn't knock on the door. He turned to the ancient cypress tree and said softly, "Cypress immortal, I'm sorry. I didn't follow the words to ask for help. It's hard to predict the actions of immortals. Since the other party didn't want to take the initiative to leave behind a calligraphy piece, it must be that the temple didn't have enough merit and fortune." The ancient cypress tree was silent and only sighed. It also didn't force the temple attendant to change his mind. At this moment, Qin Pingon stopped his boxing stance and smiled. Qin Pingon always believed that whether a place's feng shui was right or wrong, it was still rooted in the people and not in the immortal spirit. It had to be said in order. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. The so-called Green Mountain is still in the people's hearts. Therefore, his green robe fluttered like the wind in the temple. In the blink of an eye, he came to the temple attendant's side and smiled. "It's nothing." The ancient cypress tree spirit who hadn't obtained a complete human form for 1,000 years appeared with the appearance of a man in green. His body was still ethereal. He knelt and kowtowed. "Thank you, immortal, for your kindness." The temple attendant was also a little scared. He was so scared that he wanted to bow and thank him. However, Qin Pingon calmly accepted the ancient cypress tree spirit's kowtow. However, the old man's bow was stopped by Qin Pingon's outstretched hand. This wasn't because the cypress tree spirit wasn't human and was inferior. Instead, it was because of the heavens and earth on the Great Way. What the cypress tree spirit was thanking was actually the hard-won opportunity of the Great Way. After watching the city god's night trial, Qin Pingon felt as if the clouds had been dispelled to reveal the bright moon, and he completely understood one thing. Cultivators wanted to have a clear mind. They also needed to have a clean mind. Qin Pingon asked the temple attendant and the cypress tree spirit to wait for a while. He went to the guest house and took out a golden talisman. He sat upright and after holding his breath for a while, he wrote the poem stroke by stroke on it. He carried the bamboo box and returned to the cypress tree in the back hall. He handed it to the cypress tree spirit and said seriously, "You can bury this talisman at the connection between the roots of the tree and the mountain. You can slowly refine it in the future. On the Great Way, fortune and misfortune are uncertain. They are all in the heart. In the future you should take care of yourself and be kind to each other." The cypress tree spirit held the golden talisman with both hands and thanked him again. He was so grateful that he couldn't stop crying. Qin Pingon didn't stay in the ancestral temple and left. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon was on his shoulder and the bamboo box. Looking back, the temple attendant and the cypress tree spirit were still watching him leave. Qin Pingon waved his hand and continued his journey. While he saved a sum of money for incense. It wasn't a loss. Qin Pingon smiled and continued his journey. In the dead of the night he slowly walked with the 6-step stance. No matter day or night, nothing was forbidden. The world was like this. When it came to opportunities, everyone had their own destiny. Meeting him, Qin Pingon, in this ancestral temple might have become a so-called blessing. However, even if the feng shui of other ancestral temples was completely different, if he met other cultivators with a different temperament and affinity, it could be just the right opportunity. If he met Qin Pingon, he would just brush past him. On the Great Way there were thousands of paths. That was why it was so rare to meet people who were on the same path. Soon after, Qin Pingon stopped by the Great Blasphemy River in Futsu Country's Zhongyue territory. He fished beside an old man. The old man was obviously a qi cultivator, but his realm was not high. He was in the sea-viewing realm. He had many maidservants and a long row of cypress fishing rods. As for the bait, it was prepared in large basins. It was estimated that the Great Blasphemy River could fill the fishes no matter how big they were. The fisherman saw that the young man in Cyprus was a pure martial artist of the 4th or 5th realm. He was also someone who liked to fish. Hence he ordered a maidservant to bring over a large basin of bait. The maidservant smiled and said that there was no need for the young master to be so courteous. Her master had always been generous to fishing friends he met by chance. He even said that it was difficult to catch big fish if one didn't set up a big nest. When the maidservant put down the basin and said these words to Qin Pingon nodded vigorously. He said that this old man must be an expert in fishing. At first Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. After accepting such a large basin of immortal bait, he asked loudly for the old immortal master's Taoist name. The old man laughed and said, "My friends on the mountain all like to call me the sea-filling sage." Qin Pingon silently glanced at the basin. He thought to himself, be it in the Jianghu or on the mountain, only parents would give you the wrong name but never the wrong nickname. The old man caught many fishes, but he did not catch the great blasphemy fish that he wanted. At dusk, a huge ship passed by the great blasphemy river. On the ship there were armored soldiers standing solemnly. The ship broke through the water and moved against the current. It caused a huge commotion. Huge waves crashed against the shore, causing the bamboo fishing rods to fall. The old man began to curse loudly. He was full of energy. A burly general wearing dew armor walked out of the ship. He held a metal spear in his hand and gave off an overbearing aura. He stared at the old man fishing on the shore. A maidservant cautiously reminded, "Master, he seems to be the great general of Fu Chu. He's wearing a very rare deity dew armor." "It's the great general of Fu Chu, Gao Ling." The old man took a closer look and stomped his foot. He said in exasperation, "Motherf **Ker, I've stepped on a piece of dog's **T that's as hard as iron. I heard that this guy's temper isn't too good. Let's pull back our rods and leave." On the ship, a woman appeared beside the great general of Fu Chu. Gao Ling lowered his head and whispered to her. The latter nodded and leapt up gently. She stood on the railing at the bow of the ship and was ready to set off. Qin Pingon slowly pulled back his rod. On the ship, the conversation between the burly general and the woman entered his ears clearly. It was a rich woman dressed in brocade and silk. She heard that the old fisherman was a descendant of a cultivator from another country. His Taoist name was Reverend Tianhai. He had a carefree personality and was an old cultivator from the Dragon Gate realm who had a high level of cultivation but little combat power. She asked the general Gao Ling to experience his strength. There was no need to kill him. Just teaching him a lesson would be enough. For example, beating him half to death. Then she would find a chance to take him in as a guest of her residence. The general hesitated for a moment and said that this person might not be willing. He had already rejected multiple invitations from the Emperor of Qingyu to be a guest. "Oh," the woman said. The general understood what she meant. Fu Chu was not very powerful, but they had an extraordinarily powerful backer. The woman beside him, who had both a rich status and an immortal aura, was one of the connections between Fu Chu and that backer. Although Gao Ling looked like he was in his 30s, he was actually in his 60s. Among the generals of Fu Chu, his official position was not the highest. He was just a secondary grade 3. However, his fists were definitely the hardest. If he were to land a punch today, he might be able to go from grade 3 to grade 3. Therefore Gao Ling laughed loudly and said, "I think you should stop running. Why don't you come on the boat and have a drink first?" The general in armor tapped his foot heavily. The boat immediately tilted. A large area of iron armor clanked. The armored soldiers did not care about their manners and quickly reached out to grab the railing tightly. Gao Ling landed on the surface of the water and stepped on the water. He thrust out his spear. A cultivator of the sea-viewing realm was not an immortal master. He was just a mountain cultivator. If he knew what was good for him, he would give in. If he did not know what was good for him, it would be even better. It would be a good opportunity for him to show off his skills in front of the woman. However, before Gao Ling could reach the shore, his vision blurred. Then he felt dizzy. His figure retreated all the way back to the boat. It turned out that it was a man in green who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. In an instant he was in front of Gao Ling. A palm landed on his dew armor. When Gao Ling came, he was as fast as lightning. His speed was even faster. The wind whistled in his ears. That person gave him a light slap. Gao Ling's figure floated up and landed on the bow of the boat. He staggered before he could stabilize himself. After that light slap, the man in green borrowed the momentum to retreat a few feet. With a flip of his sleeves, his figure twisted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the shore and stood still. Gao Ling's face was gloomy. He was hesitating whether to puff himself up at his own cost. He could forget about winning this fight. Otherwise, if he made her feel embarrassed, it would be Gao Ling's fault. That would be the most awkward situation. He could not please either side. The eyes of the woman beside him were bright. She smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't fuss about it and don't pursue it. Master once said that the foot of the mountain should not be underestimated. Between the mountains and the rivers, there are often experts. I didn't get off the boat at the Green Oriole Kingdom's Long-Tu Ferry in vain. I purposely took this long journey. Finally, I saw the so-called extraordinary person. Just one look is worth it." Gao Ling heaved a sigh of relief. On the shore, that person gave a fist salute as if apologizing to the boat. Gao Ling was stunned for a moment. He smiled and returned the salute. The woman became more and more radiant. She muttered to herself, "Good fellow, really interesting. Gao Ling, I will remember your merit." The boat slowly left. The old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm wanted to befriend him, but the figure of the man in green suddenly disappeared. What to do? The old cultivator rubbed his chin. Then he gave the order to start moving. He instructed the servant girls and children to move all the big basins to another location. It was the place where the green-robed immortal fished. It was definitely a place with good feng shui. As soon as he sat down, he immediately felt refreshed. It was indeed a place that the man in green fancied. It was clearly sweeter than the river breeze. In the distance, Qin Pingon continued his journey. After a slight detour, he walked on a plain with a wide field of vision. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped. He put away the bamboo box and placed it close to him. But after a moment he frowned and pondered. Was it an illusion? Qin Pingon slowly walked forward. Saga Villa was the holy land in the hearts of the people of Wu Ling country. Regarding this villa, there were all kinds of rumors in the martial arts world. Some said that the reason why Senior Wang Dun never married in his life was that when he was young, he traveled in the north and was hurt by love. He fell in love with the woman who later became the Empress Dowager of Jingnan country. Unfortunately, the heavens were not kind. Yulao did not pull the strings and the two could not be together. Senior Wang Dun was also a love-struck type. He devoted himself to martial arts. It was Wang Dun's misfortune, but the fortune of the entire Wu Ling country. There was also a saying that the villa's lean plum wine was actually a wine recipe left behind by the man in green. Once a martial artist drank a jar, they could increase their skills by several years. That was why the disciples taught by Senior Wang Dun were all outstanding. Because they were all soaked in the lean plum wine. There was also a rumor that there was a heavily guarded forbidden area in Sagu Villa. There were martial arts manuals written by Wang Dun. Anyone who obtained one could become a first-class master in Jianghu. If one obtained the saber manual, they could be comparable to Fu Lu Tai's saber skills. If one obtained the sword manual, they could be comparable to Wang Jingshan's sword skills. These of course were all fake. Outsiders would spit everywhere, but their own people would not know whether to laugh or cry. As one of Wang Dun's direct disciples, Lu Zhuo was helpless. But his master never seemed to care about these things. Lu Zhuo was the least talented among his fellow disciples. He learned everything very slowly, whether it was sword skills, saber skills, or fist skills. Not only was he slow, but his bottleneck was as big as a mountain. There was no hope for him to break through any of them. Although his master often comforted him, in fact his master could not do anything about it. In the end, Lu Zhuo resigned himself to his fate. Now the old housekeeper was old and his senior sister had married far away. His senior brother Wang Jingshan, who was extremely talented, had to take care of the villa's affairs these years, which really delayed his cultivation. In fact, Lu Zhuo was even more impatient than Wang Jingshan. He always felt that Wang Jingshan should have gone to Jianghu to sharpen his sword. So Lu Zhuo began to intentionally or unintentionally get involved with the villa's affairs. He planned to help the old housekeeper and his senior brother Wang Jingshan in the future. Lu Zhuo got up at 5 in the morning and practiced his stance, sword or saber skills until 7 in the morning. After breakfast he went to the old housekeeper's place to check the accounts. He needed to consult the old housekeeper about the correspondence in the villa, the operation of many properties, and the expenses of many disciples in the residence. Around 9 in the morning he finished his schoolwork and went to watch his junior brother practice his sword skills or his junior sister practice her saber skills. The location was at the back mountain of the villa. It was very quiet there. There were many disciples and handymen in the villa. So the villa opened a home school. The teachers in the early years of the school were all very knowledgeable, but they could not be retained. Most of them would stay here for a year or so before resigning. Some of them retired because they were too old. There were also some who did not have an official position, but had a reputation among the scholars. In the end, Master decided to hire a high scholar who had no hope of passing the imperial examinations, and did not change his teacher. When the Juren had something to do and asked for leave, Lu Zhuo would be the teacher of the school. In the afternoon, Lu Zhuo would also teach a group of disciples the saber, sword, and fist skills. After all, Lu Zhuo's peers also needed to practice by themselves. So Lu Zhuo became the easiest person to order around. However, Lu Zhuo did not have any grudges. Instead, he was very happy to be able to help. Lu Zhuo's day was so trivial and fragmented. It seemed that in a few blinks of an eye, the sun would set in the west and the birds would return to their nests. Only after 7 in the evening did Lu Zhuo have the chance to do something of his own. For example, he read some miscellaneous books or read the Mountains and Rivers newspaper bought by his master to learn about the strange things of the immortals on the mountain. After reading, he did not have any yearning and longing. He just kept a respectful distance from them. Lu Zhuo personally held a lantern and patrolled the villa at night. He was just following the rules. Although there were many rumors in Jianghu, in fact, no one would break into the villa without following the rules. In the back mountain, his junior brother was still diligently practicing his sword skills. Lu Zhuo did not disturb him. He quietly walked away and practiced the stances along the way. He had practiced the stances for many years. Senior sister Fu Lutai and senior brother Wang Jingshan both liked to make fun of him. That was because the stances were not taught by Wang Dun in the villa. It was a rough manual that he got by chance when he was young. His master Wang Dun did not mind Lu Zhuo practicing the stances. Wang Dun had read the manual and thought it was harmless but not meaningful. Anyway, Lu Zhuo liked it. So Lu Zhuo could practice according to the manual. It turned out that Wang Dun and his senior brothers and sisters were right. However, Lu Zhuo did not think it was a waste of effort. On his way down the mountain, he saw the stooped old housekeeper standing at the bottom of the steps as if waiting for him. Lu Zhuo quickly went down the mountain. The old housekeeper looked thin and wore a long green robe. However, the old man often coughed. It seemed that he had been ill for many years and had not recovered. One of the old man's legs was slightly limping, but it was not obvious. The old man's surname was Wu and his name was Fengjia. It was an uncommon name. Except for Lu Zhuo's generation, the younger generation did not know the old man's name. From Wang Dun's first disciple Fu Lutai to Lu Zhuo and his junior brother, they all liked to call the old man Grandpa Wu. When Lu Zhuo entered the villa for the first time, the old housekeeper was already working in the villa. It was said that the old housekeeper had been working in the villa for as many years as the master of the villa was old. Lu Zhuo said softly, "Grandpa Wu, it's windy and cold at night. I'll patrol the villa." The old man waved his hand and continued to patrol with Lu Zhuo. He smiled and said, "Lu Zhuo, I have 2 things to tell you. You may be disappointed. Well, you will be." Lu Zhuo felt a little strange. It seemed that the old housekeeper was a little different tonight. In the past, the old man gave people the impression that he was in his twilight years and would not live for long. This actually worried Lu Zhuo. Maybe it was because Lu Zhuo had no hope of reaching the top in martial arts, so he started to think about things other than martial arts. For example, the situation of the old man in the villa in his later years, whether the children would have the opportunity to take the imperial examination, and whether the atmosphere in the villa would be more festive this year. The old man said slowly, "Lu Zhuo, you actually have the talent for cultivation. If you were lucky enough to meet a preacher in your early years, you would have a bright future. Unfortunately, you met your master Wang Dun and turned to martial arts. What a waste." Lu Zhuo smiled and was about to say something when the old man waved his hand and interrupted him. "Don't say it's okay. That's because you've never seen the demeanor of the immortals on the mountain. Qi Jinglong's state is certainly not low. You and he are just friends who met by chance in Jianghu. Qi Jinglong is a little freak who is not a scholar but is more mellow than a scholar. Therefore, you don't really know about cultivation on the mountain." Lu Zhuo was speechless. The old man continued, also your talent in martial arts is just average, very average. So, the bottlenecks of your martial arts are real obstacles. You can't pass them now and probably won't be able to pass them for the rest of your life. Lu Zhuo sighed and felt sad. Grandpa Wu, I know it best. The old man also felt sad for no reason. Among all the children in the villa, I think you have the best temperament. That's why I let you get the fist manual by accident. But many things in the world are so helpless. You can't have a smooth life just because you are a good person. When you were young, you were not as good as your senior sisters and senior brothers. When you grew up, you could only watch your junior brothers and junior sisters leave you behind until you die of old age. Maybe you can't even compare with their disciples and your junior nephews. So whether you are disappointed or not, I'm very disappointed. It's not in people's hearts but in the world. Lu Zhuo was shocked. The old man turned to look at Lu Zhuo. Lu Zhuo, let me ask you one last question. Do you mind being an ordinary steward of the villa for the rest of your life? Does it have nothing to do with you? Lu Zhuo thought carefully and said with a smile, it really doesn't matter. I just want to be a steward of the villa. The old man nodded. Very good. Don't underestimate yourself. With people like you around doing small things, there will be greater hope in the world and great feats will appear one after another. Therefore my previous disappointment was not worth mentioning. Each and every Lu Zhuo was the hope of this world. Xianxia, an old man who sweeps the villa, seems very shameless to say such big words. Don't you think so? Lu Zhuo smiled. He didn't want to say something against his will but also didn't want to hurt the old man's heart. He compromised and said, it's okay. The old man laughed heartily. At this moment he didn't look like an old man at all. An eagle stands as if sleeping and a tiger walks as if sick. This was his way of seizing people. Since you have passed my temperament test, it's time for you to change your path and climb higher. You shouldn't waste your energy on such trivial matters. The old man said, I'm leaving the villa tonight. After hiding for so many years, it's time for me to come to an end. I left 2 letters in the accountant's office. One is a treasure on the mountain and the other is an immortal's secret manual. One is for you to give to Wang Dun. Tell him that he has delayed your disciple for so many years and it's time for him to let go. The other one is for you to take with you. Go to Qi Jinglong and cultivate as an immortal on the mountain. A Lu Zhuo who is willing to be the housekeeper of the villa for the rest of his life can bring more hope to the world. A Lu Zhuo who cultivates swordsmanship on the mountain is naturally more beneficial to the world. Lu Zhuo was stunned. The old man grabbed Lu Zhuo's head with one hand and punched Lu Zhuo in the chest. Lu Zhuo was seriously injured on the spot. His spirit was agitated, but he couldn't say anything and was in great pain. Everything else is good except for your bashful temper. I don't like it. Lu Zhuo, if you don't fight for a place on the mountain, are you going to give it to those Qi trainers who are worse than bastards? The old man stared at Lu Zhuo who was about to pass out and said in a low voice, but if you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you have to break the longevity bridge first. Remember, clench your teeth. If you can get through it, there will be hope. If you can't, you can be the housekeeper of the villa. When the old man released his hand, Lu Zhuo fell to the ground and the lantern in his hand fell to the ground. Lu Zhuo vomited blood. The old man squatted down and said with a smile, of course I'm not called Wu Fengjia. It's just the name of a dead swordsman when I was young. Back then he lost his life on the spot to save a little beggar who was run over by a car. That little cripple kept practicing martial arts all his life because he wanted to prove one thing to his savior. A 4th realm martial artist sacrificed his life to save an orphan who was full of pus. This was worth it. Lu Zhuo only felt that the pure martial artist's vital qi was gradually dissipating. The pain was unbearable, but he still clenched his teeth and tried to listen carefully to every word of the old man. The old man smiled and said, I came up with a set of crude martial arts. In the eyes of ordinary people I was mediocre and not a genius. Looking back now, the martial arts, stances and moves recorded in the martial arts manual were indeed sparse and ordinary. Therefore, when I immersed myself in martial arts until I was in my 40s, I was able to publicly declare that I wanted to take revenge on the residents of the leading immortal of the country. Everyone laughed at me for being an ant trying to shake a tree and overestimating my strength. Very well, the fist intent of my martial arts manual is based on the principle of moving mountains and entering the sea. It's a pity that you, Lu Zhui, have been practicing the martial arts manual for so many years but still can't get the fist intent onto your body. No matter, there are so many paths in the world. As long as you're a good person, it doesn't matter much whether you're my direct disciple or not. In the end, the old man put 2 fingers together and tapped Lu Zhui's forehead gently, causing him to fall asleep. After all, Lu Zhui no longer needed to learn martial arts to reach a higher level. It was meaningless for him to endure the physical pain. What mattered the most was the constant surging of the spirit, which was the key to cultivating on the mountain in the future. The old man in the long green robe stood up and muttered to himself, "My real name is Gu Yu." The old man smiled and said, "Before I fight the guy surnamed Feng of the Ape-Crying Mountain, I should go and meet that young man. If he dies, I'll take it as returning my mountain-quaking fist manual. If he doesn't die, it seems difficult." The old man thought for a moment and sneered, "I won't bully you. Since you're competing for the strongest pure martial artist of the 6th realm, then I'll suppress my realm and only use a 9th realm martial artist's punch." On the plains, Qin Pingon felt that something was wrong. A huge sense of danger shrouded the world. There was nowhere to hide. There was nowhere to run. This was the 2nd time he had traveled to the North Continent. The first time was at the foot of the towering peak, where he met the sword immortal of the Ape-Crying Mountain, Jiyu. Qin Pingon did not panic at all. Instead, his heart was as still as water in an instant. Beyond the limits of Qin Pingon's vision, an old man in a long green robe stood on the spot with his eyes closed. He had been resting for a long time. When he opened his eyes, he took a step forward. There was no sound, but in the blink of an eye, the ground exploded like spring thunder. On the line, Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. A double-sleeved talisman, a Taoist robe and 2 flying swords. Even if he was a sword immortal at this moment, he was purely a martial artist and was destined to be useless. Qin Pingon trusted his intuition. The other party was at least a peak realm martial artist. The fist intent was so condensed and strong that it was unbelievable. Qin Pingon began to run forward in a straight line. If he retreated and dodged, his fist intent would be reduced and his chances of survival would be reduced by a little. Once the fist intent was reduced, it meant that he admitted defeat. In the Jianghu, admitting defeat often meant death. A punch was exchanged. Qin Pingon immediately flew backward for hundreds of feet. He suddenly landed on the ground, but he still could not stop the momentum of retreating. The soles of the boots on his feet were directly worn out. His whole body was almost falling apart. This was the first time Qin Pingon used the deity drumming style, but the fist intent was broken as soon as it was delivered. That person did not move at all. He was strolling leisurely, as if he was letting Qin Pingon directly change into a puff of pure vital energy. He floated behind him and delivered another punch. In fact, Qin Pingon, whose vision was already blurred, was punched in the head again. He flew backward. He had no power to fight back. The man in the long green robe had already leaped into the air and smashed down with his fist. This punch hit Qin Pingon in the chest. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Qin Pingon, bathed in blood, fell to the ground and could not get up. His blood, flesh, meridians, limbs and acupoints, they were all on the verge of collapse. That old man, who was at least a martial artist at the peak of the mountain, just stood at the edge of the pit with his hands behind his back. He did not say a word and did not punch anymore. He just looked down at the bloody man in the pit. He saw that the young man, who had actually completely lost consciousness, first moved a finger on his left hand slightly, then tried to use his elbow to push against the ground and struggle to get up. The old man in the green robe just looked at the young man's subconscious and subtle struggles with a cold expression. The young man repeatedly raised his elbow to raise his back above the ground, fell to the ground again and was able to use his hands to support himself, and then stood up shakily. It took the time of half an incense stick to burn. The old man said with a cold smile, "I'm standing right here. As long as you can come up and deliver a punch to me, you can live." The young man, who had actually lost consciousness and only had a little spiritual light left, lowered his head and bent his waist. His arms shook and he staggered forward. The 20 steps out of the slope of the pit was like a child carrying a huge basket and climbing the mountain to pick herbs under the scorching sun. Step by step, the young man, whose face was covered in blood, just raised an arm. The old man said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but you still have to die." He raised one hand and punched away. The old man in the green robe and cloth shoes punched the young man back to the bottom of the pit. The old man walked down the pit step by step and sneered, "The older you are and the higher your realm is, the more afraid of death you are? No wonder after the appearance of the strongest 3 realms, the 4th and 5th realms could not compete for the title of strongest. If that's the case, I think it's better for you to die. That bit of martial arts fate can be given to anyone, but to someone like you, even I feel that it's dirtying that fist manual." That half-dead man was completely silent. The old man frowned and then lowered his head. He saw that person's finger move slightly again. The old man smiled. Very good. Could be said that he was dead, but his fist intent was still alive. This was a small meaning. It was the biggest meaning in the world that could not be faked. The old man laughed loudly. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. "532. Qin Pingon opened his eyes abruptly. He frowned and almost cursed out loud. It was late at night and the moon was high in the sky. He had slept like a log. It must have been really painful to the point that Qin Pingon wanted to curse. The blood on his body had long dried up and was sticky with the mud in the pit. The slightest movement caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. However, Qin Pingon still took a deep breath. After confirming his physical condition, he sat up abruptly. There was nothing unusual around him. Qin Pingon could not understand why the pure martial artist, who was at least at the peak of the mountain, did not kill anyone when he attacked. Could it be the custom of the North Continent? Just because he did not like Meng Qi's stance walking, he punched him for no reason? A voice came from above the pit. Finally had enough sleep? Qin Pingon only got up slowly. He did not even open his fist stance, but the fist intent on his body became purer and more restrained. At the edge of the pit, a long green robe and cloth shoes appeared. It was the old martial artist. The old housekeeper Wu Fengjia, who had lived in seclusion for many years in the sweeping mountain villa. Putting aside Li Er, who appeared out of nowhere, he was one of the 3 martial artists of the 10 realms in the North Continent, Guyu of the Great Zhuan dynasty. Why was there only one weak nascent soul cultivator in the Golden Scale Palace in the surrounding countries of the Great Zhuan dynasty? Why was the Golden Scale Palace so weak that Rong Chong of the floating Duckweed Sword Lake regarded it as a useless mountain that he had never heard of? It was the martial artist Guyu who used his fists to disperse the immortals of more than 10 countries. Almost all of them were expelled by this person. Guyu once said, "The world is big, but immortals should scram." Heroic words must be accompanied by heroic deeds. A true hero was needed. The old man smiled and said, "Your fist intent is passable. The 6-step stance walking has over 1 million punches, right?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Close to 1.6 million punches." The old man asked, "You came from a small family and were given a tattered fist manual when you were young. You treated it like a treasure and practiced it from a young age?" One could see the bigger picture. No disciple of a rich family in the world would practice the mountain-quaking fist. Therefore, this young man's background was definitely not too good. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "He only started practicing when he was about 14. The old man was gratified. "Everything else isn't difficult. Punching is a skill of death. If you have a little bit of perseverance, you can punch 1 million times. The only difficulty is that you have to keep practicing this stance." Qin Pingon was confused from the beginning to the end. However, there was no doubt that the old man didn't want to kill him. In fact, after the old man punched him a few times, the benefits he received were unimaginable. It wasn't even in the body or the soul, but in the fist intent and the human heart. At this moment, Qin Pingon gently clenched and unclenched his fists. He felt that the title of the strongest in the 6th realm was already in his bag. This was a rare occurrence for Qin Pingon. The old man said, "My name is Guyu." Qin Pingon immediately understood that the foundation of his fist technique was the fist manual that Gukin had given him back in the mud bottle alley. Therefore he asked directly, "That mountain-shaking fist manual?" The old man nodded and said, "It should be that my Gu clan's disciples were scattered everywhere and brought to your hometown. In the early years, there was a great calamity, causing the small clan to fall apart and scatter like birds and beasts." The old man lamented, "With a long lifespan, it is hard to miss the clan too much." The descendants have their own fortune, what else can they do? Out of sight, out of mind, most of them would be angered to death. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and said, Aquarius Continent's Qin Pingon greets Elder Gu. Guyu laughed. To let a 10th realm martial artist protect you and sleep for half a day, you're quite arrogant. Qin Pingon grinned. Guyu waved his hand and said, I'll accompany you for a while, I still have matters to attend to and don't have much time to chat with you. Qin Pingon swayed as he walked up the slope, walking side by side with the ultimate realm martial artist. Guyu said, How many times have you been the strongest martial artist? Qin Pingon said, Twice, 3rd realm and 5th realm respectively. Guyu shook his head. If that's the case, compared to the same age Zhou Xian of the Central Plains, he is far from being the strongest. Not only that, he is the strongest of all time. Qin Pingon laughed. Take it slow, around the 9th realm and 10th realm there's still a chance. Guyu turned and asked suspiciously, The person who taught you the fist technique is Aquarius Continent's Cui Qing? If not, you shouldn't have such a temperament. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still nodded his head. Guyu suddenly realized, no wonder. But you must have suffered a lot in the past few years, right? That's right, without the hardships, you wouldn't be able to walk to where you are today. Guyu suddenly asked, How did Cui Qing evaluate the Quaking Mountain Fist Manual? Qin Pingon only dared to speak halfway and said slowly, The purpose of the fist intent is extremely high. Old man Cui is not here, I have no reason to take the punch for him. Even if ultimate realm martial artist used the pinnacle of the mountain realm to punch, to a small 6th realm martial artist like him, isn't it too heavy? Guyu acknowledged, as expected of Senior Cui, your eyesight is extremely good. Aquarius Continent's Cui Qing had once traveled alone to the central divine continent, although it was said that he met a tragic end, but in the eyes of Guyu, the most outstanding martial artist from another continent, he was a true hero. Ignoring the difference in their fist techniques since they had never fought before, Guyu did not have any respect for Cui Qing. Other than that, based on his age and achievements, it was not a problem to call Cui Qing Senior Cui. Of course, if not for the extremely high evaluation, Guyu would not change his way of calling him senior. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Guyu said, Speak your mind. Qin Pingon asked, Senior Gu and Ape Crying Mountain Sword Immortal G have a death grudge? Guyu said, A death grudge, the kind where one of us has to die. Qin Pingon did not say anything else. The world was complicated. Bad people would kill good people would kill bad people, and bad people would kill bad people. Other than that, good people would also kill good people. There were many things that did not involve right or wrong, and one did not really know, so it was not a big problem to make a rash comment or to point out the situation, but one should not think that one was really clear about right and wrong, good and evil. Guyu laughed and said, Kid, you probably only heard about the strange phenomenon in the capital of the Great Seal Dynasty, some big dragon in the Imperial Jade Seal River, showing a crazy attitude of wanting to flood the capital and build a dragon palace. But I am very clear, this is Gu using an open scheme to force me to appear, so I will go. In fact, even if he does not find me, I will find him. Haha, a sword cultivator that almost exchanged his life with me in the early years. Is he very powerful? Guyu paused for a moment, then said to himself, Of course he is powerful. That is why I hurt the foundation of my body and hid for so many years. In the end, it is because my fist technique is not good enough. There are 3 realms of the limit: vigorous, pure and divine. When I was below the 10th realm, every step I took wasn't bad. But after reaching the limit, I couldn't resist. I hoped too much to enter that legendary realm. Even if I didn't feel that my state of mind was flawed, I still practiced for the sake of speed. As a result, I missed a lot of meaning. Kid, you must remember, living in the same era as someone like Zhou Xian is a very normal thing to feel despair, but it is also a very good thing. If there is a chance, you can train each other. Of course, the premise is that you are not killed by his 2 or 3 punches or your confidence is shattered. For martial artists, once the spirit is down, everything will be over. Remember this point well. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I will. Guyu asked seemingly casually, Since you are afraid of death, why did you learn the fist technique? This was a very strange question. Learning the fist technique because one was afraid of death seemed to make sense. Qin Pingon replied, It is not that I am afraid of death, but that I cannot die. That is why I am afraid of death. Seems the same, but it is actually different. Guyu was silent for a moment. It makes a lot of sense. In reality, this was what Guyu found most strange and puzzling. When the young martial artist knew that he was going to die, especially when he could be said to be already dead, it was actually when his fist intent was at its peak. This was not a normal fear of death. So Guyu was absolutely sure that once this young man died, if he let his soul do as it pleased, then there would immediately be an extremely powerful ghost in the world. Not only would it not be blown to ashes by the astral wind, it would be equivalent to seeking life in the midst of death. To be so afraid of death to such an exaggerated degree, just how great of an obsession did this young man have? But there was no use in saying these words. He had shown himself this time to ask for this young martial artist who had once walked through the small town of Sasao Villa. Only by truly experiencing life and death could one make the fist intent that was close to the bottleneck even purer. Guyu said earnestly, "When you reach the north you have to be careful. Not to mention the old monster in the north, there is also a peak martial artist. Neither of them are good people and they kill as they please. You are also a foreigner. If you die, you will leave your martial arts fate in the North Continent. If they want to kill you, it will be a matter of a few punches. Either you learn a top-notch mountain escape technique at the last minute, or you don't easily reveal your true martial arts realm. There is no other way. Whether one is good or bad will not hinder one's cultivation from reaching the peak. This is the case for martial artists, and it is even more so for cultivators. One pursues the purity of the fist intent while the other pursues the truth. There are naturally restrictions of rules, but every cultivator who has reached a high level is not stupid. They are all good at avoiding rules. Qin Pingon sighed. I will be very careful. Guyu stopped and looked into the distance. I am very happy that you were able to learn the mountain quaking fist and have the potential to bring it to greater heights. To be honest, even if I am the one who wrote the fist manual, I still have to say that this fist manual is really not that great. It is only a little interesting at best. Qin Pingon said in a low voice. Elder Gu, I really think that the mountain quaking fist is very interesting. Even when facing Cui Qing on the second floor of Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingon still held this fist manual in high esteem. Guyu turned his head and said with a smile, even if you say such nice words, I am a martial artist. I don't have any immortal Dharma treasures to give you. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. 3 punches are enough. I can't take any more. Guyu patted his shoulder. Guyu's 9 realms 3 punches is of course not bad. Guyu suddenly said, do you know that even I, the ancestor of the mountain quaking fist, didn't know that the walking stance, the upright stance and the sleeping stance could be combined into one. Qin Pingon was speechless. He thought for a moment. Actually, you can also add the heaven and earth stance. Qin Pingon said helplessly, nodding and leaving. Guyu saw that the young man seemed to be seriously considering the feasibility of this idea. He slapped Qin Pingon's shoulder heavily and said with a laugh, Kid, don't practice until you're stupid. We martial artists roam the pugilistic world. Can't you have some shame? With your method of practicing, you can't scare away every girl you see. That won't do. How can people who practice the mountain quaking fist not have the admiration of pugilistic beauties? After saying this, Guyu put his hands behind his back and looked up with a nostalgic expression. Probably every person who roamed the pugilistic world would have some kind of regret and longing. Qin Pingon's shoulder tilted from the slap and he almost fell to the ground. By the time Qin Pingon straightened his body, the green robe had already silently risen from the ground and drifted into the distance. Qin Pingon did not retract his gaze for a long time. Qin Pingon knew. Guyu's trip this time was to die. But perhaps, Ape Chatter Mountain would no longer have a sword immortal Jiu. That was life. Qin Pingon took out the bamboo box and placed it on the ground, sitting on it. He then took out the blade's strengthening gourd and slowly drank wine. He was not in a hurry to travel. He wanted to recover some of his strength first. After 3 punches, it would be fortunate if he could recover to the initial stage of Realm 6 within a month. Since he would not be moving for a while, Qin Pingon might as well think about some things. Senior Cui had once mentioned a general saying about pure martial arts. Realm 7 and 8 would die in their hometowns, Peak of the Mountain would die in their own country. Realm 10 would die in their own continent. On the path of cultivation one had to be sincere. Just as Guyu had said, he would be unaware of many distractions. This was actually a very scary thing. In the end, Qin Pingon held the blade's strengthening gourd and fell into a daze. Living, the place he wanted to go to was still waiting for him in the distance. How nice. It was just that some people in the distance would not be too happy to see him in the coming year. Closer, the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley. Empress Dolly. Farther, the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and the Su family of Qingfeng City. There were still some that he needed to take a look at. There were also some that were hidden behind the scenes. Pile by pile, one by one. That was why Pei Qian, the first disciple of the sect, liked to record things in a small notebook. She actually took after her master. It was just that one used pen and paper to record, while the other used her heart to record. No matter how vast the plains were, there would always be mountains. You landed on top of a mountain. Only one of the 6 black-robed men with snow-white masks remained where he was. The other 5 quickly scattered in all directions and left far away. Fortunately, the old man in a long green robe wearing cloth shoes did not seem to have the intention to chase and kill. The cultivators of Deer-Cutting Mountain who stayed where they were bowed and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Gu." Gu asked, "Such a big show is it to kill? Not to mention a martial artist of the Golden Body realm who is about to break through, even a martial artist of the far-traveling realm would not be enough for you to kill. When did Deer-Cutting Mountain not follow the rules? Or is it that you have always not followed the rules, just that you do things more cleanly?" The person facing off against Guyu was the leader of this group of Deer-Cutting Mountain assassins. He was a nascent soul cultivator, but facing this old man in a green robe, fine sweat seeped out of his mask. Very simple, Guyu, the protector of the country of the Great Seal dynasty in the past, valued rules the most. Also, if he chose to kill with his fist, he would dig 3 feet into the ground and pull out the roots. Once Deer-Cutting Mountain angered Guyu, then it would not be as simple as 6 people dying on the mountain top. This Deer-Cutting Mountain assassin shook his head. The rules of Deer-Cutting Mountain, ever since the founding of the sect, have never been broken. In the next moment, Guyu put one hand behind his back and the other grabbed the nascent soul cultivator's neck, lifting him up instantly. Guyu did not raise his head, only looking straight into the distance. The first to move dies first. The other 5 people who were far away from the mountain top were instantly silent, not moving at all. Guyu said slowly, "If you had surrounded this person before I punched, then so be it. How much are the rules of Deer-Cutting Mountain worth? But after I, Guyu, punched, you did not hurry to scram and still have the guts to have thoughts of picking up scraps. Do you think I am stupid? It was not easy for you to live to the nascent soul stage, why don't you cherish it?" Guyu frowned, only picking up that pitiful nascent soul cultivator who did not have any thoughts of fighting back, but did not immediately kill him. It seemed that this ultimate realm martial cultivator who had been silent for many years was hesitating whether to leave one alive to report to Deer-Cutting Mountain. If he wanted to leave one alive, who was more suitable to leave alive? Guyu did not conceal his killing intent at all. It was so thick it was tangible. Astral chi overflowed. Within a radius of 10 feet, the grass, trees and soil were all pulverized, dust flying. The robe of the nascent soul cultivator in the old man's hand gave off a series of fine ripping sounds. Guyu casually flicked his finger. His forehead was pierced by a strand of astral chi. An assassin of Deer-Cutting Mountain who was purely a martial cultivator died on the spot. The golden body stage martial cultivator died just like that. Guyu said indifferently, "The heart is still the heart. The great commotion in my ears is like the sound of a drum, it is a bit noisy." That nascent soul cultivator was already unable to speak, he could only use the heart lake rippling language to say, "Elder Gu, once you kill the 6 of us, even if your fist technique is divine, you can protect that young man for a while, but you cannot protect him forever. My Deer-Cutting Mountain does not have a fixed peak. The cultivators of all places are drifting. Elder Gu can of course pursue and kill as you wish. No one can stop Elder from punching. If Elder meets one, then one will die. But in this period of time, as long as that young man does not follow Elder, even if it is only for a few days, he will definitely die. I can guarantee it." Guyu asked, "A Deer-Cutting Mountain that scurries across the street can threaten me? Who gave you the guts? Gu of Ape-Crying Mountain?" The nascent soul cultivator said with a bitter smile, "Elder Gu, I am only stating a fact." Guyu thought for a moment. "It is very simple, I will spread the word and agree to fight with Gu at Jolly Mountain. Before that, Gu must exterminate Deer-Cutting Mountain. Give him a year's time limit. Zhi's disciples and grand disciples at Ape Crying Mountain will definitely be very happy to be able to play a game of cat and mouse with you. The nascent soul cultivator's expression changed slightly. Elder Gu, we really did not break the rules by gathering together this time. The previous assassination failed, it is already over. This is the unshakable rule of Deer Cutting Mountain. As for why we have come, forgive me for not being able to reveal the secret. This is the rule of Deer Cutting Mountain. I hope Elder can understand. Gu asked a question. If I meet you on the way, will I kill you with one punch? The nascent soul cultivator did not know why this Realm 10 martial artist would ask such a question. He could only answer honestly, of course not. Gu asked again. You are now telling me that Deer Cutting Mountain has rules and you hope that I will abide by them, then why do you not care about my rules? The opponent is someone that I have punched but did not kill. You know my identity, you are not even willing to endure for a few days? Do you want me to stand here and tell you the rules? Are the rules that you can understand? Gu laughed. That's strange, since when did my rules give you brats the confidence to not abide by them? As he spoke, the nascent soul cultivator's head was directly twisted off and casually rolled to the ground. At the same time he punched out with his hand behind his back, causing the Jindan and nascent soul to explode together without any chance of survival. The turbulent chi of a nascent soul cultivator after the Jindan and nascent soul were both shattered was originally comparable to a land tornado, but it was dispersed by Guyu with a casual slap. A Deer Cutting Mountain cultivator who had used the earth escape technique was instantly killed by Guyu's Orochi with a stomp of his foot. A dull sound came from underground and then there was no more movement. The remaining 3 Deer Cutting Mountain assassins were still scattered in the distance, but none of them dared to breathe loudly. Guyu put his hands behind his back, turned his head to look in a direction and sighed. Wasn't that kid heavily injured? How could he still have such sharp instincts? The mountain quaking fist also teaches this. How come I, the one who wrote the fist manual, didn't know? A green robe swept over to the side of the mountain. He bent over, panting heavily, his hands on his knees. When he stopped, fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Guyu smiled. You really don't know pain. Qin Pingon straightened his back, his face pale and stained with blood. He quickly sat on the ground and wiped his face. Senior, this is? Guyu said. You still have the nerve to ask me? Qin Pingon said helplessly. I already sensed this group of Deer Cutting Mountain assassins long ago. Actually, I've already sent a flying sword message to a friend. A few more days and we'll be able to catch the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Guyu asked, what friend from the mountain? Is he really not afraid of the mosquitoes and flies of Deer Cutting Mountain that love to stick to people? Qin Pingon smiled. Anyway, he's a good friend. He's more patient than I am and is least afraid of these trash. I have nothing to be embarrassed about troubling him. Guyu nodded. Guyu said, this time I'm really leaving. The remaining 3 will be left to you to feed your punches? Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. Senior Gu, I really can't. Guyu smiled. Then what do you mean? Qin Pingon sat cross-legged, his hands on his knees. Then allow me to learn the world's most authentic mountain quaking fist from Senior. The assassins of Deer Cutting Mountain would rather die than reveal their secrets. Qin Pingon had experienced this before. Guyu said in a low voice, sitting and learning? Get up. Qin Pingon stood up shakily, his body unsteady, but his fist intent was extremely proper. It was like copying and writing after learning how to read. The old man in the green robe and cloth shoes bent his knees slightly, twisted his wrist, formed a fist with one hand and slowly pushed it forward. His other hand formed a fist but he pulled it back. My mountain quaking fist focuses on using one fist to attack the enemy and one to defend the mind. Therefore, even if you're facing the ancestors of the 3 sects, as long as the fist intent is not scattered, you can still punch after death. No matter how powerful your immortal techniques are, my mountain quaking fist will split open the mountain. This is what I, Qin Pingon, learned when I was in the 7th realm, so I was able to write the preface of this fist manual. If you, Qin Pingon, want to reach greater heights than me in the future, then you should have such an arrogant thought. The 3 assassins of Deer Cutting Mountain had already started to run for their lives. Some flew on the wind, some ran close to the ground, and some used their abilities, turning into green smoke and dissipating. The old man stepped out with his cloth shoes and then finished the 6 steps in an instant and punched out. Then he changed his stance, punching somewhere else, and changed his stance again, punching towards the sky. Qin Pingon stared with wide eyes, following the old man in the green robe. So this was the true mountain quaking fist. It was not just Guyu who punched 3 times with his cultivation as a 10th realm martial artist. But the fist intent of the mountain quaking fist could be so spectacular. As for where the fist intent landed and what the result was, Qin Pingon did not even need to look. Guyu retracted his fist and stood still, asking, "How is it?" Qin Pingon said slowly, "It's like watching a fist is like practicing a sword." Guyu sneered, "Practicing a sword? So what if you've cultivated a sword immortal? I came to Great Seal Capital to kill a sword immortal." Qin Pingon scratched his head and said, "Someone said that practicing a fist is like practicing a sword." Guyu nodded, "That makes sense. It's the same if you look at it the other way around. Dying thousands of fist techniques and living out a fist intent is the true way to practice a fist." Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. "Yes." Guyu suddenly said, "It's hard to say how good Cui Cheng's fist technique is. Hei's fist is just average. If it were me, Qin Pingon, I'd guarantee that you, Qin Pingon, would be the strongest." Qin Pingon was speechless. Qin Pingon's lips moved slightly, but there were some things he did not say in the end. Guyu shook his head, indicating that the young man did not need to say anything. Qin Pingon could only cup his fists and send him off. Guyu also cupped his fists and bade farewell. It had nothing to do with cultivation realm or age. The world's mountain quaking fist had Guyu first, followed by Qin Pingon. "533. Qin Pingon stayed on the mountain for 2 days. All day long, all he did was stagger and practice his walking stance. On this day at dawn, a young man dressed like a Confucian scholar came riding the wind. When he saw the ravine on the plains, he suddenly stopped and then quickly saw Qin Pingon on the mountaintop. Qi Jinglong floated to the ground, travel-worn. To be able to make a Yuanying bottleneck sword Xiao so wretched, he must have been in a hurry. But from riding the wind to landing, Qi Jinglong remained silent. Only when he lightly shook his clothes and the talisman's aura dissipated did he reveal himself. Qin Pingon smiled slightly. His heart, which had been stretched taut all this time, quietly relaxed a little. As long as Qi Jinglong appeared, there was no harm in being lazy. Previously, before parting at the Dragon Head Ferry, Qin Pingon had given one of the flying swords in the sword box that Zhu Quan of the Linen Sect had given him. There were 2 messenger flying swords in the box, and he had given one to Qi Jinglong so that it would be convenient for the 2 of them to communicate with each other. But Qin Pingon had not imagined that it would be used so quickly. Only the heavens knew why the assassins of Deer Mountain were willing to destroy their golden signboard just to target an outsider like him. The 2 sides had only exchanged 1 messenger flying sword. Qi Jinglong's reply was very simple, unbelievably concise and to the point. "Wait a moment, don't die." At this moment, Qi Jinglong surveyed his surroundings. After carefully examining his surroundings, he asked, "What's going on? 2 groups of people?" Qin Pingon sat on the bamboo box, took out the blade's strengthening gourd and shook it. Qi Jinglong felt a headache and hurriedly said, "Forget it." Qin Pingon was now wearing the 100-eyed Taotai robe that he had picked up from the side of the road. He took a sip of wine and said, "One of the seniors, I can't say his name. Do you still remember something I told you about the Uchiyama in the southeast of Uttarakuru?" Qi Jinglong nodded. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "This senior is the one who wrote the fist manual I learned. After the senior found me, he rewarded me with 3 punches. I didn't die, and he also helped me take care of 6 assassins of Deer Mountain." Qi Jinglong asked, "It's him?" Qin Pingon blinked and didn't say anything. That was it. Qi Jinglong did not ask any more questions. The second group of deer-cutting mountain assassins did not leave too many traces near the mountain top, but it was clear that they did not hesitate to break the rules to attack. This meant that they had already regarded Qin Pingon as a nascent soul-stage cultivator, or even a powerful one. Only in this way could there not be any accidents and not leave any traces. Then for a pure martial artist to be able to kill 6 deer-cutting mountain cultivators by himself after Qin Pingon had suffered such serious injuries from 3 punches, he should at least be a peak martial artist. Starting from the Wuling Kingdom, then traveling against the current from the Green Oriole Kingdom all the way to the Fufu Kingdom, there was not a single 9th-tier martial artist. There was a female great-grandmaster in the capital of the Dezhuan kingdom, but unfortunately she had to fight against the evil dragon with the imperial seal. Connecting the dots with Qin Pingan's so-called and the earlier rumors in the southeastern part of the North Continent, the truth naturally came to light. It was very easy to guess Guyu. The ultimate martial artist Guyu had never formally accepted a disciple in his life. The female great-grandmaster in the capital of the Dezhuan kingdom could only be considered half a disciple. Guyu's teaching of fist techniques was extremely strange. There were different opinions. The only one that could be considered reliable was that Guyu had once personally said that his fist techniques could be learned by anyone, but no one could learn them. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. You have been relatively safe recently. Since that elder has punched, he will almost never leak any information. This means that Deer Cutting Mountain is still waiting for the results, and it is even more impossible for them to send out another group of assassins to target you. So you should continue to travel. I will go find the founder of Deer Cutting Mountain for you and try to clean up this mess. But let me say this first, I can definitely make Deer Cutting Mountain stop. But if you pay them to break the rules, you have to find the mastermind behind it. You still need to be careful. Qin Pingan crossed his arms over his chest and said, In Jianghu I have more experience than you. Qi Jinglong asked, How many more days do you plan to stay here? Qin Pingan said straightforwardly, I still need 3 more days. I will continue my journey when my body recovers. Qi Jinglong took a step forward and came to the foot of the mountain. Then he started to draw talismans along the foot of the mountain, one hand behind his back and the other pointing. Every time he drew a talisman he would travel more than 100 feet. It was natural and smooth without any stagnation. Don't forget, Qi Jinglong's talisman way could make Yunshao Palace's Yangningshan feel inferior. After all, Chongxian Bureau's Yunshao Palace was one of the ancestral courts of the North Continent's talisman sect. After about half an hour, Qi Jinglong returned to the top of the mountain. It can withstand 3 attacks from an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. The precondition is that one is not a sword cultivator and does not have a half-immortal weapon. Qin Pingan gave him a thumbs up. You've only seen me draw a wall of mud talismans and you've already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. You're indeed the land dragon of the North Continent, so young and promising. Qi Jinglong could not be bothered with him and prepared to leave. The sooner he left and found the person in charge of Deer Reaping Mountain, the calmer this guy would be. As for finding the person in charge of Deer Reaping Mountain, of course he would have to reason with him. However, at this moment Qi Jinglong glanced at Qin Pingan. Most of the skin outside his robe was lacerated, and there were a few places where his bones were exposed. He frowned and asked, Do you not know pain? Qin Pingan chuckled. I am a martial artist. Some injuries. Qi Jinglong suddenly appeared beside Qin Pingan and pressed on his shoulder. Qin Pingan's face instantly twisted. He lowered his shoulder and dodged Qi Jinglong. What the hell? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, Fortunately you are still human. Qi Jinglong looked around and raised his hand. Several rays of golden light flew into his sleeve. They were probably his unique talisman to determine if there were any hidden dangers around. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, You really don't want to drink some wine before you leave? Qi Jinglong laughed angrily. Drink, drink, drink. You lost a few pounds of blood from being beaten up and you rely on drinking to recover? You pure martial artists only have such a bold method? Qin Pingan said seriously, To tell you the truth, after taking 3 punches from that senior, my realm has skyrocketed. This is called, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Qi Jinglong, if you don't hurry up and break through, you won't have the face to see me in the future. Qi Jinglong asked, Are you in the Golden Body realm or the Far Travel realm? Qin Pingan smiled and said, Chatting with you is boring. Qi Jinglong did not say anything and directly flew away. His figure was as ethereal as smoke and then disappeared in an instant. It was definitely because of the superior talisman. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Qin Pingan did not feel any guilt. He did not even need to thank him. The reason was simple. In the future, when Qi Jinglong asked Qin Pingan for help, it would be the same. However, Qin Pingan still hoped that there would not be such an opportunity. Even if there was, it would be later. When his swordsmanship was better, his sword would be faster and of course his fists would be harder. The later the better. because in the world the two words that could withstand the most scrutiny were his name. Peace. After Qi Jinglong left, Qin Pingon had nothing to do. The matter of recuperating, especially the recovery of his physical body, could not be rushed. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. Anyway, there was no one around, so he began to turn upside down. With his head supporting the ground, he tried to merge the heaven and earth pillar and the other 3 pillars. He nodded his head and walked slowly. After half an hour, Qin Pingon slapped the ground with his palm and spun in the air. He stood still again and patted the dirt and dust on his head. He did not feel too good. In the end, Qin Pingon saw Qi Jinglong standing by the bamboo box. Qin Pingon said, "You look like a ghost. Are you trying to scare people in broad daylight?" Qi Jinglong asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Qin Pingon continued to pat his head and said solemnly, "I'm practicing the walking stance. It's a unique secret technique. Do you want to learn it? I won't teach ordinary people if they want to learn it." Qi Jinglong shook his sleeves and placed 2 pots of immortal wine that he had bought from the skeleton beach on the bamboo box. "Continue then." Qi Jinglong turned into a rainbow and rose into the sky again. Then his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Qin Pingon sat on the bamboo chest and picked up the jug of wine. It was genuine immortal wine, not the glutinous rice wine that could be found in the marketplace. This guy seemed to be more generous than him. Xingyang Mountain held a banquet to celebrate Tao Zi, one of the sword immortals on the mountain and the granddaughter of the Tao family's patriarch, reaching the cave abode realm. The cave abode realm was a huge threshold. After reaching the cave abode realm, one would be an immortal in the middle 5 realms. In addition to the many gifts from various forces, Xingyang Mountain's gift was of course even more valuable. They directly gave the girl a mountain that had been moved from another place as Tao Zi's private garden. It was not considered a mountain since the girl had yet to reach the golden core stage. However, Tao Zi already had a mountain when she was born. Later, when Su Jia left Xingyang Mountain, Su Jia's mountain was given to Tao Zi. Now the girl alone had 3 treasured lands with abundant spiritual qi in her hands. It could be said that her dowry was generous. Whoever could become her Taoist companion in the future would be a great blessing that he had accumulated in his previous life. The mountain that was given as a gift by Xingyang Mountain's ancestral master hall was an old mountain of a small country. A small country resisted stubbornly and was completely submerged by Dali's cavalry. The golden body of the mountain god collapsed in the battle, and the mountain became completely ownerless. Xingyang Mountain then exchanged the merits of the cultivators on the mountain with the Dali imperial court and bought the north peak of the small country. Then they handed it over to the guardian ape of Xingyang Mountain. After that, it used its natal supernatural power to cut off the mountain's roots and left with the huge mountain on its back. Since the north peak of the small country was not too lofty, the moving mountain ape only needed to reveal its incomplete true form. It was only about 100 feet tall and carried the mountain on its back like a young man carrying a huge rock. Then it boarded its own ferry and brought it back to Xingyang Mountain. Once it settled down, it would be connected to the mountains and rivers. Tao Zi was the happy fruit of the old sword immortals of Xingyang Mountain since she was young. In addition to her noble status, her excellent aptitude was also the key. She was an anomaly in Xingyang Mountain in the past 500 years. While her aptitude was good, her foundation, talent, temperament, and opportunities were stable in all aspects. This meant that Tao Zi's advancement speed would not be too fast, but her bottleneck would be very small. There was no doubt that she would enter the Golden Core realm. In the future, she would have a great chance of becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator. For the Immortals Cave that was dedicated to establishing a sect, of course, everyone was envious of the great genius of Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. However, Tao Zi was also very important. To some extent, a nascent soul realm cultivator who could walk to the top of the mountain unhurriedly was actually more reliable than those God's favored ones who became famous at a young age. This was because the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. However, among the gifts, there was one that was the most eye-catching. Even if the person who gave the gift did not show up, the entire mountain except for the Tao family's ancestral master felt honored. This was because the gift came from the old Dragon City's vassal manor. The person who gave the gift was none other than the emperor of the Song clan, Song Mu. Before this, there were some rumors that Tao Zi went to the Pearl Grotto Heaven when she was young. At that time she got to know the Prince Song Mu, whose identity had not been revealed at that time. On the new mountain, the northern mountain ancestral temple was dilapidated. A lot of manpower, material and financial resources were needed to repair it. The banquet gradually dispersed. A slim and graceful girl stood outside the gate of the ancestral temple. There was a small emerald green gourd hanging on her waist. It was a small gift that her brother Woodmoving had given her back then. In fact, no one had realized that this emerald green gourd would actually be an extremely valuable magic treasure. It was only after the Tao family's ancestral master had personally found an expert to appraise it that its rarity was confirmed. Next to the girl Tao Zi stood the burly old ape, the protector of Xingyang Mountain. Tao Zi withdrew her gaze from the magnificent ancestral temple and turned to ask with a smile, "Grandpa White Ape, does Sister Su really not have a chance to return to Xingyang Mountain?" The old ape shook his head. "She's already trash. She'll only be a joke if she stays on Xingyang Mountain." Tao Zi complained, "That young garden lord of the Wind Thunder Garden is really something. Why didn't he enter closed-door cultivation earlier? Why did he choose to hide at this juncture? What a thief." The old ape grinned. With Li Tuanjing's death, more than half of the Wind Thunder Garden collapsed. No matter how talented the new garden lord Huang He is, he can't do anything alone. As for that Lu Baqiao, he's a coward trapped by love. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's doing well right now. In fact, the further he goes, the more uncertain his path becomes. When Huang He comes out of seclusion, our Xingyang Mountain can openly seek the sword. The old ape looked at the ancestral vein's main mountain, Xingyang Mountain, where the ancestral master hall was located. The old ape smiled. "Our Xingyang Mountain is different. We've reached the peak of Sword Dao. Once we gather more forces in the human world, not only will we be able to become a clan of immortals, we might even have more than one sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. By then all the sword cultivators of the continent will have to bow down to us. The strong have great luck. In the next 100 or 1,000 years, Xingyang Mountain will only become more prosperous. Compared to the decaying Blizzard Temple, Xingwu Mountain is destined to have a higher path." Tao Zi sighed. "Grandpa White Ape, I'm not interested in what you're saying." The old ape suddenly said, "The people from the Su family of Clearwind City are here." Tao Zi rolled her eyes. "That annoying demon." The old ape smiled. After the Su family's patriarch of Clearwind City obtained the Tsuezi armor, he wantonly purged the Su family's collateral forces. Soon he cleaned up all the internal threats. Apart from moving out of Cinnabar Mountain back then and falling into a disadvantageous position in the Dali imperial court, which left them with a bad impression, he did not do anything else. Later on, the Clearwind City's Su family married their first daughter to the Yuan family's bastard son. They made up for it after the sheep were lost and clung onto the family of a high-ranking pillar of the country. Now they were considered a core force of the mountains supporting Dragon Vein. However, they were still inferior to Xingyang Mountain. In the past few years, that scheming foxy woman from Clearwind City had been beating around the bush, hoping that her son would be able to become Dao companions with Tao Zi. However, the Tao family's ancestor still had not agreed to it. In fact, once the Tao family and Clearwind City were united by marriage, it would be a great thing for the entire Xingyang Mountain. The two families could add to each other's splendor. A graceful woman in palace attire and a handsome young man in a scarlet robe came together with the wind. Tao Zi smiled brightly and bowed. "Greetings, madam." The young man bowed to the mountain-moving ape. "Greetings, Grandpa White Ape." The old ape only nodded in reply to the young man. The woman's movements were gentle. She reached out and grabbed the young woman's hand. She smiled affectionately and said, "It's only been a few years since we last met, and my Tao girl has become so beautiful." After a round of pleasantries, the woman and the old ape had a tacit understanding to let the young man and young woman be alone. The two elders walked towards the ancestral temple on the old mountain. Outside the ancestral temple, Tao Zi stared and reached out her hand. "Annoying person, where's your gift?" The handsome young man in the scarlet robe clenched his fist, then suddenly released it. There was nothing there and he patted the young woman's hand. "Keep it well." Tao Zi frowned. The young man raised his hands and smiled mischievously. "Don't be anxious. Our Clearwind City's Fox Country will have a surprise in the near future. I can only wait and give you my gift later." Tao Zi snorted. The two of them walked on the white jade plaza at the peak of the old mountain of another country. They strolled along the railing. The scenery of Xingyang Mountain was a famous scenic spot in the Aquarius continent. The young man glanced at the emerald green gourd at Tao Zi's waist. Your brother moving wood, why isn't he here to congratulate us? Tao Zi sneered. You think he's a loafer like you? He is now the vassal king of Dali, the ruler of half of the continent. The young man laughed. Don't spout nonsense. Tao Zi sneered. The consequences of me standing here and spouting nonsense, or the consequences of you spouting nonsense after hearing it, which one is more serious? The young man was helpless, the smelly girl was speaking the truth. He leaned on the railing. Ma Xian is truly powerful, the tidal cavalry is completely gone. I heard that the girl who angered Ma Xian that year and her grandfather knelt and begged for mercy, but Ma Xian did not change his mind. Tao Zi acknowledged. The one from Li Zhu Grotto Heaven's Apricot Blossom Alley? After going to Zhenwu Mountain he has been breaking through like crazy. Such a person, just ignore him. The young man was silent for a moment, his face gloomy. Because he thought of a certain person whom he disliked the most when he first saw him. However, what made him feel slightly better was that he did not like that lowly bumpkin. It was only a personal grudge. But the girl beside him and the entire Xingyang Mountain had a dead knot with that person that even gods could not untie. It was a death grudge. What was even more interesting was that guy. For some reason, the trash who had broken his longevity bridge had turned to martial arts and liked to run away. He did not enjoy his life at home all year round. Now, not only did he have a family business, but it was also very big. There were so many mountains, including Luopa Mountain. Among them, Zhuxia Mountain was his wedding dress. He had a ready-made mountain mansion for nothing. When he thought of this, his mood became extremely bad again. Unfortunately, news in Longquan County was heavily restricted, and with the Saint Wan Jiao overseeing it, the Su family of Clearwind City did not dare to inquire about news without permission. Many of the shrouded pieces of inside information were still passed back to his sister's family through the Yuan family she married into, bit by bit. It was not very useful. As long as that person did not die, he would be a thorn in the heart of the future city lord of Clearwind City. Of course, he would be a thorn in the side of Xingyang Mountain. He believed that the thing that Xingyang Mountain feared the most was not that young man's family background, but that the lowly bumpkin would really climb up to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Especially if he really had an unclear relationship with the green-clothed ponytailed girl, it would be very troublesome. After all, she was Wan Jiao's only daughter. Longquan County was a tacit forbidden ground between the Dali imperial court and the people on the mountain. No one dared to explore it without permission. Because Saint Wan Jiao was worthy of being the chief consecrator of Dali. The two generations of emperors of the Song clan treated this sword forger from the Wind Snow Temple as an esteemed guest sincerely. The young man looked back. In the ruins of the old mountain ancestral temple, the woman and the old ape talked about the situation of the Aquarius continent, then went to the main topic and said softly, that Zhou Xian, once he returns from the Qin family to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, it will be a huge problem. The old ape sneered. Compared to our Xingyang Mountain, your Su family's little trouble in the future is nothing. The woman frowned. Cultivating on the mountain for 20 to 30 years in the blink of an eye, our Clearwind City and your Xingyang Mountain are both ambitious. There will be immediate worries if there is no long-term concern. Especially that Qin guy, he must die. The old ape said indifferently, don't give me a chance or else with one punch the world will be clear. The woman was annoyed. Is it that simple? The old ape asked back. That kid should be thanking the gods if I don't find trouble with him. Do you think he dares to come to Xingyang Mountain to seek revenge? The woman sighed. In fact, she knew very well that even if Zhou Xian entered the Dragon Spring Sword sect and became the direct disciple of Wan Ting, he would not be able to cause too much trouble. As for that bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley, even if he had accumulated an impressive family business whose depth was unknown for the time being, he was still an ant trying to shake a tree when faced with Xingyang Mountain, which was backed by the imperial court of the Li dynasty. Putting aside the Li dynasty and the few sword cultivator patriarchs of Xingyang Mountain, how could a young martial artist from a desolate mountain contend with this mountain-moving ape? But for some reason the woman had been feeling uneasy all these years. The old ape's mouth twitched and his face was full of mockery. Madam, what do you think of the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin? Although the woman did not know why the old beast asked this question, she still answered. He's the continent's #1 genius after Li Tuanjing and before Ma Kuxuan. The old ape said, then if Wei Jin were to challenge our Xingyang mountain, would he dare? Would he be able to make our Xingyang mountain bow our heads? The woman smiled. Of course he would dare, but he wouldn't. The old ape said in the end, he's just a lowly bastard from Clay Bottle Alley, an ant whose longevity bridge is broken. Even if I lend him the courage, would he dare to come to Xingyang mountain? That might not be nice to hear. The woman paused for a moment and said slowly, I think that person would dare to come. The mountain ape laughed heartily and nodded. That's true. He dared to fight me back then, he's quite bold. But now no one will protect him. If he dares to come to Xingyang mountain after leaving Longquan County, I guarantee that he'll die at the foot of the mountain when he looks up at the ancestral hall. In the North Continent, tens of thousands of miles away from the Aquarius continent, Qi Jinglong drew a talisman thunder pool on the mountaintop. A young man in a black robe wandered around the mountain for 2 days. He would either practice his walking stance or squat at the foot of the mountain when he had nothing to do, admiring the exquisiteness of Qi Jinglong's talisman drawing technique. Qin Pingon completely dispelled the idea of practicing the heaven and earth stance. It was not because the posture was too embarrassing, but because forcefully combining the 4 stances would only cause the fist intent to clash and lose its meaning. During this period of time he cultivated more than he practiced his fist techniques. After all, his body was too weak right now, and too many walking stances would hurt his foundation instead. If he were a peak martial artist, he would have died 3 times after receiving 3 punches from him. If he were an ordinary martial artist in the distant travel realm, he should have died too. As for Qin Pingon, of course, it did not mean that he was stronger than a martial artist in the 8th realm. In fact, it was equivalent to him dying once. In the twilight of this day, Qin Pingon squatted beside the bamboo box and drew some ordinary yellow paper talisman. He had already drawn 700 to 800 talisman. When Sui Jingqing found the first batch of Deer Mountain assassins' corpses, there were 3 types of killing talisman that Qin Pingon could learn and use immediately. One was the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, which was born from the ancestor of all techniques. Of course, it was not an authentic thunder talisman, but it could not withstand Qin Pingon's large number of talisman. Another was the Great River Talisman, which was a water talisman. The last one was the Earth Talisman, which was an earth talisman. The yellow paper material was not expensive. The gold powder and pill paste that could be bought in the secular world was actually not much compared to the immortal cinnabar that required the expenditure of immortal money. Moreover, Qin Pingon had bought a pile of bottles and jars of mountain cinnabar in the Spring Dew Gardens Old Huai Street. Let alone 1,000 random talisman, even another 1,000 would be enough. Qin Pingon sorted the piles of talisman and placed them one by one on top of the bamboo box. It was enough to make a downpour of talisman. Qin Pingon admired it for a while and was satisfied. He put it away again, hiding it in his sleeve. It was heavy. This was probably the feeling of having too much money pressing down on one's hands. Qin Pingon finally leaned against the bamboo box and sat on the ground. He grabbed a stalk of grass, brushed away the dirt, and placed it in his mouth to slowly chew. Afterwards he held the back of his head with both hands. The fastest thing in the world was not a flying sword but a thought. For example, he had arrived at Longquan Commandery's Clay Bottle Alley and Luapa Mountain in an instant, and then he had arrived at the steps of Inverted Hanging Mountain in an instant. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and immersed his mind, gradually falling asleep. After who knew how long, when he opened his eyes again, he saw light. (534). Translator. Transin Editor. Transin. This year the Cloud Tower City and the Pond Water City of the Book Slip Lake held the Waterland Conference and the Grand Zhou Ritual. They spent a lot of money because they invited many immortals from the Buddhist and Taoist sections. This was because the identities of the 2 organizers were not ordinary. They were Lu Jimao, the true Lord Severing River who had been a prisoner of the Palace Willow Island, and Guan Yiran, the general of the Book Lake Garrison. Otherwise the price would have been at least doubled. To be able to invite these cultivators down the mountain, it would take a lot of incense, which was not a small price to pay. Of course they could not only accumulate their own merit but also get to know Lu Jimao and Guan Yiran. Therefore the immortals and monks of Taoism were very attentive to the two rituals. Among them, there were 3 figures who were hidden behind the scenes and were not conspicuous. But the military officials on Guan Yiran's side still admired the 3 people's ability to calculate money. The 3 people were named Gu Qin, Zheng Yi and Ma Di. The 2 ceremonies ended smoothly. Everyone praised Consecrator Lu and General Guan for their boundless merit. In the night, after drinking a celebratory wine with General Guan's subordinates, a tall and thin young man in a green robe walked back to his residence alone. It was a secluded alley in Pondwater City. He rented a small house here. A tall young man stood at the door and looked forward. When he saw the figure of the young man in green robe, he was relieved. The tall young man was Zheng Yi, a lucky guy who was rescued from the fire pit by the old cultivator of Verdant Canyon Island, Zhang Yi. Later he worked at the mountain gate of Verdant Canyon Island. During that time he helped an accountant to clean the room. Later they traveled to many countries and cultivated with unorthodox methods similar to being possessed by ghosts. Ma Di also did not sleep. She was a ghost, so cultivating at night was twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, a lamp was lit on the table and she was planning to record. The 2 Waterland conferences and the Grand Zhou ritual cost money like water. Fortunately, the hunchback old man called Zhou Xian sent 2 sums of Guyu money. The first time Zhou Xian came in person and saw them. He was very kind and easy to talk to. The second time he entrusted a young man called Dong Shuijing to deliver the money to the 3 of them in Cloud Tower City. Ma Di was dressed in the talisman fox fur from the Su family in the Clear Breeze City, looking very attractive. Gu Qin stood outside the door and patted her clothes to get rid of the smell of alcohol. She gently knocked on the door and walked into the room. She poured herself a cup of tea and sat across from Ma Di. Xing Wei sat on the bench between the 2 of them. Ma Di didn't even raise his head. The officials of the general's mansion are much less greedy than our provincial officials. Other than spending a little money, they don't have anything to fill their own pockets. Gu Qin said indifferently, not greedy for money? First, he didn't have the guts to work under General Guan's nose, so he didn't dare to be careless. Secondly, he was destined to have a bright future. It was not worthwhile to lose his official career for money. Naturally, he needed to be a high-ranking official first and then make a lot of money. Without brains, how could he become an assistant official of General Guan? However, there are indeed some civil officials who do not seek wealth. It will be the same in the future. As Ma Di stretched, Gu Qin handed him a cup of tea. Naturally, even Ma Di would no longer feel the slightest bit awkward when interacting with him day and night. As for Zheng Yi, he had already received the teacup that Gu Qin had handed over. Gu Qin smiled. Everyone has worked hard. Ma Di drank the tea in one gulp and rubbed his wrist. He was in high spirits. I finally have the time to pick up scraps. Next, I'm going to visit the countries around Book Slip Lake. Stonehair Country, Meili Country, all of them. Gu Qin reminded him, I'll give you the Peace and Peace tablet when we get back. Use it to tour these vassal states of the Li dynasty. Try to get close to the big cities and passes where the Li dynasty's troops are stationed. If you run into any trouble, you can seek help. However, it's best not to show the peace and quiet token during normal times, lest you attract the hatred of many fallen cultivators. Ma Di rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're annoying? Do I need you to teach me these basic principles? I've traveled Jianghu with Mr. Chen much earlier than you. Gu Qin did not mind and smiled. Then I'll go and rest first. Drinking and socializing are the most tiring. Gu Qin left the side room of the house and went to the study room on the other side of the main house. On the table, there were the important ghost artifacts that the accountant had bought from the secret storehouse of Verdant Canyon Island, the prison Yama Hall, and the replica lapis lazuli pavilion that Yu Hui had sold to the accountant. Compared to the prison, this lapis lazuli pavilion only had 12 rooms. 11 of them were otherworldly items. They were all cultivators of the middle 5 realms when they were alive. They had turned into malicious ghosts and were extremely obsessed. After so many years, there were still about half of the residents. Gu Qin sat on the chair and stared at the prison's Yama Hall. His mind was immersed in it. His mind was as small as a mustard seed, just like Verdant Canyon Island's Book Lake. There were more than 200 otherworldly items that were willing to leave through the Water and Land Spiritual Conference and the Grand Ritual of Zhou Xian. Most of these existences were otherworldly items that had their wishes fulfilled. There were also some that did not care about this life anymore and hoped to be reincarnated in the next life and live in a different way. However, there were still some otherworldly items that chose to stay in the prison. Day after day, year after year, they cursed and swore at him, the main culprit. Many of them even cursed the accountant viciously. Even so, Gu can still abide by his promise with the accountant. Not only did he not destroy any of the otherworldly items, but he also had to throw some divine coins into the prison's Yama Hall and the replica lapis lazuli pavilion every once in a while so that they would not turn into evil spirits. Guken left the prison and turned his mind to the lapis lazuli pavilion. He walked past the rooms one by one. The rooms were pitch black and there was nothing inside. Guken could only look at the ferocious otherworldly items when they stood at the door. At this moment, a female otherworldly item in snow-white clothes stood at the door with a blank expression. Even though they were only a foot apart, she still did not have any intention of attacking. This was because before the lapis lazuli pavilion was handed over to Guken, they had an agreement with the skinny accountant. In the future, when Guken entered the lapis lazuli pavilion, it was not a problem for him to kill and take revenge, but he would bear the consequences. There was only one chance. Back then, none of the 11 otherworldly items chose to attack. Now 2 of them had their own requests and had chosen to leave the human world completely. One of them asked Guken to promise to take care of his family for at least 100 years and that he had to be rich and wealthy without any major disasters. Guken agreed. The other one asked Guken to give her a direct disciple and a magical weapon to ensure that the disciple would enter the middle 5 states. Moreover, Guken was not allowed to restrict the disciple's cultivation and had no evil intentions. Guken also agreed but said that the magical weapon had to be owed to her first. However, Guken could secretly help her disciple on the path of cultivation. The other 3 chose to rely on Guken and serve as ghost generals, which was equivalent to Guken's future worshippers. In the future, the money needed for cultivation and the path of promotion would be determined according to their future contributions. One of them was the first to leave the fake lapis lazuli pavilion and help Ma Dui pick up scraps. Now he did not come to the lapis lazuli pavilion often to cultivate. He was content to be the manager of the 3 people's treasury. Guken's mind withdrew from the lapis lazuli pavilion and closed his eyes to rest as if he was sleeping. In the side room, Ma Dui and Xingyi were still sitting at a table. Ma Dui was still looking forward to traveling under the mountain in the future, calculating his current wealth and small treasury. Xingyi wanted to say something but stopped, unwilling to get up and leave. Ma Dui was puzzled. "What's the matter?" Xingyi asked. "What do you plan to do in the future?" Ma Dui was stunned. "What do you mean?" Xingyi hesitated. "I heard that some of the cultivators on the Pearl Hairpin Island will move to Mr. Chen's hometown. I also want to leave the Book Slip Lake." Ma Dui frowned. "Isn't it good now? It's not the Book Slip Lake of the past where life and death were not in our control. Now the Book Slip Lake has changed. Look, so many cultivators from the mountains and lakes have become immortal record masters of the True Realm sect. Of course, their cultivation levels are high and most of them are island masters. A nobody like you, Xingyi, can't compare to them. But in fact, if you're willing to ask Guken to help you mediate and build connections, you might become a ghost cultivator of the True Realm sect in a few days. Even if you don't join the True Realm sect, you just need to focus on cultivating. After all, we have a good relationship with the general's residence in Pond Water City. Xingyi, you're actually very stable in the Book Slip Lake." Xingyi lowered his head. "I'm really afraid of Guken." Ma Dui laughed and scolded. "Look at you." After Xingyi left, Ma Dui fell into deep thought. Guken was becoming more and more like that bookkeeper, but Ma Dui knew that it was just a resemblance, nothing more. So in fact, Ma Dui was also afraid of Guken. In the general's residence in the Fan residence in Pond Water City, the main general, Guan Yiran, was still in the study dealing with government affairs. After a knock on the door, Guan Yiran closed a secret memorial and said, "Come in." The cultivator who accompanied the army called Yu Shanfeng stepped over the threshold, picked a chair and sat down. He slumped against the chair, burped and laughed. This drink was really enjoyable. That little bastard surnamed Gu is young, but he's a real man when it comes to drinking. His persuasion skills are even better. Yu Shanfeng said sullenly, "I don't care about being an official or not. Forget it. You can give this opportunity to someone else." Guan Yiran asked, "Do you really want to die on the battlefield?" Yu Shanfang grinned and said, "Where is the desperate battle now?" Guan Yiran hesitated for a moment and said implicitly, "The next battlefield is just as dangerous. It's just that we won't be on horseback. I'll only tell you one thing. It doesn't involve any secrets. It's just something I figured out myself. That is, all the cultivators stationed outside Dali's territory, including me, Guan Yiran, can die at any time and place for no reason. Especially those vassal states that are close to the tragic destruction of their country. The closer they are to the old country's capital or the closer they are to the destroyed Immortal Mountain, the more likely they are to die in battle. And I can assert that there will be a lot of insidious assassinations, a lot. Yu Shanfang said, "Oh, that's it. I didn't run away and become an official. That's the right thing to do. With your little skills, without me, wouldn't you have to worry about getting stabbed in the butt when you go to the toilet?" Guan Yiran was so angry that he grabbed a bronze paperweight and threw it at the man. Yu Shanfang caught it and said with a cheeky smile, "Oh, thank you for the reward, General." Yu Shanfang stood up and ran to the door. Guan Yiran sat where he was and said angrily, "It's only worth 2 or 3 taels of silver. You have the nerve to take it away?" Yu Shanfang stopped and turned around. He threw the paperweight back and scolded, "You're from the Guan clan in Yunzai County, East State, and you put this piece of junk on the table? I feel ashamed for Master Guan." Guan Yiran quickly reached out his hands and caught the paperweight. He gently sighed and carefully put it on the table. He smiled and said, "This is from the Imperial Study Room of the Zhuang Dynasty's Emperor. Our General Su gave it to me personally. In fact, it's worth a lot." Yu Shanfang just opened the door. With his back to the future leader of the Guan clan, he raised his arm and showed a middle finger. He slammed the door and strode away. An old man quietly landed in the courtyard of a house in a small alley. Guken put away the Yama Palace and the fake Luli Pavilion on the table and put them in a bamboo box by his feet. He picked up a bamboo fan made of divine cloud bamboo and put it on his waist. He left the study room with a smile and opened the door of the main room. This uninvited guest could be considered his master. It was Lu Jimao from the Xianxia island who was rumored to have a chance to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. Guken opened the door and bowed. "Disciple Guken greets master." Lu Jimao nodded with a smile. "You and I are master and disciple. There is no need to be so distant." The two of them sat in the main hall. The plaque was left by an old friend of the house, Eternal Beauty. The couplets hanging on both sides were also very old. They hadn't been changed. Behind the door, the scenery is beautiful. When the window is closed, the moral text is to cultivate the heart. Lu Jimao sat on the main seat and Guken sat on the side. Lu Jimao looked around the room. "This place is a bit small, but it is quiet." Guken asked, "Master, do you want to drink wine? There is no immortal wine here, but a friend of mine has a lot of glutinous rice wine. However, I don't think you can get used to this kind of wine." Lu Jimao waved his hand and smiled. "No need for wine." Guken didn't say anything else. He sat upright with a smile on his face. Lu Jimao smiled and asked, "Master went outside with a sect consecrator earlier. Now you have some friendship with Great General Su Gaoshan. Do you want to join the army and become a military officer?" Guken shook his head and smiled. "Disciple won't squander master's friendship." Lu Jimao didn't force him. He suddenly sighed. "Guken, you're not 14 yet, right?" Guken nodded. Lu Jimao was silent for a moment. "If master succeeds in breaking through to the upper 5 realms as a consecrator, you can make 3 requests to the True Realms sect. Sect Master Zhang agreed to this long ago. I plan to ask the True Realms sect to give you one of the vassal islands, including Xianxia Island and White Scale Island." Guken looked at ease and was not in a hurry to speak. Lu Jimao continued, "I'm not only thinking for you, my favorite disciple, but also for my own selfish reasons. I don't want the bloodline of Xianxia Island to end. As long as you're in Xianxia Island, the Ancestral Master Hall won't be closed. It doesn't matter even if there are only a few people left in Xianxia Island. In this way, as the Island Master of Xianxia Island, I can serve Jiangshangzhen and the True Realm sect wholeheartedly." Guken asked, "Master, what do you need me to do?" "Master, just tell me. I don't dare to say anything nice. If I can do it, I'll do it and try my best to do it." Lu Jimao smiled and stroked his beard. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, help the ancestral master hall of Xianxia Island expand. It's as simple as that. But I'll say it first. Except for Li Fuyao, the nascent soul realm master of the True Realm sect, I'm not familiar with any of the other masters. I even have some potential enemies. Jiang Shangzhen has never really opened his heart to me. Therefore, it's not entirely a good thing for you to take over the ancestral master hall of Xianxia Island and several vassal islands. You need to weigh the pros and cons. After all, a windfall from the sky can kill people with too much money. You're the only disciple that I like, that's why I'm being so straightforward with you. Gukin said, then I'll think about it carefully. I'll give you a clear answer in 3 days at the latest. Lu Zhimao nodded and said, that's the best. Be careful and afraid of death. Plan before acting. Don't hesitate to risk your life. Gamble big and win big. This is the foundation of us mountain cultivators. Gukin nodded and said, I'll remember Master's teachings. Speaking of this, Gukin smiled and said, in the early years I thought I knew everything. In fact, I knew nothing. I was stubborn and ignorant. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master. Lu Zhimao smiled and said, in the world, those who say they know everything are naturally the ones who don't know the most. In fact, your actions back then seem to be lawless, but in fact it's not as bad as you think. As long as you survive, all the hardships you've suffered are the real property of a mountain cultivator. The truth of biting off the teeth and swallowing blood is the truth that you really understand. Gukin made a sound of agreement. Lu Zhimao took out an ancient book that seemed to be made of gold and jade. The book's title was written in 4 ancient golden characters, river-severing scripture. Lu Zhimao stretched out 2 fingers and gently pushed the book to the calm young man in green. The old man said in a deep voice, the Taoism that Master taught you in the past is the basic Taoism of Green Gorge Island's ancestral hall on the surface. It's just an unorthodox Taoism. Only this immortal secret book is the foundation of Master's Taoism. To be honest, Master really didn't dare and didn't want to pass this Taoism to you. Naturally, Master was afraid that you and Little Loach would join hands and kill Master. After Lu Zhimao pushed out the secret book that he had treasured for hundreds of years, he didn't look at it anymore. Today is different from the past. If I enter the upper 5 realms, everything will be fine. If I unfortunately die, there will be no Lu Zhimao in the world. Then I won't have to worry about you. Gukin didn't take the Immortal's ancient book that was almost equivalent to half of the upper 5 realms. He stood up and bowed to Lu Zhimao again. Lu Zhimao sat at the main table of the hut and accepted the disciple's bow. The intrigue between this pair of master and disciple was not little after all these years. Tonight one person gave a book and the other bowed. It was actually very pure. It was just the purest inheritance of Taoist techniques on the path of cultivation in the world. After tonight, the old grudges and calculations between the master and disciple would probably still be a complicated situation. Gukin put the Immortal's secret book into his sleeve. Lu Zhimao smiled and said, your senior sister Tian and your other senior brothers are really stupid. Gukin smiled and said, you brought this upon yourself. You can't blame others. Lu Zhimao thought for a moment and said, go get 2 pots of wine. Master will chat with you for a while. Drink and drink. Don't stand on ceremony. The main door of the hut was not closed. The moonlight entered the hut. Gukin went to the kitchen and made 2 trips. He brought 2 pots of wine from his hometown that Dong Shuijing had given him, 2 white bowls and a few dishes to accompany the wine. Lu Zhimao poured a bowl of wine and picked up a crispy dried fish from Book Slip Lake. He chewed and drank a mouthful of wine. This was the taste of the human world. Although there was a high chance of him breaking through, and Jiang Shangzhen would spare no effort to help him guard the array so that the True Realm sect would have another pure Jade Realm consecrator. However, nothing was absolute. It was still possible that this delicious meal under the bright moon would be Lu Zhimao's last supper in the human world. Lu Zhimao smiled and said, back then you created the 10 heroes of Book Slip Lake. Actually, only the 9 of you are well known. I reckon that until now, not many people have guessed that the last person is actually the accountant at our Green Gorge Island's mountain gate. What a pity. In the future, you would have had the chance to become an even greater legend. Lu Zhimao stepped on the bench with 1 foot. He narrowed his eyes and took a sip of wine. He picked up a few peanuts and threw them into his mouth. He stretched out a hand and started counting. Green Gorge Island's Devil Incarnate Guken, White Scale Island's Lord Tian Hu, 4th Senior Brother Qinju, 6th Senior Brother Chao Zhi, Pond Water City's young master Fan Yen, Yellow Horse Island's Lu Kaisang, Drum Island's Yuan Yuan, Fallen Prince Han Jingling and Great General Sun Huang He. Lu Jimao smiled and said, "Your senior sister Tian went to Gong Willow Island twice, but I didn't see her. The first time she wandered around the border for a day and a night and returned disappointed. The second time she became more and more afraid of death. She wanted to break into Gong Willow Island and use the method of losing half of her life temporarily in exchange for a complete life in the future. Unfortunately, my stone-hearted master still didn't bother to see her. She lost half of her life in vain. What are you going to do with her? Beat her or kill her?" Gu Qin smiled and said, "Master has put in a lot of effort to deliberately drive senior sister Tian into a corner and make her completely desperate. In the final analysis, I still hope that I, Gu Qin, and the future of Verdant Canyon Island can have one more sensible and useful talent." Lu Jimao nodded and said, "The way you used to control Lord Tian, who was actually not bad. It's just like..." Speaking of this, Lu Jimao pointed to a few dishes on the table and said, "If you only drink wine without the accompanying dishes, the taste will be much worse. Using the carrot and stick is easy to say, but it's not easy to do. You can learn from me and my brother Zhang Yi. This is one of the few kind-hearted hearts of master. Reality has proven that compared to being greedy and saving effort, cutting everything with a knife and using the method of being a tyrant to everyone, using benefits to entice them, the incense of a mountain will definitely not last long." Gu Qin nodded and said, "The same rice can feed 100 different people. Of course, it needs to be divided and tempted. Fame, money, magic weapons, cultivation opportunities, fishing is a great knowledge." Lu Jimao laughed and said, "No wonder when I was in Gong Willow Island, I heard that you like to go fishing by the lake. Even if the harvest is not big, you still go there every time." What made Lu Jimao happy was not Gu Qin's trifling matter that seemed to be a joke. Instead, it was because Gu Qin had finally learned how to control himself and how to open his heart at the right time. He did not take off the luxurious dragon robe from back then and put on the shabby green robe today and really think that everyone would believe him. Gu Qin had changed his nature and become a good young man with a heart of bodhisattva. If that was really the case, it could only mean that Gu Qin had grown compared to back then, but not by much. He was still used to treating others as fools. What would happen in the end? Fan Yen, who pretended to be a fool in Pool Water City, could only find the weakness of Gu Qin's mental state. Back then he was able to play Gu Qin like a dog. Since Lu Jimao could give away the river-severing sutra, he could take it back casually when he left. Therefore Lu Jimao had a test of Gu Qin's temperament next. Lord Tian, who was destined to be a failure, was an ordinary nascent soul cultivator in the future. He was just a dispensable dish on the table tonight. However, perfected Lord Xianxia was not in a hurry. They had just started drinking. Lu Jimao said casually, "Fan Yen has been the real mastermind behind Pool Water City for a long time. Can you tell?" Gu Qin smiled bitterly. "Master, I'm not blind." Lu Jimao smiled. "Then can you tell that Fan Yen already has someone in the court? It's not Guan Yiran, the grandson of the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Dali, nor is it Su Gaoshan, the one who took the capital of the Zhuang dynasty first." Gu Qin thought for a moment. "I'll tolerate him in the future." He hoped that Fan Yen and his parents would still be alive when the time came. It would be best if his family was prosperous. Lu Jimao continued, "Yuan Yuan was born into a good family. His parents were both golden core cultivators. The backer of Drum Island, or more accurately, the backer of Yuan Yuan's mother, was the nascent soul cultivator of the Zhuang dynasty. In the end, a young man in white with an unknown identity chased him for thousands of miles with Wan Xiao of the Dragon Spring Sword sect and killed him on the border. Logically speaking, Drum Island should have been finished. But now he got the true Jing sect's offerings and the peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Dali." Gu Qin did not hold much hatred for this little fatty nicknamed Yuan Yuan. How smart could a guy who showed his shrewdness on his face be? Drum Island's ability to take advantage of the situation was not a big deal. Anyone could do it. As long as this guy did not provoke him again, he could even be an honored guest of Green Gorge Island. As for Yuan Yuan's sarcastic words behind his back, how heavy could his saliva be? Gu Qin had heard a lot of people criticizing him behind his back since he was a child. Now Gu Qin would not kill anyone. At least not for the time being. And this, for the time being, might be extremely long. But Gukin could wait. He had the patience. This was because he understood a principle. When you could only break the rules but not create them, you had to abide by the rules first. During this period, as long as you didn't suffer once and didn't die, it would be a kind of intangible gain. Because Gukin could learn more. All the bumps and bruises, bumping into walls and being shut out were all about the knowledge of the rules of the world. Lu Zhimao said, "The new emperor of Stonehair Kingdom, Han Jingling, is really lucky." At first, Han Jingling did not care about the lives of the people in the vassal territories and ran to Book Lake to seek refuge. In the end, he inexplicably became a virtuous king who was praised by everyone. Then he wore a dragon robe and sat on the dragon throne. This guy would probably wake up laughing in his dreams for the next 2 years. The other prince who had high hopes, Han Jingxin, died suddenly in the wilderness outside the capital. Therefore Han Jingling, the new emperor, was very stable. As for Huang He, who helped Han Jingling's brother sit on the dragon throne, he was not bad either. The young assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights and the new 5 mountains of Stonehair Kingdom was conferred by him. He accompanied the new emperor everywhere, and the minister of the Ministry of Rights did not dare to complain. It was said that the minister of the Ministry of Rights had to take the initiative to pour tea for him when they arrived at the government office. Huang He's father was even said to be the new emperor of Stonehair Kingdom. He did not wear a robe, but he could carry a sword to the court. Gukin smiled and said, "Being lucky is also a kind of ability." Huang He was so arrogant that he did not even need to do anything. Sooner or later he would be dealt with badly by Han Jingling. However, Gukin still hoped that Huang He would fall into his hands. Because this guy was the only one who dared to go to Azure Gorge Island and ask to open the door when Gukin fell into silence. Gukin was waiting for an opportunity. And this opportunity had to be reasonable and follow the rules. After Lu Zhimao said the names one by one, perfected cultivator Xianxia could roughly see Gukin's attitude towards each person. He was still holding a grudge. However, compared to the past where he did as he pleased and killed indiscriminately, Gukin's mind was clear now. Not only could he restrain himself, he even seemed to not complain about his current situation of living under someone else's roof and lowering his head to do things. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it. Very good. This way he could live longer and better. In a difficult situation, the most difficult thing to endure was to be able to endure it. This was another kind of cultivation. Lu Zhimao was never worried that Gukin's cultivation path would be bumpy. This kid was born to be a wild cultivator, and he might be the kind of wild cultivator who was not inferior to Lu Laoqing of Gonglu Island. Lu Zhimao poured himself another bowl of wine and asked, "What should we do with the rest of the otherworldly items? If you can't tell me about it, don't tell me." Gukin had just lifted his wine bowl, but he put it down again. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can't say. If they died as ghosts and their only obsession is revenge, it's very simple. I'll give them a chance to take revenge. Master, you should already know that Sect Master Jiang has marked out several islands near Book Lake near Cloud Tower City. They are all islands with mountains and rivers that are connected by fate. He wants to give them to me, Gukin. When the time comes, I will build a ghost cultivation mountain there. All otherworldly items can cultivate there. Do they lack money for cultivation? I'll give it to them. Do they lack secret manuals? I'll find suitable ones for them. When you feel that you can take revenge, just let me know. In addition, there are many requests and wishes. I'll do whatever I can. I know that many otherworldly items are waiting for a good price. It doesn't matter as long as they're willing to ask." Lu Zhimao suddenly laughed. If Qin Pingon had killed you with a punch or a sword back then, wouldn't it have been an easier choice for the two of you? Gukin lowered his head and raised his wine bowl. His wrist hovered in the air. He thought for a while and said with an expressionless face, "Qin Pingon isn't that kind of person. I don't want to die so early." When he raised his head to drink, the young man's face had returned to normal. Lu Zhimao smiled and dismissed it. In fact, Lu Zhimao's heart was in turmoil. Lu Zhimao didn't know anything about the ownership of those islands. Lu Zhimao sighed. In this way, the last test for Gukin's temperament would be a little unpredictable. However, Lu Zhimao thought for a while and still asked, "What do you think is the way out of Verdant Canyon Island?" "Don't worry. Drink the wine and think about it slowly." Gukin put down the wine bowl and wiped his mouth. He bent down and reached out to pick up a small dried fish from the book slip lake that was sold at the banquets of the rich and powerful. After chewing and swallowing slowly, he slowly said, "First, I can ascend to the upper 5 realms. Second, I can find Dali's backer, who is at least the head of a powerful family with the surname of the Pillar State. Third, I can meet Emperor Dali through this backer and become his pawn in the Book Lake to restrict the True Jing sect." Lu Jimao's eyes were shining. "Is there no fourth option?" Gukin smiled. "Take it slow." Lu Jimao asked, "If you do this, won't you be ungrateful to me, the teacher of the True Jing sect and Jiang Shangzhen who gave you the islands?" Gukin looked calm and turned his head to look out of the room. "The night is long. I can eat several bowls of wine and several dishes. If I only talk about this today, I will naturally be suspected of being ungrateful. But if I do this again in the future, it may be a timely help. Besides, there are so many deals to be made between words and deeds. Maybe one day I will die just like that." Lu Jimao didn't drink much each time, but he raised his bowl many times. There was only one bowl left, which he drank in one gulp. When he said this, it was no ordinary heart-to-heart. Tonight's trip wasn't in vain. Unexpectedly, when Gukin saw that Lu Jimao was out of wine, neither the bowl nor the jug, she stood up and picked up her jug of wine, pouring another bowl for the old man. Lu Jimao didn't stop him. After sitting down, Gukin raised his last bowl of wine and said to the old man, "Let's talk about the matter and ignore the heart. I, Gukin, must thank you, master, for bringing me out of Mud Bottle Alley and giving me the opportunity to do so many things. I'm still alive to say so much tonight." Lu Jimao raised his bowl and clinked it heavily with Gukin's. They both drank the wine in their bowls. Lu Jimao stood up and Gukin followed suit. The two of them came to the threshold of the main room and stood side by side. Lu Jimao smiled. "Young people don't seek pleasure. Young people don't seek pleasure. What a waste of good times." Gukin shook his head. "Young people are free and unrestrained. How long can good times last?" Lu Jimao was a little surprised. He turned his head and smiled. "You read a lot of books?" Gukin nodded. "I'm willing to read all kinds of books. After all, I've only been to school for a few days. It's a bit of a pity. From Mud Bottle Alley to Book Slip Lake, I haven't moved much. I want to know more about the outside world through the court bulletin and books." Lu Jimao glanced at the bamboo fan at his waist and smiled. "It's a good thing." Gukin took off the fan and handed it to the old man. He said with clear eyes, "If you like it, master, take it." The moment she revealed this item, it meant that Gukin had already made a decision about what to do with it. Lu Jimao waved his hand. "Keep it for yourself." "Who gave it to you?" Gukin said, "A friend of a friend. A friend of a friend, but not his friend. Even if that person was Lu Xianyang." But Gukin had never treated Lu Xianyang as a friend. Since he was young, Lu Xianyang was only a friend of that person. Even Gukin had to admit that Lu Xianyang was one of the few good people who didn't have bad intentions. But Gukin still didn't treat Lu Xianyang as a friend. Gukin didn't like Lu Xianyang's carefree attitude. He liked to joke about his mother, so Gukin chased after Lu Xianyang with snot and tears on his face several times. In the end, Lu Xianyang would often admit his mistake and apologize with a smile. Then, the little slug with tears on his face would become sick and walk back to Mud Bottle Alley with another person. As they walked, the little slug would often beam with joy and no longer have any worries. So he was Gukin's friend. There was only one. In the past, in the future, and in this life until death. But he, Gukin, would never become a person like that person. Gukin was Gukin. There was only one Gukin in the world. But he was willing to change his words and actions. Moreover, he learned very well and changed very quickly. It was because that person had said something before he left. The outstanding tree came from the forest and the outstanding tree returned to the forest were two different principles. Lu Jimao finally said, "Gukin, do you know what family background is?" Gukin smiled and said, "Master, please enlighten me." Lu Jimao said, "It's not like the rich and powerful people in the marketplace who have thousands of acres of fertile land. It's also not like the officials who have a family of generals and sons in court. It's not even like the immortals on the mountain." Lu Jimao only said half of it and still didn't give an answer. Gukin thought for a while and nodded. "I understand. It's a family. After a big mistake they can make up for it. It's not the kind that will disappear just like that." Lu Jimao said regretfully, Lu Jimao couldn't do it. After this disaster I disappointed Zhang Yi. Even if I was lucky enough to reach the pure jade realm, I'm still a family dog of Master Fuji." Gukin smiled and said, There's still me in Verdant Canyon Island. Lu Jimao shook his head. There's still another Guken in Book Lake. Cultivators in the mountains and lakes clearly distinguished kindness and hatred. It was the same even between master and disciple. Lu Jimao disappeared in a flash and returned to Gong Willow Island where the ancestral hall of Zhenjing sect was located. Guken didn't sleep that night. He just took a stroll in the small courtyard. Although Lu Jimao covered up the voices and movements in the house, the old man didn't deliberately do so after he walked out of the house. Therefore, Tseng Yi and Ma Duyi naturally knew about the arrival and departure of perfected Lord Xianxia. Ma Duyi opened the window and looked around, asking Guken if there was trouble with his eyes. Guken smiled and waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry. As for Tseng Yi, he was honest and timid. Therefore, he hid in the house and felt uneasy. However, cultivation was just that strange. Tseng Yi's foundation was good, but Ma Duyi's cultivation talent was better. At the same time, Tseng Yi had better opportunities, but Ma Duyi's postnatal temperament was better. In the end, Tseng Yi had more hope of going further. Fortunately, Ma Duyi, who had died once, didn't care about this at all. Therefore, sometimes, Guken was a little envious of Tseng Yi's ignorance and Ma Duyi's carefree attitude. Tseng Yi tossed and turned in bed and finally fell asleep. Guken sighed. If Tseng Yi cultivated in Book Lake back then, even with his current cultivation level, he would still be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Through the banquets at the general's mansion, Guken found some clues. When the rules of Book Lake were set, the young general, Guan Yiran, who was destined to be a rich family, must have gotten a copy of the account book in advance. Guken felt that it was familiar. Therefore, there were traces of the Xianxia Island's accountant everywhere in Book Lake now. Guken held the folding fan in her hand and patted her shoulder gently. She muttered to herself, "There's still a lot to learn." The bamboo fan in his hand was made of divine cloud bamboo. There were inscriptions on both sides. Cool breeze and bright moon. 5 thunders. It should be written by Lu Xian himself on the fan to show off his scholarly skills to Guken. However, Guken always felt that if Lu Xian went to school with that person, Lu Xian could only eat dust behind his back. However, the affairs of the world made that person walk the Jianghu while Lu Xian was studying. Therefore, Guken didn't like this kind of world. As for the immortal secret book hidden in her sleeve, Guken didn't read it that night. Do I, Guken, need to be in a hurry to cultivate? At dawn, Guken opened the door and sat on the steps outside. The Door Gods and Spring Festival couplets were bought at the end of last year. There was once a slug who threatened to hang the Spring Festival couplets he wrote on a house in Mud Bottle Alley. At that time, that person should be very happy, so he rubbed the slug's head hard and said that he would pay for the Spring Festival couplets this year. Wasn't this nonsense? Since that guy went to the dragon kiln to be an apprentice, the Spring Festival couplets on the Door Gods of the house at the end of Mud Bottle Alley were all bought by him. People who were poorer were the ones who spent more money for others. It was strange. How could there be such a person in the world? Guken sat at the bottom of the steps with his elbows on the upper steps, quietly waiting for the house opposite to open the door. Because there was a big kid with 2 sticky little green dragons on his face all year round. That was why Guken chose to rent a house here. The house opposite was a small one. His parents were there working to support the family. The little guy who just went to school not long ago had an older sister. She wasn't very good looking and her name wasn't very nice either. The girl was weak and shy and she blushed easily. Every time she saw him, she would lower her head and walk quickly. Guken naturally didn't like such a girl from the streets. A child who was about to head to the school swaggered out of the house and sniffled. When he saw Guken, he took 2 steps back and stood on the doorstep. "Gu, what are you looking at? My sister is such a beauty. Do you think a poor kid like you has the right to stare at her? I advise you to give up. You're not worthy of my sister. I don't want to call you brother-in-law." Guken sat up straight and gently patted his knees with the bamboo fan. The kid couldn't help but look at the bamboo fan a few more times. He jumped off the threshold and ran to sit beside Guken. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let me play with it." Guken smiled and asked, "Why aren't you getting lost?" The little guy rolled his eyes and said, "Those people don't know how to run away. I'll go later and tell the teacher that my stomach hurts." Guken squinted and said, "Then you'll have to smear some yellow mud on your butt on the way there. Only then will the teacher believe you." The little guy thought for a moment and suddenly cursed, "Gu, are you stupid? The teacher won't hit me. If I dirty my pants and go home, my mother will beat me to death. After the little guy finished cursing, he asked, Gu, you know how to talk. Teach me a few more sentences so that I can show off my knowledge to my two friends. Gukin said casually, the old man in the east of the village is guarding against a tiger. The tiger enters the house at night and takes its head. The child in the west doesn't know the tiger. He drives the tiger with a pole like whipping an ox. The little guy said angrily, so many words? I want something smaller and more imposing. Gukin said, oh. The young man sharpens his knife at night. If you want to say something against me, you'll die immediately. The little guy frowned. The murderous aura is too strong. I'm afraid of being hit. But it's not that I can't say it. I can only say it to those who can't outrun me. Gukin laughed and slapped the little guy's head. You're so clever. You're like me when I was young. Gukin stopped laughing and said, forget about what you just said. Let me teach you something else. It's even bolder. The little guy nodded vigorously. Hurry up. Gukin said seriously, it's cold on the bed every day. The little guy flew into a rage out of humiliation and slapped the man's shoulder. You're the one who wets the bed. Gukin suddenly asked doubtfully, oh right, the teacher won't hit you? Don't you often go home crying? You said that the old teacher is an old bastard who likes to beat you with a board the most? The little guy shook his shoulders and said with a smile, you don't know this. Our school has a new teacher. The previous one was annoying. He never hit or scolded those who were good at studying. He only stared at us who were bad at studying and beat us to death. It was as if we stole something from him. I want to grow up and not be a naive child anymore. Once I have some strength, I'll secretly beat him up. The new one is very good. He never hits anyone and doesn't care about us. It's really a comfortable life now. Gukin smiled. Then you prefer the current teacher? The little fellow was stunned for a moment. Mr. Gu, did you hit your head on the door when you went out today? Why do you always ask such stupid questions? If you went to the school to study, wouldn't you like the new teacher? Now, no matter how much trouble we make, as long as we don't disturb those obedient students, the new teacher never cares. Not to mention beating us, he won't even scold us. It's very good. Gukin continued to lean back and said with a smile, can a teacher who only cares about the students be considered a good teacher? Then what does a teacher need to do in this world? The little fellow sighed. You with the surname Gu, your brain is really damaged. Actually, I used to want you and my sister to be good. Now forget it. I'm not very promising in my studies. If brother-in-law doesn't live up to expectations in the future, what will I do in the future? Gukin smiled and said, how do you know that you're not promising in your studies? I think you're quite smart. The little guy drooped his head. It's not just the new teacher. The old teacher also said that I'm so stubborn that I can only be useless for the rest of my life. Every time the old teacher scolded me, he would hit my palm with the ruler. I hate him the most. Gukin rubbed the little guy's head. When you grow up, if you meet those two teachers on the street, you can ignore the new teacher. After all, he's only working for money and isn't considered a teacher. But if you meet the old teacher, you must call him teacher. The little guy suddenly raised his head and said angrily, why? I won't. Gukin looked up at the sky. Because this teacher still has hope for you. The little guy was confused. After a long time, he asked tentatively, you've also been beaten by a teacher with an extremely bad temper? Gukin nodded and said softly, but he has a very good temper. The little guy clicked his tongue and said, pitiful, really pitiful. You're not much better than me. Hey, I'm better than you. The old teacher is gone and the new teacher doesn't beat people. The little guy stood up and wiped his face. Then he secretly wiped Gukin's shoulder and ran away. Gukin turned his head and saw that the little bastard's snot was everywhere. Gukin quietly shook his clothes and scattered the traces. He stood up and returned to the house. After closing the door, he fastened the folding fan to his waist. Many people deserved to die, and there were bound to be more and more of them in the future. However, the premise was that Gukin had to stay alive first. In the future, he would use so-called good deeds to accumulate power, supplemented with tricks to control people's hearts, and then use rules to kill people. Although it wasn't very pleasant, what could he say? I've done good deeds and I've killed bad people. I've killed so many that even you, Chen Pingon, can't find any fault with me. Gukin leaned against the door. He was just a little sad. Because the little slug from Clay Bottle Alley was really dead. In Qin Pingan's and Gu Kan's hearts he was dead. The sound of the door opening came from the side room. Gu Kan immediately took off his folding fan and opened it abruptly to cover his face. After a while, Gu Kan closed his folding fan and greeted with a bright smile, "Zheng Yi." Zheng Yi scratched his head with a smile and grunted. In fact, his forehead and palms were full of sweat. Gu Kan walked into the main room and went to read. "535. Willow Palace Island was still filled with willow trees at the end of autumn. This island was the main mountain of the True State sect, which was also the mountain where the ancestral hall was built. Together with Gonglu Island, the entire calligraphy lake had been under construction for the past year. Dust was flying everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. The wealthy True Realm sect had hired many mechanical engineers from the school of Moism, Yin and Yang geomancers to come here to survey the terrain and confirm the routes of the mountains and rivers. Immortal masters from various families, including farmers and a large number of craftsmen from the mountain, came here to work. In the words of sect master Xianxia, every brick, window and flower bed had to be of the best quality in the Aquarius continent. There were hundreds of cultivators who were especially good at building immortal mansions, and most of them came from the Tongye continent. They hired people to take the cross-continent ferries to and fro, and the True Realm sect took care of everything from the beginning to the end. All of them stayed in immortal inns in the central region. As a result, the amount of immortal money True Realm sect spent on this project was enough to empty the pockets of many sects on the old islands of Calligraphy Lake overnight. Therefore, all the immortals in the Aquarius continent knew the second thing. The True State sect was shockingly rich. The first thing was, of course, the True State sect had 3.5 upper 5 realms consecrators. A female sword immortal from the North continent named Li Kai, the old man from the Jade Gray sect who had a chance to become the sect master of the True State sect, Lu Laoqing of the Jade Gray sect, and Lu Laoqing of the Green Gorge Island, who was half of the Jade Gray sect. Now Lu Jimao had started to cultivate in seclusion to break through the realm. Therefore, the islands around Willow Palace Island had been sealed off recently. 2 people were strolling along the willow bank. They were sect master Jiang Shangzhen and chief consecrator Lu Laoqing. Jiang Shangzhen broke off a willow branch and weaved it into a willow hoop. He wore it on his head and smiled. "Am I right, brother Lu?" Lu Laoqing did not speak. Jiang Shangzhen was a very strange person. His methods were bloody and he was very good at hiding a knife behind his smile. However, he was very strict about rules. This feeling was not because of what Jiang Shangzhen said, but because the Jade Gray sect's calligraphy lake was the location of this Jade Gray sect. Everything Jiang Shangzhen did was to explain this principle to the sect cultivators. Of course, there were many places where Jiang Shangzhen's rules were unreasonable. Due to this, Great Li's armored cavalry garrison general, Guan Yiran, negotiated with True Realm sect many times. Nascent soul consecrator Li Fuyao often went to the general's residence to quarrel. Both sides couldn't come to an agreement. Every time their faces would turn red, and they would slam the table and glare at each other. It was not that Li Fuyao had a good temper. It was just that Jiang Shangzhen had warned this woman, who seemed to be the face of True Realm sect, that her life was worthless. True Realm sect's reputation was also worthless. The only thing that was truly valuable in the world was money. The meaning behind Jiang Shangzhen's emotional words, "Let bygones be bygones," was actually very simple. Since he was willing to reveal this matter to Lu Laoqing face to face, it meant that although he, Jiang Shangzhen, knew about the love and grudges between Lu Laoqing, he could rest assured that he would not do anything to disgust him. Lu Laoqing did not stand on ceremony and was relieved. As for Lu Jimao's successful breakthrough, True Sect's upper 5 realm consecrators became 3. Because the Jade Gray sect's elder who was in seclusion could not be more dead. At that time the 4 of them attacked together, but only 2 of them actually attacked. Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao were only in charge of holding the line or watching the show. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. It was on this Gong Willow Island. Between Li Kai and Jiang Shangzhen, one unsheathed her sword and the other took out a willow leaf. When the meritorious old man from the Jade Medallion sect saw Li Kai, he did not even have the thought of dying together with the madman Jiang Shangzhen. Unfortunately, he did not manage to escape and died. Even many cultivators of Gong Willow Island only sensed the change in the atmosphere for a split second, And then the world became silent, the clouds were light, the wind was light, and the moon was bright. Xianxia suddenly said, "In the future, if we encounter divine grandeur sects Taoists, tell our true sect disciples to be more respectful and behave with our tails between our legs. Regardless of right or wrong, as long as we fight and are killed, true sect will pretend that nothing happened. If we accidentally kill the other party, true sect's ancestral hall will cut off the head of the hero and have Li Fuyao send it to divine grandeur sect as an apology." Lu Laoqing nodded. "Got it." Zhang Xianxia smiled. "You don't understand?" Lu Laoqing shook his head. It was not hard to understand. A tall tree attracts the wind and is the target of public criticism. True sect did not have any ties in Aquarius continent. They seemed to be glorious but were actually enemies everywhere. For example, the Song clan's cavalry. However, understanding was one thing. Lu Laoqing still admired Zhang Xianxia for being willing to lower his head to this extent. This immortal master who had a cloud cave-blessed land in his hand was simply more unconventional than a cultivator from the mountains and lakes. Zhang Xianxia sighed. "My current situation is actually the same as yours and Lu Jimao's. We have to strengthen ourselves and accumulate strength but also make our opponents feel that we can control them. I just don't know who the Song clan will push out in the end to restrict our true sect. Aquarius continent is good at everything except for this. The Song clan is the master of a continent, a secular dynasty, but they have hopes of completely controlling the mountain. If it was our Tongyi continent, the sky is high and the emperor is small. The cultivators on the mountain are really free." Lu Laoqing smiled. Book Slip Lake was like this in the past. The kings and ministers of the surrounding countries were all in danger. Zhang Xianxia shook his head. "It's not the same. Book Slip Lake is a lawless place. It is similar to the barbarian lands of the ancient era. The demons in the world are unrestrained. The gods in the heavens feed on the incense of the human world. The demons on the ground feed on humans. That is why the virtuous saints separated the heavens and earth. Those who do not appreciate their fortune are not fools. In fact, almost all of us are no exception." Zhang Xianxia walked slowly. "Now the common people of the world talk about the gods of the mountains and rivers, flower demons, wood demons, monsters, ghosts and Yin spirits. What are they? They are places far away in the heavens and the netherworld. They are mountains and lakes where few people go. Even those who are close to the human world and coexist with us are still bound by incomparably complicated rules. That is why they say that the places where demons are sneaking around are the places where heavenly masters use their swords. In the streets, there are peach talismans, door gods and ancestral temples with incense. We can go to the temples and Taoist temples to pray for blessings and dispel disasters. We can go to the mountains to visit immortals and have all kinds of opportunities." Zhang Xianxia stopped and looked around. He picked up the willow hoop and casually threw it into the lake. "Then if one day we humans, no matter if we are mortals or cultivators, have no choice but to switch places with them, what kind of situation will we be in? Are you afraid?" "I, Zhang Xianxia, am afraid." Lu Laoqing said, "I won't think about this." Zhang Xianxia nodded. "It's okay. Because someone will think about it. So you and Lu Jimao can have peace and quiet and cultivate your own Tao. Because even if the world turns upside down, you can still avoid death. If your realm is high enough, you will have a way to retreat and live." Lu Laoqing frowned. Zhang Xianxia smiled and asked, "But what if all the cultivators on the mountain peak think like you, Lu Laoqing?" Lu Laoqing shook his head. "They won't." Zhang Xianxia scratched his head and sighed. "So this is the most fun part. Everything is good, we see it as a matter of course. We don't need to talk about it or think about it. As for the bad, we can grit our teeth and think about it for a long time." Lu Laoqing was a little confused. He didn't know why this master was telling him this. Zhang Xianxia had already changed the topic. He was relaxed and no longer had the strange emotions from before. His footsteps were light. In the Jianghu romance, the friends of the heroes are all good people and good deeds. Even if they die for a reason. In the supernatural stories, people's hearts fluctuate and ghosts run amok. In the end, good and evil will be rewarded. Lu Laoqing, do you read these miscellaneous books? Lu Laoqing shook his head. Never. Zhang Xianxia smiled. That's why you should read more books. Lu Laoqing knew that this master was joking. Naturally, he didn't take it seriously. This master was very bored every day. Outside of cultivation, he would cast camouflage arts and wander around the 4 major cities by the book slip lake. Every time he returned, he would buy some toys for the child that sword immortal Hu Kai carried. Xianxia could spend a lot of time playing with the child and teaching him how to walk. Sometimes Lu Laoqing would feel depressed. Was it Xianxia's unfathomable personality that allowed him to climb step by step to his current position? Or was it after he climbed to the top that his personality gradually changed and he became the master of the true state sect today? Xianxia walked to a ferry. Before Lu Zhimao went into seclusion, he asked me for the old territories of Green Gorge Island and White Scale Island. He planned to give them to his disciple, Gu Kan. Because he didn't know that I specially gave the territory near Cloud Tower City to Gu Kan. However, that young man, Gu Kan, after hearing about this, actually dared to accept it at such a young age. It's true that the coward starves to death and the bold bloats to death. Lu Laoqing said, if this kid stays at Book Slip Lake, he might be a hidden danger to the true state sect. Xianxia turned his head with a playful smile. Lu Laoqing smiled frankly. Naturally, it's not just me and Green Gorge Island who have a grudge against each other. I, Lu Laoqing, and the true state sect probably don't want to see Gu Kan quietly rise. It's a great taboo to raise a tiger and invite calamity. Not just that. Xianxia smiled. What do you think is Gu Kan's greatest reliance? Lu Laoqing said, of course it's Qin Pingon, who is no longer at Book Slip Lake, and the rules that Qin Pingon taught him. Guan Yiran, who has a good relationship with Qin Pingon, or someone I don't know, will definitely be secretly watching Gu Kan's every move. This means that Guan Yiran will naturally be watching me, Lu Zhimao, and the true state sect. Gu Kan should have already thought of this. As for the so-called raising a tiger and inviting calamity, Xianxia didn't comment. Although Lu Zhimao's realm was lower than Lu Laoqing's, he had a lot of dealings with the Dali imperial court. In his early years, he had even more extravagant hopes than Lu Laoqing to be the monarch of Book Slip Lake. Therefore, in some matters he could see further than Lu Laoqing. Of course, in the final analysis, Lu Zhimao's own interests were involved, so he thought more. As for Lu Laoqing, as an unaffiliated cultivator, he had a bright future ahead of him. His thoughts were naturally purer and less chaotic. In fact, before Lu Zhimao went into seclusion, he had found Gu Kan in a house in the shabby alley of Pond City. Xianxia could guess what it was about. Giving books and preaching. Asking the true state sect to return to Green Gorge Island was a kind of long-term protection for Gu Kan. Because Lu Zhimao had also guessed that Xianxia had a long-term plan. Rather than having the Song clan support an unknown force to target the true state sect, it was better for the true state sect to take the initiative to send a suitable person to their door. For both sides, this was the most sensible choice to avoid internal friction. Xianxia had swaggered to Longquan County twice. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see it. This was something that Xianxia had deliberately sent people to ponder and investigate. Luopa Mountains Qin Pingon. The true state sect's Xianxia. The bridge between them was Green Gorge Island and Gu Kan. Therefore, the true state sect's true obstacle had never been Gu Kan Book Slip Lake, or even the Divine Grandeur sect. Instead, it was after the two major forces. One was when the Dali cavalry swallowed up a continent, and then they had to block the other, even larger major force. At that time, the true state sect would have to make a choice. However, let alone Lu Laoqing, even Lu Zhimao was completely in the dark about this. The true state sect was such a colossus. Would these two unaffiliated cultivators think too much about some profound knowledge that seemed to have nothing to do with them? What else did unaffiliated cultivators know besides having some weight in their own cultivation and fists that were a little bigger? They had had enough of being looked down upon and suppressed by the immortal masters, but in the end they still foolishly thought that the realm was everything. Why didn't they think about it carefully? Why did the Jade sect have a suzerain who was about to reach the ascendant realm? Why did Xianxia have the family business he had today? The order of things couldn't be wrong. Today's 3 sects and 100 schools had strict rules. In the beginning, who wasn't born as a bumpkin in the human world? Who wasn't a puppet in the hands of the high and mighty gods? It wasn't that Xianxia looked down on the unaffiliated cultivators of the world. In fact, when he was traveling in the North Continent, he had been an unaffiliated cultivator for many years, and he had done well as an unaffiliated cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the calligraphy lake that was rippling with green waves and said softly, "It's not that the teachers have too many discipline rulers, it's that there are too few of them. They hit them too lightly. The disciples have always been forgetful and don't remember the beatings. However, no one has ever thought about whether the teachers have their own daily necessities to worry about and whether they will be disappointed one day. All the people in the world who like to be calm and reasonable are really desperate once they are disappointed." Lu Laoqing still didn't feel much in his heart. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head and asked, "If a suzerain in the Jade Roar realm talks to you wholeheartedly, you can choose not to listen. What about the immortal realm?" Lu Laoqing was suddenly terrified. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Those who don't know are not guilty. After all, the saints said that punishing without teaching is torture." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. "I shouldn't have told you the truth so early. The treasure I hid in the servant girl Ye is the real life and death juncture between you and Lu Zhimao. However, I've changed my mind now, because I suddenly understood something. When it comes to reasoning with you unaffiliated cultivators, fists are enough. If I spend too much effort, it's simply delaying my spending." It wasn't delaying his earning money, it was delaying his spending. Lu Laoqing was expressionless and didn't say a word. It had been a long time since he was in a difficult situation, and a long time since he was surrounded by murderous intent. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. "I used to think that everyone, whether good or bad, whether they're on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, would become smarter after reaching a higher level. However, after so many years, I'm actually quite disappointed. Lu Laoqing, if you don't seize the time and really calm down, cultivate your state of mind and change some of your fundamental thoughts, not to mention catching up to me, even Lu Zhimao can leave you behind. Of course, there's also that Gu Can. It's only a matter of time. When that time comes, you'll find that your position as the chief consecrator is a huge joke. You won't be able to kill Gu Can, who will be like an ant for a long time in the future. Lu Zhimao is already on the same level as you, and I, Jiang Shangzhen, need to look up to him." Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand and shook his sleeves. With a casual twist of his hand, a jade-green water droplet condensed from the essence of water appeared in his hands. Then he gently crushed it with 2 fingers. "Do you think that when the accountant came to the island to see you back then he was looking up to you? No, he respected and revered you. It was the rules that gathered around you at that time. However, it's only a matter of time and it might not take too long. Decades? 60 years. It'll become you, Lu Laoqing. Even if you stand at the peak of Gong Willow Island, you'll still feel that you're a head shorter than that person standing here at the ferry." Lu Laoqing said, "I've learned something." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "As expected, the words of an immortal are more pleasant to the ears. So you have to study hard and I have to cultivate hard." Lu Laoqing sighed. Jiang Shangzhen said without reason, "Perhaps one day, I'll return to Tongyi continent to oversee Jade Grey sect. Then you'll be the next sect master of True Realm sect. As for Lu Zhimao, you can suppress him at the bottleneck of unrefined Jade Grey sect, so that he won't even have the courage to break through to Immortal Realm. If you're in a good mood at that time and feel that he's no longer a threat to you, you can be magnanimous and let him ascend to Immortal Realm. Then he can go and establish a subsidiary sect of Aquarius Continent's True Realm sect." Jiang Shangzhen covered his sleeves with both hands. "I'm not painting a pie in the sky for you, Lu Laoqing. I, Jiang Shangzhen, am not that despicable." Lu Laoqing seemed to understand something. Currently, True Realm sect had people who specialized in collecting all the mountains and rivers of Tongyi continent. Among them, there were rumors that the sect master of Jade Grey sect, the #1 immortal sect in Tongyi continent, might be in seclusion. He was pursuing the mysterious Ascendant Realm. Lu Laoqing was actually not unfamiliar with the old sect master Sun Yuan. After all, they had traveled a long distance to Aquarius continent. In fact, Lu Laoqing was the True Realm sect's worshipper that Sun Yuan had appointed. However, to Jiang Shangzhen this little bit of incense was worth nothing. Lu Laoqing took a deep breath. He felt that the world was vast and it was rare for him to have such great ambitions. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Then from now on I, Lu Laoqing, can sincerely risk my life for my True Realm sect." Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and patted Lu Laoqing's shoulder lightly. "We're family, don't be so courteous. I've said some harsh words earlier. Brother Lu, please don't mind." Lu Laoqing hesitated for a moment. Jiang Shangzhen said, "We're family, of course you can say some harsh words. If you don't mind, I don't have anything to worry about. The only thing I worry about is having too much money. Lu Laoqing said with a straight face. Sect Master Jiang, why are you asking for a beating? Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his cheeks. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, it's probably because you're not a woman. On the side of Qinghuan, there was a handsome young man in white robes. He brought an old man and a young man to tour half of the country's territory. Before this young man had picked up a fallen Wenjingwa imperial jade seal from a man whose family had fallen in the hands of Lu Laoqing, the only upper five realms wild cultivator in Aquarius continent, Lu Laoqing's hometown. However, this Wenjingwa was not destroyed under the hooves of Dali's cavalry. It was something that happened much earlier. The crown prince of the fallen Wenjingwa seemed to have no intention of reviving the country. After so many years, he still did not leave the mountain. He was still cultivating on the mountain. As a result, even if the Wenjingwa still had some remaining luck, it was equivalent to completely breaking the throne. This was because any middle five realms cultivator could not become an emperor or monarch. This was the iron law of the world. Other than this imperial jade seal that he bought at a low price, the young man also went to look at that old apricot tree. Regent tree, prime minister tree, general apricot, one tree with 3 imperial titles. The young man in white stopped over there. At the bottom of the tree there was an empty stomach. The young man squatted by the tree hole and muttered for a long time. Later on the road, the young man who obtained the jade seal used the excuse of keeping it as a complete collection to go to a certain mountain and bet 1 against 1 with an old cultivator who walked the path of Fu Long. After winning, he bet 2 against 2 and won another round by a hair's breadth. Then he continued to bet everything on the table, betting 4 against 4 and finally 8 against 8. In the end, he won the other party's remaining 2 jade seals. The foreigner surnamed Cui was so addicted to gambling that he almost lost his mind. He even threatened to bet the 16 treasures in his hand on the other party's remaining 2 jade seals. In the end, he still won. In this way, relying on luck, the young man in white inexplicably got the remaining 16 treasures of the Wenjingwa and swaggered down the mountain. He casually put those priceless imperial jade seals into a cotton bag and let a delicate child carry them down the mountain. That old servant Luli always felt a chill down his spine as he went down the mountain. The mountain protecting great formation could be activated at any time. Of course, it was hard to say who would beat who in the end. But the old cultivator was worried that the magic weapon didn't have eyes. If great immortal Master Cui didn't take care of it, he would be mistakenly killed. The old cultivator was very clear that the only thing immortal Master Cui cared about was that little fool with turbid eyes. Fortunately, the gambling on that mountain was good for once and didn't make a move. On this road, the 3 of them walked quite a bit. They saw the so-called Iron Cavalry of the Yunshao country's Jingji martial arts exhibition and appreciated the Mid-Autumn Festival Lantern Festival in the capital of Qingshan country. Unfortunately, the old cultivator didn't get to see the Emperor of Qingshan country's eccentric, plump 5 beauties. He felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, it would have been good to gain some knowledge. However, immortal Master Cui bought a popular book called Qian Ben Chao. It wasn't some rare book, but it was bought from an ordinary bookstore. He often flipped through it while walking on the mountain paths. It was a bit chewy. After passing the border of Qinghuan country, immortal Master Cui walked even slower. He often took out an imperial jade seal and rubbed it on the face of the child he nicknamed Brother Gao. Luli had always been like a servant porter of a traveling noble, carrying a miscellaneous box. However, he felt that compared to the Brother Gao, who was often ridden on a horse, he was actually very lucky. Therefore, he often told himself to cherish his fortune. As for Mr. Cui's casual behavior, the old cultivator had long been used to it. For example, a group of mountain and swamp cultivators. Among the 3, one of them was named Lu Yangzhen. The 2 of them happened to meet and traveled together for a while. Luli also couldn't understand what qualifications this ant-like wild cultivator had to talk to great immortal Master Cui. In the end, great immortal Master Cui deliberately left behind an opportunity, which was a cave to shelter from the rain. They accidentally triggered a mechanism, so one of the array masters could be said to have a flood of luck and obtained a large stack of talisman paper called Huangxi. If it was converted into immortal money, it would definitely be a huge windfall. As for Lu Yangzhen, They also had a big harvest. As for those three at that time, they felt as if they were stepping on dog shit. When they raised their feet to take a look, just as they wanted to curse, there was gold hidden under the dog shit. At that time, Luli looked at those three ecstatic mountain and swamp cultivators. After some discussion, they still wanted to give some immortal money to Great Immortal Master Cui. Unexpectedly, Great Immortal Master Cui had a face of unexpected joy and gratitude as he smiled and accepted it. Luli stood to the side, feeling uncomfortable. But what could he do if he couldn't figure it out? Then don't think about it. Luli, this evil cultivator of the devil path, was particularly clear about some things. As for the Rouge building where the female cultivators of Sky Country gathered, the white-clothed youth stood at the mountain gate with his hands on his hips, loudly hawking his erotic immortal paintings. Then of course the deal didn't go through and there was no benevolence and righteousness. He could only be aggressively chased down the mountain by a large group of female cultivators. This kind of thing was simply not a problem. Luli felt that his cultivation heart had reached great success along the way. Except for these playful things. Great Immortal Master Cui occasionally became a little serious, which made the old cultivator admire him even more. In the gold osmanthus temple, Immortal Master Cui and the temple master sat and discussed Tao. As they chatted, the old temple master entered the meditative realm. The temple master's name was Xianxia. Her cultivation base was at the Dragon Gate realm, and she seemed to be showing signs of ascending to the Golden Core realm. Seeing this, Luli was endlessly envious. In the White Water Temple, where the spring water rolled on the ground, Immortal Master Cui sat on a well that was blocked for unknown reasons, and began to talk about Tao with a young monk who was preaching outside the temple. Both of them were wearing white clothes. One was a scholar and the other was a monk. At first, both of them were debating about the Li Sutra, which is the devil path. Anyway, Luli was listening to the heavenly book and wasn't the least bit interested. The child brother Gao was squatting by the bamboo door listening to each of them talking about Tao. The child was a little babbling, but he still couldn't speak. Finally, Immortal Master Cui, whose white clothes fluttered, sat cross-legged on the well blocked by blue stones. He smiled and said a few Zen words. 10 directions break, 1,000 eyes break? Why not sit and break the tongues of the world? Why don't you kick the lotus seat and smash the Buddha's head? Then he smashed the blue stone that was blocking the well with his palm. The young man in white clothes stopped at the mouth of the well and laughed. This old monk is also like a cat. Don't you dare to shout in front of others? The white-robed monk lowered his head and put his palms together, softly chanting. Immortal Master Cui finally smiled and said, "The Buddhist scriptures are a little heavy. You can only put them down if you can lift them up. There are 2 doors in the western heaven. If you can't see through them, you can't open them." The young monk raised his head and smiled knowingly. He slowly said, "There are few people in the world who are as good as the king, and none in the world who are as stupid as me." Then Luli saw that Great Immortal Master Cui seemed to have finished talking, so he jumped into the well and left with a laugh. He patted the child's head and the 3 of them left the White Water Temple together. The white-robed young man waved his big sleeves and walked with unrestrained steps. He clicked his tongue and said, "If this stubborn stone doesn't nod and is buried in the wild smoke and grass, wouldn't it be a pity?" In any case, Luli didn't understand anything, so he pretended to understand. He nodded and said, "Immortal Master, besides being knowledgeable, I didn't expect you to be so high in Tao and Buddhism. You really can participate in the debate between the 3 sections." The white-robed young man laughed and scolded, "Bullshit." Luli smiled awkwardly, but he still nodded and said, "Immortal Master is right." The white-robed young man turned his head. "You have quite the root of wisdom. Why don't you stay here and be a monk?" Luli said with a sad face, "No, I really don't have the root of wisdom to practice Buddhism. Not even the slightest bit." Then Cui Dongshan took the 2 of them to the capital of Qingyuan country. They met the master of a small Taoist temple. The Taoist temple was called the White Cloud Temple. It was a secluded place the size of a tofu block, adjacent to the market wells and alleys. It was noisy. Cui Dongshan stayed there for a few days and donated a lot of money. Of course, he also borrowed a lot of books. The temple master didn't have much, but he had a lot of books. Moreover, the nameless middle-aged Taoist priest had a lot of reading experience, nearly 1 million words. Cui Dongshan read even more. The temple master didn't keep the books to himself and was happy to have someone read them. The key point was that this young man who traveled to study was also a generous pilgrim. His white cloud temple was finally not full. On the morning of Cui Dongshan's departure, the little Taoist priest who had finally lived a few days of immortal life was really reluctant to let him go. He was crying in snot. Seeing this, the temple master of the little Taoist priest felt a little sad. How incompetent was he as a master? Cui Dongshan left for less than half a day. The little Taoist priest was still complaining. When he was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground of the temple, he was a little absent-minded. Then 7 or 8 ox carriages came to the outside of the White Cloud Temple, saying that they were here to deliver books. The ox carriages were filled with all kinds of books from the 100 schools of thought. One by one they were carried into the small Taoist temple. The thin, middle-aged Abbé Dean was dumbfounded by the scene before him. However, when the last ox carriage took down a plaque, the temple master called the happy little Taoist priest and carefully carried it to the study room. On the plaque there were 2 words, Zhai Exen. After leaving the capital of Qinghuan country, Fairy Lu Li became the driver of a carriage. Cui Dongshan sat on the side and the little Taoist priest dozed off in the carriage. The old cultivator asked softly, "Immortal master, the temple master of the White Cloud Temple is not a cultivator. Why did he look at him so differently?" Cui Dongshan, one on the left, one on the right, one on the top, one on the bottom, waved his snow-white sleeves and said, "He and the 2 gentlemen before and after me are the same kind of people. In times of peace he is not obvious. In times of chaos he is." The old cultivator waited for him to continue, but there was no follow-up for a long time. When Fairy Lu Li gave up, Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "The best teacher." Cui Dongshan stopped waving his hands and said slowly, "Ordinary teachers can make good students learn better. Slightly better teachers can teach good students and control bad students. They are willing to persuade people to change their ways. As for the best teachers in the world, they are willing to put the greatest patience and kindness on the evil that no religion knows about. For this kind of people, no matter where they go, the sound of the school and books will be there. Some people think it is noisy, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are people who listen, it is good." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "So they are not some wandering tinkerers. They are the source of the people's hearts. The water flows down and passes by everyone's feet. Therefore it is not high. Everyone can bow their head and drink it." Cui Dongshan suddenly got up and raised his arm high as if he was holding a wine cup. At this moment the white-robed youth stood up and said in high spirits, "There are many things in the world that everyone yearns for. Naturally there is nothing wrong with that. But when you are thirsty there is water to drink. Isn't it good to drink it?" Fairy Lu Li carefully drove the carriage. The great immortal Master Cui said some strange things that people could not understand. As a result, the old cultivator was kicked in the back of his head. That person scolded, "Damn it, you don't have a word of flattery, no applause?" The old cultivator was startled and quickly began to prepare a draft in his mind. It was just that flattery was not something that could be said. Not to mention, after being scared by great immortal Master Cui, Fairy Lu Li racked his brain but still could not think of a suitable word. Fortunately, the person behind him said, "Forget it, in any case, you won't have the fortune to go to Luapa Mountain in your life." Then Fairy Lu Li relaxed a bit. Because around the carriage, there were cyan birds made of paper, hovering and flying around like living creatures. It was not the yellow talisman paper that the cultivators of the middle 5 regions usually bought. Instead, it was the innocence talisman, the color and luster of the innocence talisman. It was said that it was the talisman paper used by the Taoist sects and was extremely rare and expensive. The old cultivator could be considered half an expert in talisman. Therefore, he knew that the most mysterious talisman paper in the world was a cyan talisman paper that contained the true meaning of the sage. It did not have an exact name. It was just that these innocence talismans were casually used to make paper birds. "Great immortal Master Cui, is it really suitable? You can give me a few as a family heirloom." The old cultivator lamented in his heart. In this bumpy journey, in fact, he really did not have the slightest benefit. He could only hope that in the future great immortal Master Cui would feel that even if he did not have any merit, he would at least work like an ox or a horse. But when he thought of working like an ox or a horse, the old cultivator's mood became a bit better. That little fool in the carriage was the real ox or a horse. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "Take a detour, don't go to Lu family's lion garden. Go see a pitiful person." Then the old cultivator followed the route given by Cui Dongshan, steadily driving the carriage south. Along the way to Qinghuan country, there were many rumors about Lu family's lion garden. The head of the Lu family, who was the leader of the scholarly circle, could not keep his chastity in his old age. His reputation was ruined, and from a great family that was like a country's literature and guts, he was reduced to a filthy trash like a literary demon. His poems and essays were belittled to the point that they were worthless. Not to mention there were even more dirty water poured on his head, and there was no way to avoid it. One of the 4 major private gardens of Qinghuan country, a scholarly family, suddenly became a place to hide filth and accept filth. Among the small and large bookstores in the marketplace, there were also many crudely printed erotic books that were spread throughout the court. Therefore, when his second son Lu Qingshan returned from his travels and held a wedding banquet in the Lion Garden, marrying an unknown girl from outside the country, old Assistant Minister Lu did not see a single family friend. As for the eldest son Lu Qingfeng, who put righteousness before family, his name had long been removed from the Lu family's genealogy. Now his official position was not high, and it was said that he was an assistant in charge of the government's transportation. Compared to the previous county magistrate, his official position was indeed promoted, but no one felt that this kind of person could reach a high position in Qinghuan country, which valued reputation the most. Perhaps one day he would even lose his official title and no one would be interested in him. It was not even a joke that was worth talking about after a meal, it was too boring. Moreover, the current Qinghuan country was thriving day by day, and the country's fate was prosperous. The temples, the mountains, the jianghu and the scholarly circles were all filled with talented people, like bamboo shoots after the rain, creating a great atmosphere. For example, there was a child who was only 6 years old, but in just a short year the name of a child prodigy had spread throughout the country. During this year's Mid-Autumn Festival in the capital, the child prodigy was summoned into the capital by the emperor and the empress. The child was intimately carried on the lap of the empress, and the emperor personally tested the child prodigy's poetry, asking the child to improvise a poem according to the topic. The child was held in the arms of the empress, and after thinking for a while the child could compose a poem. The emperor was extremely happy, and actually made an exception and bestowed the child with the official position of Zhou official. This was an official candidate, and although it was not an official position, it was an official position. This meant that this child was very likely not only in Qinghuan country, but in the entire history of the Aquarius continent, the youngest civil official. At this moment it was about to enter winter. On the bank of a river that had not been completely dredged, on a quiet little road, on the roof of a bumpy carriage, a white-clothed youth sat cross-legged. The child's hand was holding a type of kite that was a specialty of Qinghuan country, called a wood harrier. As long as the thread was not broken, all the kites in the world were destined to fly high, but they could not go far. Cui Dongshan lay back, staring at the kite in the sky. "My master, is he well?" The reopening of the water transport was extremely complicated and involved all aspects of Qinghuan country. Therefore, the imperial court did not blindly seek for speed and appeared to be making slow progress. The rank of the officials in charge of this matter was not high. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were doctors that left the capital from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, and the last one was the provincial governor of the city where the main road of the water transport was located. As the imperial court did not publicize this matter, there were not many people in Qinghuan country who paid attention to this matter. It seemed that the 2 old officials of the capital were more superficial and the provincial governor was more pragmatic. However, in reality this was not the case. On the contrary, the provincial governor, who originally thought that he was just going through the motions, arrived at the temporary government office built by the river. Only then did he realize that the 2 doctors, whose ranks were not even as high as his, seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. The rules and regulations were detailed almost to the point of being cumbersome. It was to the point that even he who was familiar with local government affairs felt that he could not interfere. Other than the 5th-rank doctors from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, there was also a 5th-rank assistant official whose surname was Lu Qingfeng. Provincial Governor Hong really despised this person surnamed Lu. In the Jianghu, betraying one's friends for glory was already something that everyone disdained. In the officialdom, he was a bastard who betrayed one's father for glory. Provincial Governor Hong felt that he had to change his official robe every other day to discuss matters with this kind of person. He felt uncomfortable even drinking a cup of tea. In the past half a year, Provincial Governor Hong had always treated Lu Qingfeng with disdain. The two officials of the capital seemed to understand his feelings and purposely turned a blind eye to it. As for Lu Qingfeng himself, probably due to his low rank and guilty conscience, he had always pretended to be respectful to Provincial Governor Hong. Moreover, when discussing the details of the dredging of the water transport at the table, Lu Qingfeng almost never took the initiative to speak. He would only speak when the two officials asked about the details. On this day, in a village next to a section of the water transport, there was a lively scene of dancing bamboo horses. A scholar who had already traversed the entire old Sauha twice was sitting on top of a short yellow mud wall with a young page boy named Lu Sua. They were looking at the noisy gongs and drums from afar. The bamboo horse was made of bamboo strips and wrapped in colorful cloth. It was divided into two sections and hung from the waist of the person who jumped on the bamboo horse. According to local customs, Jingyi rode a red horse, Qingyi rode a yellow horse, a woman rode a green horse, a scholar rode a white horse, and a warrior rode a black horse. Each had its own meaning. In fact, the scholar didn't look like an official at all. His skin was tanned and shiny. He wore coarse linen clothes. Only the pair of very sturdy but old suede boots on his feet were not something that ordinary villagers could have. Not every village would dance bamboo horses. It depended on which village paid. The amount of money was more or less, and the dancing bamboo horses would dance according to the price. Obviously, this village paid a lot of money, so the dancing bamboo horses was particularly exciting. Near the top of the wall, there were many loafers and tall young men who came from other villages to join in the fun. They pointed at the girls in the rich village and talked about them without any scruples. They talked about which family's girl's breasts would definitely be big in the future and which family's girl would definitely give birth to a son. Laughter rose and fell around the wall. Some people even argued about which family's girl was the prettiest and who was the prettiest girl within the radius of dozens of miles. Anyway, they all had their own preferences. The scholar also looked at the girls who they were pointing at and didn't hide his observation. The attendant sitting at the side was somewhat helpless. "Master, why are you also so indecent?" The scholar smiled and said, "The nature of a woman is the most difficult. In fact, being fat and thin is not a problem." The attendant said helplessly, "Master, if you say so, then so be it." The scholar smiled and said, "You are still young. In the future, you will understand that a woman's face is not the most important. A good figure is the most wonderful." The attendant rolled his eyes and said, "Master, I don't understand this. I haven't studied many books. I will take the imperial examination and be an official like you." The scholar nodded and said, "You are a good student. You will definitely be an official in the future." The attendant was suddenly happy. No matter what the master said, he was always right. Far away from them, near where the bamboo horses were jumping, there were endless cheers and shouts of praise. However, there were many onlookers near the wall. Many people were picky. There were more people who didn't take it seriously and more people who sneered. The applause was sparse. The attendant asked softly, "Master, you are so knowledgeable that you know the origin of those dancing bamboo horses. Then tell me, is it true that you didn't dance well?" "I think it is very good." Lu Qingfeng whispered, "Of course it is good. But we don't spend money. Why should we say it is good? Which of the good things in the world doesn't cost money?" The attendant was confused and asked, "What's the reason?" Lu Qingfeng smiled and didn't say anything. He touched the boy's head and said, "Don't think too much about it. Now is the best time for you to study." The attendant nodded and thought of something. He asked curiously, "Why do you only look at the archives of the Ministry of Revenue recently?" The attendant still didn't know that this was not something his master could read as an official. Someone even secretly sent it to his desk. Lu Qingfeng said softly, "Looking at the history books, it's all written by the later emperors about the affairs of the previous dynasty. It's inevitable that it's not true. But the only thing that will not lie is the matter of money. So when we read history, if we have a chance, We must look at the life history of the people in charge of the financial power of the previous dynasties, as well as their process of casting and promoting all kinds of money. It's easier to see the gains and losses of the national policy by taking one person as the point and the state treasury as the line. The attendant scratched his head. Lu Qingfeng looked at the bustling noise in the distance and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry. If you want to read in the future, I have all the books here." Seeing that the master liked to chat today, the attendant was a little happy, because the 2 trips to the beginning and the end of the Tsauha River were really tiring. Moreover, the master didn't like to talk much at that time. He just looked at the mountains and rivers and silently wrote notes. The attendant took advantage of the master's willingness to talk more today, so he asked, "Master, why do you have to talk with the teachers in the cities and rural schools wherever you go?" Lu Qingfeng said, "Where do the seeds of studying come from? After the parents in the family, there are teachers. How can it not be an important thing for us scholars to care about? Is it possible that there will be scholars who are full of classics and willing to cultivate themselves and raise their families out of thin air?" The attendant nodded and said, "Master, what you said is still reasonable." Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "You can think about it now." The attendant nodded and said, "Okay." Suddenly, a group of young men and tall boys rushed over. When they saw Lu Qingfeng and the attendant, they jumped on the wall one by one. "Get out of here." There was anger on the young attendant's face. He didn't expect that his master had already stood up and silently jumped off the low wall without saying anything. The young attendant had to follow him and went to another place to enjoy the jumping bamboo horses. But when he looked again, he couldn't see clearly. The young attendant was very angry. Lu Qingfeng stood elsewhere, stretched his neck, stood on tiptoe, and continued to watch the jumping bamboo horses in the village's grain field. The young attendant was unhappy. His master was good in everything, but his temper was too good, which was not very good. Don't argue with right and wrong people, but in the end, you are the one who is right and wrong. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Don't compete with hypocrites for fame, don't compete with real villains for profit, don't argue with stubborn people for reason, don't compete with ordinary people for courage, and don't compete with sour scholars for talent. Don't show kindness to fools." This was not to compete. In fact, there was knowledge to compete. But Lu Qingfeng thought that it would be better to talk to the young attendant later. It was not a good thing for young scholars to not study hard and only think about the big ideas. They just needed not to make big mistakes. The young Lu Mang summoned up his courage and refuted his master, who knew everything for the first time. "If we don't compete for anything, then we will have nothing. It's too disadvantageous. There was no such thing as living meant giving way to others. I don't think it's good." Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Think about it carefully." Lu Mang shook his head and said, "I just don't understand." Lu Qingfeng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the young attendant. He joked, "You are so stupid, how can you be my attendant?" Lu Mang laughed. Lu Qingfeng suddenly said, "Let's go." Lu Mang left with this master. Lu Qingfeng walked slowly, thinking about some things that were neither small nor big. Lu Mang originally had questions, but when he saw his master like this, he knew that he could not disturb him. Lu Qingfeng could only stand by and watch Li Baozhen's actions. Li Baozhen's ambition, which could be said to be ambition, was not small. He was one of the leaders of the Southern Dali's Green Wave Pavilion spies. He was trying to plan carefully from the bottom. Scholars, heroes of the Jianghu, leaders of the scholarly community, and officials of the imperial court. After Li Baozhen entered Qingwan Kingdom, everyone began to be his chess pieces. Now, almost all of them were young and ignorant children, such as the prodigy who was titled Zhou Dynasty's principal. It sounded very inappropriate and full of conspiracy. It seemed gloomy and murderous, but it was not completely so. Li Baozhen was like building a house. His first goal was not to become the emperor behind the scenes of the Qingwan Kingdom, but to one day, even the fate of the immortals on the mountain could be controlled by the secular dynasty. The reason was very simple. Even the cultivation seedlings were sent to the mountain by Li Baozhen and the imperial court of the Li dynasty. Year after year, the cultivation seedlings became some founding ancestor or a large number of pillars of the mountain. After a long time, it was easy to explain the rules at the foot of the mountain. During this period, the governor of Qingwan Kingdom, Wei Liang, watched coldly from the sidelines. Occasionally, he would set a few rules that Li Baozhen himself had to abide by. Lu Qingfeng saw through Li Baozhen's plan from his intentions to his methods. To put it bluntly, it was either he, Lu Qingfeng, played with the leftovers or he, Lu Qingfeng, deliberately left it for Li Baozhen. For example, since this year, there were a few famous literary figures in Qingwan Kingdom who had a bad reputation. What to do? It was still the same 3 tricks that Lu Qingfeng taught Li Baozhen. First, flatter them. Say that their poems and essays were enough to be worshipped side by side with the saints. Then exaggerate their character to the altar of moral saints. Then someone would come out and say a few words of approval. Then they would quietly gather momentum and start to lead the public opinion in the literary world. They would induce the neutral people to be disgusted with the moral saints that they themselves found inexplicable. Finally, it was even simpler. Aren't you all moral saints? Then, casually fabricate a story and attack those people on the grounds that they were morally wrong. At this time, it was the Jianghu and the common people's turn to show their strength. The wandering storytellers and the shopkeepers of private bookstores began to take turns. Of course, there was also a group of royal literati that Li Baozhen had privately recruited. They began to bitterly and speak up for justice. In the end, one by one, their reputation would be ruined. Would the common people who had unknowingly added fuel to the fire really care about the truth? Maybe they would, but not many. Most of them were just there to watch the fun. Just like what Lu Qingfeng was doing today, watching the fun from afar. Why should he look at the people who were just there to watch the fun and let them think too much? Lu Qingfeng wouldn't. Moreover, there was never a fun that didn't end. After the hubbub, there was dead silence. It had always been like this. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said to himself, I've made a good start. What was more, Li Baozhen was very smart. It was easy for him to draw inferences. Lu Qingfeng suddenly stopped and said to the boy beside him, Lu Mang, remember, if one day in the future no matter who comes to persuade you to harm me, whether it's a long-term hidden chess piece or a hasty assassination, you just have to nod and agree. Not only do you agree, but you also have to do your best. You don't need to hesitate or show mercy. The young attendant's face was pale. His mind was blank. He didn't understand why his master said such frightening words. Lu Qingfeng looked as usual and said softly, because you definitely can't succeed. In fact, I'm harming you once by keeping you by my side, so I have to save you once. So that you won't die in vain for the so-called morality. During this period, how much you can learn from me, how much you can accumulate contacts, and where you eventually climb to is all your own ability. As for why I keep you by my side knowing this, it's because I want to know if you can become the second Li Baozhen and be smarter than him. So smart that you can really benefit the world in the end. The young attendant's face was covered in tears. He was frightened by this unfamiliar master. Lu Qingfeng asked softly, Do you remember? The young attendant wiped his tears and nodded. Lu Qingfeng smiled. Very good, then from now on you have to try to forget all of this. Otherwise you won't be able to fool Li Baozhen. After a while, Lu Qingfeng had a rare moment of surprise. Because a white-robed young man was walking towards him, but the personal retainer that Dolly had sent to him did not appear from start to finish. The young man was holding a kite in his hand, smiling brightly. Lu Qingfeng, I'm carrying a small hoe, I'm here to poach my own people. You're following that old bastard, there's no future for you, follow me, Cui Dongshan. What's more, what's mine is mine, and what's his is still mine, there's no need to be polite with him. In the entire southern part of the Aquarius continent, I'm the biggest, that old bastard can't do anything about it. Lu Qingfeng laughed. That's a little difficult. The other party's hidden identity, Lu Qingfeng could now flip through all of Green Wave Pavilion's secret reports, so he could roughly guess, even if it was only his identity on the surface, the other party was actually qualified to say such disgraceful words. Cui Dongshan threw the kite in his hand to Lu Qingfeng. After Lu Qingfeng caught it, he looked down, there was no thread, and laughed. Lu Qingfeng raised his head, shook his head and said, You should know, Lu Qingfeng's ambition does not lie here. Self-preservation is a matter. Freedom is something that we scholars have never pursued. Cui Dongshan took a big step forward, tilted his head and extended his hand, then return it to me. Lu Qingfeng laughed. Of course, it's better if someone gives it to me for free. I will accept it and not return it. Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. Lu Qingfeng, if you continue to be my type, I will help my master take in a disciple on behalf of my master. Lu Qingfeng smiled and asked, I wonder who Mr. Cui's master is? Cui Dongshan stood in place, his feet did not move, his shoulders shrugged, he was extremely mischievous and laughed. You've already met him. Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment. I can't guess. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. To show my sincerity, I will not keep you in suspense. My master is the person who caused your ox cart to fall into the water. Lu Qingfeng was startled for a long time and asked tentatively, Qin Pin gone? Cui Dongshan was also startled for a moment, but in the next moment he was in front of Lu Qingfeng, lightly jumped and heavily slapped Lu Qingfeng's head, causing Lu Qingfeng's figure to stagger and almost fall down, only to hear that person scolding, Damn it, you dare to call my master by his name. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.